Who is ready for more HIMS Cup fun? That's right, we are back, one and all. Welcome to the best way to spend your Friday. We did it. We managed to net players together, and we got some fun ones. We got B versus Voldemar this week, facing off in a combination, a cocktail of maps here. We've got Stiff and Impotence on regular rotation, which is the healthy way, actually, for your body to be. If your body isn't actually that way, and you can't be back and forth between Stiff and Impotence like a normal lad would, maybe it's time you checked out our sponsor. That's right, big shout out to HIMS. They're working with us across the next several weeks. We've been having fun. We're into HIMS Cup number 7 here with the amazing people over at HIMS. If you guys happen to have issues getting it up, if it's just not a castle issue but it's also an erectile issue, they actually may be the perfect solution for you. Be sure to go check out their site. They've got some very cost-efficient solutions. You can do it all remotely on the phone. You don't have to go in person. There's annoying doctor's appointments. They're an interesting medical provider that I definitely recommend having a look at and checking out their survey if you happen to have issues getting more than just castles up. You know what I'm talking about. But yeah, big shout out to them because they made this possible. We've done it again. Voldemar versus B. That's right, yeah. B versus Vold is going to be an interesting one, actually. Voldemar, one of the more upcoming type players, whereas obviously B, he needs no introduction. And unfortunately, my heart is broken here. You guys are seeing that correctly. I did try to get Boulder Bay in, and they didn't allow it. So they actually banned Enlightened Horizon, Canal, Flankwoods, Boulder Bay. That leaves Highwoods, Relic River, and King of the Hill. Now, interesting thing what I've done with the map pool here, I tried to focus as much on the idea of getting up as possible. On Highwoods, you're going to have to get up the hill. On King of the Hill, you have to get up the hill. On Relic River, you have to get up the waterfalls. On Enlightened Horizon, you have to get up the map and towards the sacred sites. Canal, you have to get up the river. Boulder Bay is just shaped like a penis. And finally, Flankwoods, you have to get up the central hill to take control of the sacred sites. So it was all uppity themed. Like, I was actually quite proud of myself for that. I felt bad allowing them to have that many bans. I was like, damn, this feels wasteful. We perfectly themed it for HIMS again. Oh, and I do need to at people about it, don't I? At here, full Peni focused Showmatch. Let's go. I think that probably gets the clicks. I mean, in fairness, it is. We've just actually stopped being as filtered about it, haven't we? I think that in some ways makes it all the more brilliant. Oh, but look at that. Emma's in chat just before she has to go pick up our wonderful kids. Oh, interesting day, actually. I took a long walk, having to do some shopping and having to go get I go to more of a nursery with my daughter. Spent an hour there with her. She loved me. What can I say? I'm a very lovable person. Yeah, when it came time to leave, she really put on like the guilt trips. You know, the face, like, Daddy. I still left. Okay. But let's not leave it any longer to talk about the draft. This is interesting. Do you guys see that ban? Ottomans on both sides. That's kind of crazy. And they are going to split some of the desirables here. So House of Lancaster on one, Roost on the other. China got banned out. That's a little bit surprising. Most players allow China to just go through. I think it's surprising to me that both players banned it, not that it got banned. I think it's ban-worthy because of Voldemort and how well he plays it. It's one of his signature civs. It's not that B doesn't play a good Chinese. I just think he has a lot more robustness, a lot more threat power. So, reminder, by the way, the 2 maps we are going to see featured here frequently today. I'm pretty sure Cal never added to the rotation, and it breaks my heart. Oh, so I'm actually going to message him. Please give ability to type in custom names for map name. Yeah, because we've got Impotence and Stiff making a return. Impotence has been adjusted. It's been updated. Shout out to Caillou. He done that pretty much straight after the show match. It now features 2 sacred sites and less stone barriers. And then, of course, Stiff. I think Stiff is brilliant. I want to see more sample groups of it. I think maybe the tree lines need to be altered a little bit. But outside that, it's brilliant. Yo, what is up, please? Thank you very much. Appreciate the prime sub. You're just 3 weeks old. You're getting 0 sleep. That's why you come to watch me. I can put anyone to sleep. Anyway, dude, what do you want me to say? Crack the Red Bulls open? I mean, welcome to the life. Firm handshakes all around. Ain't easy, son. I don't know. Like, a list goes on, right? 1 second. One sec. I need to send someone. Yeah, all L requirements should be on that dashboard. Let me know. We'll have to answer more questions later. Alright. I love that. Like, dude, I've been available all day. I don't know what it is. It's always the moment that I get ready to do something that everyone, like, spams me in my Discord. KT open on both. Yeah, and left very deep. In fairness, though, like on some of these maps, it's not going to be crazy. I think like there's somewhere it could be somewhat viable, but I think, for example, Stiff is going to be a bit weird, just because there's a lack of wood, which is surprising with that map. There's a lack of wood long-term near your base safely, so maybe not a great pick there. King of the Hill did make it in. That is going to be one of the 3 maps that could be played. So like format-wise is as follows. Game 1 will be Stiff. Game 2 is Impotence. Game 3 is one of the 3 maps. And then you repeat. So you see, we've actually got a lot of Stiff and Impotence coming in again. And a little bit of sprinkling the other maps. I thought this would be kind of creative, a different way of doing it. Because we haven't done it quite this way before. We've done the play the default map, play a random map, play a default map, play a random map. This is a little bit different. Thought it'd be a cool way of getting more sample groups and keeping it phallically themed. Lack of wood's a major problem? Yeah, like, I mean, if only there was a really good way to... Wait a second. What are those giant spearmint flavored pills? Could they maybe solve the issue if you have a lack of wood? Could they help you get it 100% up instead of 99% then denied, or even just 0% and not beginning? Quite possibly. You should check out HIMS. Why banned Ottomans? That was the curious one to me. Like, I'm not... I mean, looking at the picks, so the map-wise... I think it's about Stiff, because Stiff has got actually Stiff and Impotence both have a lot of point of interest. So I think that is the threat, is they just see Ottomans as high value because of what they can do on maps that have point of interest. All right, just checking with the lads. I think, looking at this draft, honestly, I don't think Voldemort is disadvantaged per se. So on certain maps, for example, Stiff, I could see English being really impactful. I'm a little bit worried about the House of Lancaster pick. We've seen that like English versus Lancaster can be a little bit hit or miss. In theory, English can shut you down, but it doesn't always work out that simple. Looks like we are getting the picks now coming for game number 1. Can you explain what Tootmans have? No, you're not fixing yourself on that. From now on, they're called Tootmans. So what the Ottomans have is they have a lot of aggression out of the gate. So the Rax play is cheaper for them than other civs, and that allows them to start vomiting out spears very early. Now, it's beneficial to do so because they have the Vizier point system. So if you keep your opponent in Dark Age too long, you end up unlocking those Vizier points. The most notable one in Dark Age will be the Imam point. It gives an AoE heal, which makes you unkillable. You can't lose a fight at that stage. So the only option then left is for your opponent to go into Feudal. So on a map that has 4 merchant camps, and a wolf den, you can see why there's so much value on Stiff. Even when you go into Impotence, Impotence has a similar count, just all much further away. So I think that's just like the thing they're doing. They're alleviating that concern. I think that's also maybe why Enlightened Horizon got banned, just to try and deviate away from the POIs. Because in fairness to them, when I was drafting the map pool, I forgot about the amount of POIs between those 2 maps. It was a little bit of a glazed over detail on my behalf. So I'm just waiting for good old Voldy to get in the lobby. And then we should have confirmation of our first picks of the day. Damn, dude. I need to get a contact over at Magic the Gathering. I've just been looking at the new Final Fantasy stuff, and I'm intrigued. Should we start becoming a TCG streamer, chat? Is it time? TCG, Pog? Maybe. I used to play a lot of TCG, actually, in uni. So the one I played was WoW. I don't know if you guys have seen that there was a WoW TCG. It's the precursor to Hearthstone. It's where the Hearthstone idea came from. And World of Warcraft trading card game was so good. I freaking loved that. Is there anyone that I really got into like playing competitively? Well, not like tournament competitively, but competitively as in wanting to play it instead of collect it. Like Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Digimon, Duel Masters. I collected all those. Duel Masters is a bit weird that I just collected it because Duel Masters was really not angled as a collectible trading card game as much as it was as a compete trading card game. So yeah. But there is a few new ones coming out. I'm keeping an eye on, like, for example, there's one called Neuroscape that looks really sick. And I just got like wind of something else coming. A certain Might and Magic related thing. Eyebrows. The browser. Look at me. I was like, he even, like, bless him. The guy in the background is like, yo, just focus on your stream. I was like, no, dude. We'll sort you. We get you sorted. So, did we get confirmed picks? We did. Byzantines versus Lancaster for Stiff. Byzantines is an interesting idea on this map. Wouldn't have really thought of it. I wonder what Voldemar's thinking of with it. I'm trying to remember. Like, you have one safe berry batch, but then the second one, I think it maybe spawns behind you. So maybe that's the thought process, is very safe berries. He doesn't have to worry about that. That's very peculiar. Yeah, especially when Byzantines could have, like, where could they have functioned elsewhere? Maybe Flankwoods. Flankwoods is an interesting one. I'm actually quite excited to see that one come through. If you guys are not familiar with Flankwoods. Oh, sorry, Highwoods. Highwoods we saw in one of our show matches before, but, like, it was very weird. I think it was with B, where it was Ottomans versus Knights Templar, and they were kind of experimenting because not many people have played that. But that was one of the new maps that got added with the DLC. It just hasn't really been played much. Yeah, I'm a little bit gutted we don't get to see Flankwoods, though. Flankwoods is the one that has the plateau in the center and the stealth forest strips on the top and bottom. We played 1 or 2 matches on it against Warman in the test server. It's an intriguing map. I don't know if it's competitively viable currently, but I like the idea, the concept. Just needs some rejigs. Alright, so the boys, I believe we are going to have probably delay. Yeah. Alright, that's fine. So guys, we'll be in game in 4 minutes. I think ads already ran, so I can't trigger them again. If there's an opportunity before we get live, I will. But that does give me enough time to remind you guys to not only check out HIMS, but check out AMD. That's right. It's going to be popping up in about 5 or 6 minutes. Reminder that we are working with AMD again this week. And we'll have more AMD fun things coming in the following weeks. This week, we are talking about, of course, your ability to buy the fully jigged, rigged, and stacked to compete AMD CPU, GPU combos. Now, I could talk about amazing AMD CPUs and amazing AMD GPUs, but I think what you guys really want is free stuff. So, I think it is only, yeah, okay, they put it on there. It's only UK only, but, you know, maybe this is where you use the VPN on your Opera GX that you should have downloaded in the last month to pretend you're in the UK and then get your hands on a 9060 XT GPU. Big shout out to AMD Inside Power for partnering together to make that possible. If you can't get your hands on this because you can't enter the giveaway, honestly, go get your hands on one anyway. If you're looking for someone that is budgeted The 9060 XT is really the go-to card right now, in my opinion, for like low end. And there are even rumors later this year that AMD might be ready to already compete on the high end. We'll have to see, though. To focus on laptop more? Well, they already do have a focus on laptops. It's just not widespread. And I don't mind that. I think like people want AMD to solve all the problems of the world. They want them to solve CPUs, GPUs, cancer, war, everything really at once. Like, dude, they've solved CPUs. They're moving across to solve the GPU side. It's going to take a little bit of time, but I love that they've honed in that craft around CPUs and built the business around it because it's more sustainable than making X number of SKUs and maybe punting miss here, miss there. They've perfected the art with CPUs, and now they're looking to perfect the art of these GPUs. I love that. I think that's the correct approach, because for years, I think they don't mind me saying, they were kind of trailing, they were struggling to keep up. But the most recent gens are incredibly promising. I think my prediction was like in 2028, we'll be looking at AMD probably having a card that easily like matches NVIDIA, which is wild to say. But with the current pacing, it's a realistic goal. All right. I mean, they already do, right? Like for the price point, the 9060 XT we just looked at in the background beats the 5060 Ti. Actually, sorry, for price frames. So the 5060 Ti, I believe, is about 5 to 8% quicker, but it will cost you 40% more, which is ridiculous. All right. Shall we give... I'm going to give a blood orange flavored energy drink a try today. I got sent some samples. I'm weighing up whether I like it or not. I'll let you guys know. If I do, we might have a partnership with them in the future. Oof. I'm always reluctant when it comes to energy drink sponsors anyway, just because I love my relationship with Red Bull and I don't want to harm it. I would like to do more with it. Red Bull always does these sick events, even outside of AoE. So I'm going to run a 1.5 ads, if we can. Because I can. See, I can do that. But some people can't. Some people need a pill that can solve the problem, which is why, if you can't quite do that, if someone just won't hold steady and stiff to allow for it, ! HIMS, go check them out. They could solve your problems today, and they could do it remotely from the safety of your own house without any judgment. Just take the survey. All right. Oh, it's not too bad. Very orangey. Which is fitting, because we're full AMD mode, baby. Whoop, 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 whoop. All right. 30 seconds out. Let's get predictions started. It's game one. We have B and Valdemar. This would be his epic vengeance, right? Like Voldemar, he usually just kind of like puts his hands up. Is like, I'm probably gonna get beat when I meet this guy in KPMM. This is a longer format. Things can get crazy. You can't do it right now. I mean, I'm technically meant to be able to, right? Because it's like been long enough after the op. I'll be real, you guys. My balls hurt though. It's weird, dude. It's like I figured out like it's like because I got a stomach crampy feeling. It's almost like I don't know if that's just gravity. Gravity screwing me over. It's weird, and that is a weird look. We need to get the right scene. Oh my god, this map, dude! My scenes are so freaking cursed. Why can't things just work? All right, I think we're good. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's that time of the week. HIMS has returned, and has returned with it B. But his opponent on the other side is going to be Voldemar this week. That's right, guys. If you're not familiar, we've been running these HIMS show matches courtesy of HIMS, the medical provider from the US. If you've got issues getting that castle up, or you happen to find yourself a bit frustrated about how deforested your hairline has become, don't be like a Dry Arabia game that has gone 2 hours long. No, you can solve all those problems with them. And well, they've allowed us to solve the problem of boredom each Friday with these show matches. Voldemar is going to be kicking us off on stiff with Byzantines, and B is ready to get stiff fast with House of Lancaster. If you aren't familiar with this map, it is a rocket ship. That's exactly what it is. Yep. don't look into it too much. It's a riot shield with flaps on the side. So this map's an interesting one. You start with merchant camps nearby, and it extends all the way up this long shaft to access additional merchant camps. So there's a lot of emphasis on presence early on. We do have berries, but the Byzantine pick is somewhat funky in some ways. I like the fort, though. Voldemar is utilizing the detail of the Forgotten Ruins to buff up his cistern levels efficiently. He's still going to have the starting berry batch with these 3 here, and he's got a second one not too far forward. It is interesting, though, like to see Limitane spam from Byzantines is odd. What's this map? A4 turn into a troll? How is this a troll? This is a viable map. What's this crap talk? Like sure, we found a funny shape. Wait, hold on a sec. Wait. Are we gonna like try to judge the shape of this map when Boulder Bay has existed in the game since day one? In fact, didn't they more recently make Boulder Bay more of like a shrinky than a showy? Which is just like, I mean, that's exactly why you just come to HIMS instead. They solved that issue. Is this map safe for stream YouTube? What is it they say? As long as sexual content isn't the main focus of the broadcast, you're safe. I think we're fine. We've crammed enough HIMS and AMD in here that I think we're safe. What's going to be next map? Boobs up? I mean, if we get involved with hers, maybe. I don't know, like, trying to do boobs would be a little bit harder. I guess you could, like, you could have a map called Bra where you'd have, like, 2 circular areas and a very tiny chasm to pass through. But that wouldn't be very competitively viable, in my opinion. That would basically be another version of Mountain Pass. So we have had the clash back and forth, but so far it's not been going well for Voldemar. Yeah, it's tricky because like his spearmen are in some ways better. They have extra health. The issue here is Lancaster's just so efficient out the gate on the sheep gathering. And this is snowballing, right? Like if you lose the merchant camps early on, you fall even further behind. That's the polarizing dynamic at work here. Well, he has at least got cisterns coming in. So that's level 2 cistern now activated. He'll be able to aqueduct it up easily. He's got enough stone for the gen. Remember, he's generating a very healthy 60 stone a minute off of 1 worker here. That's crazy, actually. It's really smart by Voldemar because that's equivocal to, like, 2 workers on the stone at the beginning of the game, right? So it just remained a lot more lean. And I think that's why he just played into the racks and indulged it, because to capture this, he had to stick a villager out here anyway. B's spread out. Okay, so yeah, that's like a good time for Voldemar to potentially win a fight. A lot of heavy hit health bars. The problem right now is Voldemar is leading with his injured troops. Yeah, notice B's giving a little bit more focus on trying to get the injured boys to the back of the formation. Voldemar is going to give chase. B is not making this easy, though. Now, we have got a decap coming on the other side of the map for that merchant camp. Voldemar, well, he is going to throw his boys forward to try and create the space. Nice double kill. He can get the third. Brilliant focus fire out of the kid. Damn, the Dane is doing it. Look at that. That was beautifully executed. And the best part of all is, like, if you look at his economy, he's not exactly far behind in his tech up timing either. It does feel a little bit awkward that you've built Limitane into likely Yeoman. I think necessary just for the presence for the merchant camps on this map. All those animals and trees meant to be on that? I mean, I guess if you don't clean it. Alright, Lancaster Castle's going to be coming in. So yeah, just the norm here. No Abbey of Kings, no feudal shenanigans. I think this is going to be a hunker down, and B's going to say, come to me, Papa. Which might be difficult considering that this is a ridiculously good spawn for Lancaster. Are you kidding me right now? Goldstone. I mean, in fairness, I think you often get this, but it's just like, it's so hugged up against the cliffside, there's no wraparound location. I mean, he got it so good that he was able to build the Lancaster Castle while staying in the safety of TC range. And Grand Winery now on the way up. I guess, actually, in like some weird ways, is this actually more efficient than standard berry spawns? It might be, because it's spawned in a line. It's not always guaranteed that way. Like, that would also be more efficient than a standard spawn. Because instead of having this scag group, you just have like 2 on top of each other. Yeah, like this. I've noticed Caillou actually quite likes these 2 stack of berries. Curious why. I don't know if it's just like flavorful to him or if there's actually a technical reason behind it. Okay, so how did you guys predict? Nobody predicted? Okay, that's a shocker. I thought you guys were addicted. Emphasis on the anyway. So what's Vodamar's game plan when he gets to feudal here? Could we be seeing kind of similar to English where they go for this Lombo timing to try and shut down the greed? Tricky, right? I think your Lombo timing is much worse than English. At least initially, ever since the nerfs came into the systems. Could he maybe just play like Lombo Horseman as well? I think my biggest concern for Voldemar is if he tries to all in, is there much to really stop B from just rushing castle into the White Tower? Like, you just go 3 manas and then rush castle? See? Crackety hasn't got his mind in the gutter. Thank you. Fidget is acceptable as an answer. I would also have taken Rocket Ship. Because, like, you know, if you're suggesting this is something crude, if yours were this big, you must have just had a vasectomy. And B, well, he's going to have a fun time Wait, not rushing age up? Okay, that's kind of crazy. He's sitting on 600 food, but he's going for the condensed land practices. So a little bit of a mixed signal coming out from B here. Like, I'm actually curious, like, is the intent just to greed while attacking? Is he maybe suspecting that the Byzantines are doing similar? He's going to start posturing in. Voldemar's going to bring the spearmen home. I love that we're getting the houses. Has he got the tech? He hasn't not got border settlements, but he's kind of building as if he's going to get it. Should have had a little bay next to it. You know, the funny thing is I actually suggested something that might be interesting strategically to Caillou, but I don't think it's easy to pull off with map spawn. I thought it'd be really cool to have a tiny little chasm that goes all the way through the cliffs top. The logic being is, like, if an opponent rushes you and pins you in your base, you have an escape route. You can run all the way up map to go do something else, like go for the merchant camps. I just don't know how possible that is with the current map spawning tools. Because, like, if you can't get it to consistently, reliably do it, you could end up with situations where one player has an accessible route and the others is blocked off by whatever. So I've got Yeoman now coming in, and Voldemar did go Javelin, so didn't try to play the Lombo timing. Not really surprised. He did start building a few archers. I guess that's just to protect himself. I don't know if you really want to be leaning into that. And he's going to be moving for the forward play on the berries here. More mana's coming. Is B going to take this all the way is now what I'm wondering. No, I think he's going to be not too greedy about this. I mean, it already feels greedy doing the double mana level. But he is now going to be going for castle. And do you go White Tower here? I mean, presumably you feel pretty good about Olsgard against all of this. You need to move fast, though. Voldemar is looking for that timing of the flame throws. Remember, the Flammenwagers, the Kira Siphons, are super effective at just torching through these areas of clustered buildings. And he goes King's College. Whoa. Okay. Does this not give Voldemar more runway then? I mean, 3 Olsgard straight away would have been annoying. It would have stopped him diving. This just got very interesting, folks. Voldemar, he's waiting for the undermesh. He's not prepping the rams just yet. There we go. Kira Siphon now on the way. He could easily go like double Kira and start diving onto the manas. He has a very tanky force for diving this mana area as well, right? The Limitane have got the damage mitigation through the shield wall, and then the Javelins inherently have got free base armor with the +1. So what is B aiming for here? Well, he still has some sick plays. Like, one dirty one is going to be the idea of just rushing Shire Levy. I don't know if you really want to rush it at this stage. It feels super early. You wouldn't be able to guarantee the veterancy because you're on 4 gold. Remember, Shire Levy itself is 600 gold. Funny that he's been allowed to keep these, by the way. Yeah, Voldemar is very focused on this all-in. And wow, triple Kira Siphon for it as well. So London Bridge is about to be burning down. Army's going to have to march out to Riyadh. Javelins are going to dive out with the archers trying to contest the yeoman on the back side of this. And are you kidding? He goes for the next level of mana tech. Whoa, he was actually going to pull the lancers, but he stopped. So yeoman upgrade is going to be on its way. It's 10 javelins right now. And the Lancaster Castle's almost gone. Yeah, this is the smart thing. Voldemort played that so well. Do you guys notice what he done? He only fought so he could get rid of the melee units. So that nothing can kill the rams. Crafty execution there. Repair crew just trying to keep this alive. But it looks like there's not going to be a muster at all. B will not have enough time to use any of the Lancaster Castle abilities. Now the floodgate opens because all of a sudden all of your manas no longer fight. That's right, the arrow slits are gone. It's just the TC alone. That was crazy. What a play. Voldemar now able to execute all of this economy that B is stacked up. Now keep in mind, Voldy, he's still on the age 2. So presumably there's some risks at mind here, but so far he doesn't care. The yeomen are about to be vetted up. B, all that eco lead is about to disappear. Yeah, the manas are easy targets now. Voldemar behind this is just keeping the spear pump going. He's moving on the deer in the center just to remain competitive on his timing. He's not too far off the castle himself, so you can see he's not all in. He's found a way to justify a tech up behind this. Javelins are just going to trade out the yeomen as best they can. And now the villagers have to be pulled. But guys, there's still so many Libertane. Yeah, like this is dicey. Run. Mana's on fire about to fall. And B, like he's idling, what, half of his eco doing this? This is wild. He does at least have the secondary gold vein, so he's not out of resources. He's able to access the more desirable things here, and he's actually going full Daka. It's going to be range damage number 2 now coming through. Spearmen are going to commit into this. He did get textiles. Okay, B is crafty about this. It is still going to cost him a few workers, and I'm not sure if that was worth it for him. No, because although he's cleared most of the army, the Cura Siphons are still alive. Bar 1. And your opponent is about to go up in age. Wild. And now still a handful of Limitane. More workers could easily die here. Cura Siphons are just going to dive past, start burning onto the house, and he gets the double kill! Almost a triple! You die, son of a gun! Oh my god. The Dane ain't messing around today. I could not believe that. Not sure if it was entirely intentional the way he done that, but remember, sometimes due to the target point on the flamethrowers, they can over-saturate the area and hit units that exist in that same area. We've seen it so many times with villages before, when they try to repair buildings, just getting killed. And 9-worker lead, teching up, and in a position where, remember, it's not just a 9-worker lead. He's already got level 4 system. He's miles ahead on economy. I don't know what B is meant to do here. I guess you just got to go for the late game and get weird. Voldemar is going to move all the way up. No, wait, Voldy. Sir, kind sir, are these your dogs? Oh, for God's sake. Well, that's just mean. I thought Voldemar was a nice person. Murdering all these innocent wolves just because they want to eat a leg? Outrageous. Oh, looks like we did get a bit of a dive in, actually. While the wolves were distracting us, B was able to connect. He did find 2 worker kills. Cataphracts have now arrived, and we've got to switch. B is going into crossbows. Still not done with this. Come on. No. He's losing workers to it. Congrats, you killed them. There's more. Oh, God. I'm getting a really bad feeling about that wolf den. Wait, was that another worker found? Yeah, he was trying to connect the systems. Yeoman. Well, wait, this cataphract just feels like he's made of paper. Yeah, it's the range 2 upgrade. B, that was a fantastic trade. Still looming around with the Yos. Has he gone back for the manas? He is. Oh my god. And he's not half-arsing it. That's right. He just went from 2 to 7 manas. Like that. That's freaking wild. How is he not dead? How are they now evening up on economy? He just done a great job with his yeomen. I mean, it's crazy. Vodemar, I think that giant gap running north, having to build these outposts. I mean, there just hasn't been any sufficient gathering in the first minutes of castle for him. Absolutely wild. Watching streamers set up practice games and having to scroll through all the dicks and bald head maps? Whoa, I don't know what you mean, dude. Like, all. Wait, why am I getting judged all as if we've created like 50 of them? I mean, we could work towards that, but... What a wild game one. I really thought we were looking at Voldemort just taking the lead. And great morale booster for him as well if he could have got that G1. But this is where B just, I think, thrives more than any other player. The unknown. Like, okay, what a weird game. What a awkward position to find yourself in on a brand new map. Now what? B, like, he always has this playful approach. Like, okay, well, now what? Let's find out. Yos. I'm eventually going to get culled here, but... Oh my god, the wolves again! Please, just send someone to kill this man. I think that's the first time we've seen someone have to truly take out the wolf down this map, and it was because of the berries. How about this for rough, though? Voldemort, he's in trouble with this tech coming in. Caller of Estus is on the way, so B now tending to go knights, but not just knights. Think about this. If he rebuilds the Lancaster Castle, which he's now doing, he's going to be able to summon 11 Demi-Lancers that will have bonus against heavy. So they can snipe out these cadets. That's pretty crafty, actually, by B. Very cost-efficient. Like, 300 resources into, what, 500? Pretty good deal for what you're getting. Why is everyone so obsessed on the shape of our fidget spinner? It's very weird. Look, all I'm going to say, with the amount of people that just keep thinking this is something that's not, you need to go consult your doctor. Maybe it should be bigger. Maybe it could be bigger. Maybe there's a way to get it bigger. Maybe that way is with our sponsor, HIMS. Exclamation mark, HIMS. And he's going full night spam. Interesting. So I guess he's still going to do the Demi-Lancers, but he's full bulk. I thought it would just be like Demis to clear the Cataphracts and then focus on the next component. But in fairness, your opponent is Archer, Cata, Javelin. What in that comp do Knights not beat? I'm feeling rough with Voldy. The other annoying thing on this type of map that makes Lancaster ridiculous is those manas are infinite resources. I already mentioned, like, wood in particular is, like, long-lasting on this map. There's a lot of small clusters. And we have got the muster now on the way. So 11 heavy cav units about to hit the field. Voldemort, good timing, actually, to get the Camel Rider. And that's going to be a roll in the Golden Horn Tower. So, yeah, was not intended. He needs to connect this, though. 2 minutes is going to be way too long. Connection's coming in. That's probably going to still take about 40, 50 seconds at least. What's the map name? This is called Stiff. You can try it yourself on the mod area. Cataphracts charge in. Crossbows do get baited onto them, but that's exactly what you want right now. And the first knights are arriving, so they're going to absorb all the blows. The dive goes past with the second group. And it looks like the Javelins aren't going to be able to stand their ground here. So Knight's doing a great job of dictating flow. The Cataphracts are practically dead. In fact, they are gone. And B, now with momentum on his side, triggers the Demi-Lancer spawn. And that's going to be the extra wave he needs now to dive onto these archers. Okay, this is looking close to over. I don't know how Voldemar's going to keep up with this pace at this rate. He's got Relics trying to come home, but too slowly. He's playing onto the mid-map resources in a way that B doesn't have to because he's playing Lancaster. I think as long as B doesn't rush this, he's in cruise control mode. These knights. Remember, it's not just the Demi-Lancers. There's actual knights in the formation here. So this is an equal or better exchange up against the Cataphracts. Right? Like, actually, it's better. 28 damage versus the 30 from these knights. A hard fight to win. Voldemar now lacking any front line whatsoever. He had 2 camels just spawn. Yeoman count is remaining decent, though. Knights are starting to break through, and B, once he gets beyond this threshold, what does Voldemar already have? He's going to be lacking the olive oil. He's going to be lacking raw food. Lacking hope. And this, man, I feel bad now because I'm worried. Like, you know, you see these type of games at the start of a series, they can be a little bit of a morale breaker. I guess Voldemar could shrug and say, how's the Lancaster? But it felt like he was in a dominant position. It felt like this should have been his game. But then the mid game arose. And it just got weird. Flash, I think it's kind of his valiant last stand, right? I mean, the archer count is the deceptive thing. Like, militarily, he's ahead. Could they hold him here against the Knights? I think my biggest worry is if I look back and don't see farms, which I do not, I'm worried that Voldemar is just not going to have the fuel to keep on doing this. Think of B, like, he doesn't want to slow down because of that as well, right? Like, these fights look messy, they look scrappy. But the idea is, like, your opponent can't stop to think about olive groves if you keep running at him. And B is just hoovering up the gold as well. 30 villages? I mean, that's Lancaster economy for you, right? You've got 9 manas. You don't need 30 food gatherers. Oh, he's got 23 still. Quite a lofty amount. Combat is going to move up the shaft here. Voldemar understands that he kind of has to be present as well, because if he chooses just to fall back to his base, if he shrivels up, then that means double Sacred Site potential. Doesn't want to give that over. Military Academy now being prepped by B. Yeomen are going for the snipe out on the camels. They can remove that. It's very easy for these knights to flood the fight, especially now that Military Academy is on the way. Now, it was a mangonel on placement in this tower specifically here, so this is a good kind of staging point right now. And Voldemar is getting the walls up on the south side, so yeah, he's just trying to really just draw that line into the shaft. Makes sense, like your opponent's playing knights, so if you come up the shaft and then he flank rotates, they're so quick they should be able to get in. So the walls are designed to stop that from happening. Wait, did Voldemar run out of food? He has. Yeah, this is getting a little bit grim. He's rushing wood just to try and get groves online now. But with this staging point of like the fights here, where the walls are going up, the outposts, it's very hard to touch anything. Maybe the ball is kind of his one option left. Oh, look at that link. You guys should click that one. Because talking to options, AMD should be a go-to option for you guys. Because they are fast and furious, just like a Lancastrian Nightmass. Yeoman will snipe out the camel. Love that he targets the outpost. He doesn't want the fortification to come through. The mangonels are threatening here. Gets rid of it. Ranji and Cataphract won't be able to hold against this many knights. The crossbow count is only at 6, and the yeoman can easily target them out. In fact, you just made yourself obvious. Yeah, B, he knows that Voldemar walks forward, takes advantage of that to easily target the expos. And now it's a full blast forward. B has critical mass on his backline. Yeoman count way too high. Remember, Voldemar cannot walk away. His archers are slower. It's about to reach the eco, and it's about to reach critical point. B is about to kick this best of 9 show match off with an insane comeback. This man looked dead half a game ago, but you wouldn't believe it looking at this now. Yep, you thought he was gone, you thought he was done, and then he just took one pill and he's back in the action. What a legend. What do we call that one? Surely that's game over? I don't know. I'll have to think on that one. So, G number 2. Let's see what the boyos have got in mind for us. So, left side win. B kicks us off firm. We head into Impotence next, and it is going to be Shushi versus Japanese. Shushi's an interesting one, because if you want to Medigarden, it's going to be very hard to Medigarden if your opponent is producing Dark Age units. Like, you won't be able to get that deep Medigarden. So, if you guys remember, we had Impotence for Anatan versus Wham. It had that very unfortunate game where the stone didn't block one of the passes. And one of the players is not happy about that. But it has been adjusted. It has been tweaked. So apparently we have a much more reliable version now. The player feedback was taken on board. Really big shout out to Anatan in particular, who provided a lot of useful feedback there. Wham as well. We got that one updated. And obviously big shout out to Caillou for being so quick to make those changes. So we are just a minute away. I'm going to run a minute of ads now. Get them out of the way. One sec. All right, just double checking some things in the background. Oh, it's gonna be a long way. Oh no, not you. Oh, you got a rock. Yo. Oh, she's ran off. Guys, look what me and Freya made. I went to nursery today and spent some time with her. My dad rocks. You give him a little feather hat. That's our pet rock. Got the full kit there. Bless her. She actually didn't want to talk to you guys for once. I guess she's disappointed in you. Like, my guess is that not enough of you have subscribed today. And therefore, she doesn't want to discuss anything with you. Shameful display. Okay. Welcome back to the channel, one and all, for game number 2 of HIMS Cup 7. I can't believe we've ran this many of these. I can't believe we keep coming up with designs like this. It's Impotence time! If you don't want to have to worry about Impotence, you should check out our sponsor. But for the time being, I recommend you check out these crazy games. G1, Voldemar is already behind, but my goodness, did it feel like B was done and out. But all of a sudden, B must have just found a mint-flavored pill in his pocket that got him right back into the action, able to come back crazy in G1 to take the lead in this best of 9. And now it's going to be Japanese up against Shushi on a map that has a lot of point of interest. Oh my god. Forgotten Ruins, Merchant Cab, Wolf Den. Yeah, so you get 2 Merchant Cabs and Forgotten Ruins per player, and 3 Wolf Dens between the 2. It's crazy. There have been some updates since we last had this map showing, so the stone line is less long now. There is still this short gap to get to the opponent quicker. And then on top of that, we have got a second Sacred Site. It used to only be one in the center, if you guys remember that match between Antan and Wham. So, big shout out to them for being champions and helping us test that map. And also a big shout out to Caillou for the rapid iterations to our filthy mind. Medigarden. Is the Medigarden going to be filthy here is what I'm wondering. I mean, it feels like it could be. The gold's just slightly far away. But he can, however, get double stone, gold, and 36 food. That's pretty good, guys. That's 111 resources. Which, for maps like this, is pretty acceptable. Cool. I actually think that's, yeah, even better, right? He can get the 72 food, 25 stone, 25 gold. So 122. I think those are the best options for him. And they're not too far away. Voldemar has already scouted them. Cheap hauls so far in this game is going to favor B. Yeah, he's up at 14. Meanwhile, Voldemar only with the 12. And we have got the Spearman hard at work. Yeah, this is the tricky thing, man. Like, we're going to quickly see what's better, playing the POIs or staying at home. B has invested in a lot of spears, but he's done so against a Civ that has insanely effective ways of dealing with these guys that Shuka knew. So I wonder if B's idea here is you open Horseman in Age 2, anticipating the repeater crossbows. And he does go for the double food Medigarden. Yep, slaps that bad boy right in there. I love that. Actually, I forgot about the Stealth Forest. Voldemar didn't know. So we said 122. It's actually more like 135, 140. Nicely done. B should be looking for a Kuro Storehouse, just not too soon. No, he's continuing to blob. We're going up to 8 Spearmen. Oh, that's interesting. He's assuming Pro Scouts. And his assumptions look to be right, actually. Voldemort has got 2 on goal still. And he's already got 150 without tech up complete. So dead ringer for Pro Scouts. This could have been risky for B. Like, if actually Voldemort realized what was happening, I wonder if it would have been better just to go straight into repeater crossbows and not play for Pro Scouts at all. It feels like it could have been an option here. I guess it's just too tempting to resist. Then again, why would be my question. I mean, you got the 7 here, 5, and then, like, what? You got the 3. The problem is, like, that means in total you've got, what, 15 deer on your side of the map, and a decent chunk of them are close enough you could get them anyway, in theory. Oh, did we not do predictions? Oh, we did. Thank you, mod. I think it was Fat Plot, basically. What a legend. On the way. I think we made this tree line thicker than it was before. It looks thicker. It looks like it's been taking its pills, you know? Guys, I swear, like, this just keeps happening. I don't know why. Like, we just get into our maps, and for some reason, there's just, like, a lot of weird-shaped fidget spinners. So, Voldemort. We do have Rax play. This is PG Flood. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. I mean, there's no point building spears now, right? And he doesn't want to go into Chuganu because his assumption is what we just discussed, that his opponent should probably be thinking about Horsemen. Also, like, makes you very immobile, whereas PG Flooding gives you a lot of movement speed leverage. And it's the type of army you'd want to upgrade into Castle anyway. B? Oh, come on. The timing on that. He scouts it at the very beginning. The first PG comes out and it's already been seen. That's crazy. B, what's the reaction going to be to this? He's playing Yuumi. Yo, that's a little bit wild, actually. I mean, these PG, they do have less ranged armor than melee armor, but you also just think about it. Like, Yuumi are lower base damage. So you'd think that you'd want to avoid this. But I think the big sell point for B here is going to be mobility. Is that your Yuumi move just as quick as Palace Guard, so they can actually minimize the damage taken. We are getting some Bugacia. That is a little more surprising. Your opponent has got 3 melee armor on each of these. I don't think Bugacia is necessarily the answer. Might be he just wants 1 or 2 to raid with, and it's not a full-time investment. Cheeky walls as well. Voldemort is trying to wall this at 7 minutes? It does feel a little bit early. Interesting timing, though. Might be feasible. Palace Guard is buying a lot of space. For B, I don't think he's buying any of it. No, he saw it. Voldemort has the correct reaction, just pulls away. Now, I'm wondering, does Voldemort have, like, a time to get out of this age in his mind? Because scaling a lot of PG right now, this is definitely a unit that we mentioned will keep some value if you get the timing right and a tech up. Do you really benefit from hanging around the age now? It kind of feels like you don't. I guess the bigger issue now staring at this is like, how do you age up before B would with all these merchant camps? I see all of them. Yeah, all of them. I mean, 3 is quite a lot, right? So let's say 2 per play. Yeah, 3 merchant camps, 3 wolf camps rather, and 2 forgotten ruins. B's actually moved out for that forgotten ruins, by the way. I love that. It's about the daimyo levels. He needs the Yuumi upgraded stat. Voldemort upgrading is 1 weakness. Undermesh coming in. So Yuumi have now been reduced to 1 damage per strike. That's painful. 130 shots to actually get 1 kill. Steel Dagger is going to be on the way, but that gives a lot of breathing space to Voldemort. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the point where he starts to think about Castle. Castle Age just makes a lot of sense with 14 PG. You could even find yourself in a position where you could be on the edge of the enemy base when the Veterancy comes in. Veterancy that already takes barely any time of 30 seconds, but can be supervised to be absurdly quick. What's B's game plan here? Now that he sees all these PG. This is a lot, right? Like, you're like, okay, just 1 or 2 and he's teching, right? All of a sudden, on your screen, 12 Palace Guard. Like, that's concerning if I'm B. He's adding in more Bugatia, which is so surprising still. And it's about to feel pretty redundant, surely. Malnu Academy is going to be coming in. The only upside of Bugatia here is that you can catch your opponent, but you don't really have enough to do anything with that. And why Malnu Academy, you might be wondering? So, for one, there's only 3 relics exposed by default, so Shadow Monastery loses some value there. The other reason is that you just want to have additional runway. Remember, this is a game where he ended up not doing Pro Scouts, which I loved. I love that he just went this full PG instead. So with that in mind, he needs to be a little bit more lean on his food income. And Malnu Academy has got that passive that allows you to get some food from taxation. And veterancy ticks in just like that. B did get some breathing room here, but he's nowhere near ready for an age up yet. And these PG just got absurdly tanky. Yeah, he's reduced down to 1 damage again, only this time it takes 155 shots to get a kill. Daimyo upgrade is on the way. He's looking for that Bannerman, so he's at least able to hit 1.6 damage on his opponent, as opposed to the current 1. My worry is Voldemar. If he rushes range 2 here, he can go for the full dive. Why mass archers and feudal? Because he wanted to be present on the map. He saw too much value in the merchant camps and wolf dens, etc. He didn't want to give them over. So to achieve that, you want to have someone that's quite mobile. In theory, like, building Yuumi against Palace Guard isn't atrocious in Age 2. Not great, but like, it's something that can kite and kill. It's going to be very hard to kite against these type of dives now, though. Samurai starting to spawn out. We've got textiles on the way, but B, remember, is just Age 2. There's a big ask of him here. Vodemar's dive, though, has actually resolved to just taking out Yuumi, which is not great. No, Voldemar, I thought this dive was going to be about economy. He idles some out, but in the end, touches none. What? Voldemar now down to just 6 of the PG remaining. If B was looking for a tech up window, this is probably the best one he's going to get given. Holy crap, that's crazy. I can't believe how quickly they got melted underneath that TC. I mean, it's just a stark reminder always of just how powerful the town centers are in Age of Empires 4. So what's the plan now? Because Voldemar seems to be sticking to his guns. Still just Palace Guard, nothing else. The Yuumi count is getting quite high. The craziest part still is that B isn't choosing a tech up. He's choosing to resume investing in these units. That is wild. The fact that he just believes these can work to defeat, and the fact that they are, is bonkers. I can't believe this. Like, he's actually losing this fight against the peasant Yuumi. Voldemar just heavily outnumbered. Now in dire tides. I mean, he got this age up so long ago, but what's he got to show for it? 1 relic coming home, and that's kind of it. Yuumi, they're going to follow you home. They're going to look to dive. Voldemar has managed to surge another wave. We're back up to 11 Palace Guard. He is now pushing into Voldemar's economy, where production should be against B. But when you already have such a bulk lead, does it ever feel that way? The damage is definitely kind of shifted off a little bit because B decided to go for the start step. Does deny the Wallalow on the return. Can B age? I feel like he should be able to age here, but at this point, I guess he feels a bit hesitant. I don't mind what he's doing with the Samurai. It's a cool idea, actually. If you scale into Samurai while he continues to scale into Palace Guard, your Yuumi or your MVP, but like the whole idea is your end game strat here is Samurai. Because if you ever do find yourself trending towards Castle Age, that's going to open up your Veterancy, which will already win against Palace Guard. But then to make it even more one-sided, there's that Odachi tech, unique to the Japanese and their racks, gives them +4 against infantry. You know what else is crazy, guys? B, practically all this game has kept those merchant camps. Imagine a nest of bees. Like, one nest of bees is kind of weird against Yumi. You'd think it's super effective, but if you can't guard it, it's just redundant. I've seen Yumi just kite with staggered and dive on top of the nest of bees like it's nothing. Voldemort, where's the food? Okay, so he's moved out to the deer on the back now. He had a huge idle time walking across there. And remember, that's a very big difference. Like, yes, Voldemort gets a trickle of food off the meditation garden, but B is gradually getting more and more farms for free with the Kura storehouse. And after that, he'll be able to afford more and more farms, essentially for free, because he would have gotten the wood from that landmark. And wow. Voldemort goes, this isn't working. He switches into knights. After trying this for several minutes, he now has to go for the unit that takes a lot longer to produce, even with the regional inspection. Gee, he's going to look just move in and punish this, isn't he? Yeah, archers hunting for targets. Villagers have to pull off the ford, so there's no berry gathering. I think Voldemort might just simply be dead due to lack of income. Yeah, he's got like, what, 15, 20 food workers not really working. He's going to go second TC behind this, and he's only got the deer at the back to work with and nothing else. Now B, he sees the room he needed. Floating gate on the way up, and here's the craziest part, guys. Look at the map. What blows your mind the most about the way this is played out? Is it the fact that despite multiple attempts for Voldemort to get into B's base and push his side, we are seeing in a game where Voldemort has had Castle Age for several minutes and doesn't have a relic? Because that's the thing that stands out to me. None of them ever got home. I mean, he's at least got 4k Vayne here in the back, so it's not like he's going to run out of gold. It's the fact that despite aging up so quickly, he hasn't ever been able to achieve a true upside, from what I can see. I wonder, when you hear this tech up, I guess you just have to go as Voldemort, but like, how do you go is my big question mark. Oh, like that. Just full select A-click. You have to, right? Veteran Sifuyumi is only 20 seconds away. He Yorishiro drops into the archer range. This is dicey B. He's got more troops rallying. Love that. He staggers the samurai behind just to take the blows. We're now at the stage where B, his win condition is very clearly just to have range mass advantage. Because it's capable of sniping out melee units one by one before they reach you. Oh, looks like it's going to spread out now. A few spim in the mix as well. Pascal going to be target fired down. The Yumi now upgraded, and range damage 2 is coming in just 20 seconds. B, it looks like the fight's going to be over before that, and it's still going to end up being a win for him. The Spearman doing just enough. The Yumi able to finish off what remains. Yeah, Lance is dead. Voldemort, no, he was trying to switch crossbows. That's painful, man. Like, he thought the Yumi was going to be shrunk on count. Not the case. 31 still alive. Onomu should have followed this up. Range 2 just came in. And Voldemort is having to build mill farms. That's how you know it's bad for a Shushu player. What does he do with this? I mean, the awkward thing as well is, like, due to the nature of the map, you have to push linearly. This is very much what you call a tug-of-war type map. You can't just say, oh, I'm really, like, getting sucker punch right now. Let me just send a knight around the back. Not unless you've chopped your way through all the trees, which is quite challenging for 17 minutes in the game. As that tree line is pretty thick. Very girthy. So much for that big stacked eco lead. Voldemort now hemorrhaging way too much. He calls it GG. Second game in a row. The question's starting to center your mind. What can Voldemort do here? Damn. Are we gonna be okay for time? I hope so. I'd like this not to be over too quickly, thank you. We need to channel that Voldemort energy, right? We got to find the inner sanctum for him. The way he can feel safe, he can feel strong, emboldened, like your PP could if you took these pills. Exclamation mark HIMS. Yo, by the way, also, exclamation mark AMD. It popped up again. Remember, we're doing an awareness campaign with AMD right now. Go check out the latest and greatest in AMD techs with the Ryzen CPUs as well as the Radeon GPUs. They really are catching up quickly to NVIDIA on that side of the performance, and they really have already, in my opinion, surpassed, not even just my opinion, on raw stats, surpassed Intel when it comes to the CPUs. Big shout out to AMD. Love to have them on board. Dude, I am like, I don't know why, I am like barely conscious at the moment. Oh. Alright. So, being Voldy. It's going to be King of the Hill. And we are getting Malians versus Rus. Okay, like, this is where, like, theoretically, this is the one, right? Like, if there's any one of these three matchups that Voldemort takes a win in, you'd expect this to be the map. King of the Hill, Rus, is like the most broken pile of crap imaginable, if you ask most players. The only other one that comes close is, like, China. PP runs on Ryzen? That just sounds like a nickname for you. That just sounds like a subtle way for you to reference the fact you took HIMS. Yeah, by the way, guys, if you are wondering who the hell HIMS are, reminder that they've been working with us for several weeks now. They are a medical provider located in the US of A. They can help you with your hair issues instead of your air issues. But you know what? Maybe it'll be hard to breathe when they see how big you are, because if you're having problems maybe with the shtick getting geared into shape, I tried to do car references there. You can tell I'm not a car guy. Then HIMS could solve that for you. Go across to their website. They have got an easy peasy survey to fill out here to get you sorted with your needs. Very cost efficient in terms of what you get with the pills. And also all happens remotely via survey online. You'll be on your way to better sex, apparently. And I know that's hard to believe because most of you just can't seem to put down the mouse and keyboard to go and have some sex. But if you want to, then HIMS could fix the things that have been keeping you away all this time. Besides, spearmint flavored. Like, come on. Mini fresh, man. That's like a double win. They get you up, and they make sure that she goes, oh, wow, yeah, your breath doesn't stink. This is great. Win-win. Or should I say wiener? All right. Anyway, give me a sec. Can I run ads? They just ran already, didn't they? Dude, Twitch does this on purpose, I swear. And they run the minimum. I'm just quickly going to go splash my face. Like, my eyes are super dry. So just bear with me 1 sec. And in the meantime, let me know. Do you want to level up your sex by getting hard and staying hard? Or delaying... No, don't tell me that. Go do it. You don't need to tell me that. You don't really want to tell me that. But you can tell them, and they can provide a solution. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about it, guys. Dude, I feel like I'm kind of fading in and out of consciousness. I felt rough all day with like headaches. I think I'm just getting migraines again. Dude, screw the summer weather. It doesn't sit well with me. I'm a winter person for sure. So wait, sex is where you donate 50 food and a new villager gets produced after 22nd pregnancy. I'm glad someone else is questioning this. I mean, I still think the easiest way I can break people's immersion with Age of Empires 4 is just by highlighting, wait, how do all these elephants get in these towers? Like, wait a second. That's how you know they're all actually secretly Ace Ventura piloted fake animals, you know? Like, instead of the elephant getting inside the tower, it's just Ace Ventura, like, pushing out of the back and then running the tower. I bet there's some people in chat that totally forgot that from their childhood, and I don't know if they're happy that I reminded them of it. Okay, so we can kick off predictions now. I'll get them started up. We've got 2 minutes to go. Whew. I just hope that, I mean, can I take some more painkillers? I think I can soon. I don't remember when I did last. I think I am okay too. Wait, French ladies aren't the only ones that have shorter pregnancies. If you're a Chinese woman born under the Song Dynasty, you also have quicker pregnancies. Oh god. Oh god. I'm laughing too much. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. This cannot keep happening. Welcome back to the channel, one and all, for our HIMS Cup Showmatch Showdown. B, looking like he's going to speed run my show matches. I've got to start paying him by the hour. It's the only way to balance this out. Voldemort needs to strike back, and he needs to do it fast, and this could be the way. Roos is the broken sieve on this map. We're on King of the Hill. Yeah, this is the El Clasico. The gold value in the corners. The organic timing into Pro Scouts. There's just so many things that can make sense for the Roos here. Let's see if Voldemar's able to pull it off. Marlene is definitely not a sieve to turn your nose up at, folks. We saw Marlene's quite a lot back in the Pro Scouts meta when King of the Hill was being used in tournaments, you remember. And it's because of the Pro Scouts meta itself. Marlene's plays very well as a counter blocker to that. The interesting thing, though, that puts Roos ahead out of the gate is going to be the dynamics of map here. Like, the split is usually just 50-50 because of the divide, but the cool thing is Roos organically get a second scout. They can usually take an extra 10-20% cheap, depending on the rotation. And yeah, look at that. I love that from Voldemar. Have you seen the rotation, guys? Look. So he cuts him off intentionally. No, Voldemar, no. Okay, yo, please run back in. He didn't see it, did he? These two have been eating the HIMS pills. They are attached to a very interesting place. So instead, B is going to be able to get those extras on the way back. 11 sheep to 13. More will come for Voldemar because if you look at his rotation, he intentionally took the inner route on the cliffs and then cut past to then cut off B's scout. Knowing there was this whole southern side he hadn't touched yet, but that's why you have the second scout. Now with 3 scouts, this is where we're going to see him moving across to try and start shoving in the deer. Which is quite nice and easy to do because of A, how close it starts your base, and B, because the terrain kind of functions as a guide. Right? Deer can't run through mountains, believe it or not. Talk about lame at their job. You want to escape? Just learn to jump. That's why we need the goats. What are they called? It begins with A, I think. There's a type of goat that climbs almost fully vertical inclinations. You guys remember the ones I'm talking about? I can't remember their name. Alpaca? No, it's not alpacas. It's the ones that, like, they climb up the side of mountains to lick the rocks because they have salt on them. I think it begins with an A. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misrecalling. I'm barely conscious today. Oh, it's going to bug me. Goat that climbs mountains to lick salt. Ibex. Yeah, oh, sorry, I'm an idiot. It wasn't A. Ibex. I think it's because I was thinking Apex for some reason. Alpine Ibex. That would be why. Yeah, there you go. They look so cute as well. But also idiotic. Golden Gate down the way. Ah, Voldemar. Is he going to try to shove these across because his deer got lamed? Yeah, that's kind of cool. Just trying to push them further away so B can't get any sort of efficient timing. And he's going to peel 2 of the scouts to chase. Yo, if he can get that kill, it's huge. Why is he sending this scout over here, though, is what I'm curious about. Do you get a discount as a Bassett? Yes, but you must always pay. I mean, that's kind of like, guys, we're taking the dark. So we're pointing out that, like, when villagers are born, like, technically that's a very quick pregnancy, right? Only 20 seconds. Unless you're a French woman, in which case you apparently birth quicker. Or if you, in particular, were a Chinese woman born in the Song Dynasty, in which case you birth quicker. The interesting one is the Bassids and it being less expensive to have a baby. I'm pretty sure all that is at that point is neglect of your partner and not giving them ample portions. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what just happened there. Or even worse, you just aren't feeding your child. I need whatever's the reverse of a Bassett, because my child gets fed way too much. Every 5 minutes she says I'm hungry, and it's not because we don't feed her, it's just because she doesn't stop eating. Anyway, hunting cabins, they were worth 27 and 22 a pop. A really nice beginning there for Voldy. Pro Scouts is now coming in, and he's been trying to keep B on B's own side of the map, interestingly enough. Yeah. So I guess the idea here was, like, delay your opponent's timing by keeping him away from your safety and then bringing extra scouts to drag them home. Order the Dragon? Oh, yeah. Order the Dragon is just, like, the relationship is the guy's a feeder, you know? And also, the kids have gigantism. It's why they take longer to be born than normal people. B. Yeah, Vodmar. I was about to say, like, B is just going to run you through now with the Warrior Scout upgrade. So he gets forced into Spears. This is where things get, like, a little bit interesting. You could mirror Donzo's, kind of expensive, but would set you up to be protected against Knights. Or you go Archers, which is what Marlian's usually less inclined to do here. All I know is Vodmar needs to start picking these up ASAP. Quite often this map ends up being a 50-50 split. But if it's just a slight edge one way or the other, it's insanely impressive because of how little food there is safely. Not many civs can transition farms on this map. Oh yeah, and we don't talk about Palace Swabia. Palace Swabia is just like a love factory. That's just like a full birthing ward. Like, Palace of Swabia is, you know when you see those movies where they've got, like, the breeding machines type things? Like, if you guys, have you watched Battlestar Galactica? What they were trying to do there? It's that. It's a horror show, man. And that is why we can't trust HRE pickers. They're the truest of boogeymen. Okay, so B is actually going back for the racks. So Archer plus Donzo's. Interesting. I guess he just wants to blob up, which is fine. But being Archers here means you haven't got, like, that Javelin timing into Farimba, right? Which makes sense. I think on, like, this type of map, you're more inclined to play towards Fulani for the permanence of food. B, come on. Leave him some... Are you kidding me? He's going to take all? They're both having similar ideas, actually. Voldemar is taking Central Deers, while B is taking Southern. I guess that's better for Voldemar because his return timing is going to be a little bit quicker. Just a little bit weird the way it plays out, though. I wonder, Voldemar knowing what it's up against. Yeah, he is just going to pull the trigger on it. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, Horse Archer is going to feel great here because your opponent didn't even bother to build jabs. No. Is there a order in which Voldemar does, like, a men-at-arms timing? Probably not. I think Marlians is one of the few civs you couldn't do it to on this map. Courtesy of the fact they have got access to Musafadi in Age 2. And besides, there's no real reason not to build Horse Archers currently. And you could even sprinkle in some Knights because you're definitely going to have enough gold. Get your numbers in, folks. Make it big. Make it so big it feels like you just swallowed a green mint-flavored pill that made you go all the way to the top. Exclamation mark. And wait, did B intercept? He did. Oh, he had to drop. Wow. So Beast can end up with, what, 2/3 of the deer on this map? That's a big edge. Now, obviously, Voldemar's going to get a little trickle of deer with his tech up. The high trade house does spawn a deer every minute. He's still got some food to work with. Plus, Horse Archers isn't crazy on the food demand. It's more leaning towards the wood. He is prepping the tech. But wait a second. He hasn't built any ranches. Is he doing Farimba? Okay, yeah, he is. He's prepping Javs. That's interesting. So I guess the thought process here for B is like, okay, he rushed castle, which means he's going to be getting horse archers. I'm going to need javelins. Like, there's no way around that. And in some ways, you feel good about this because we mentioned before that, like, you know, going through Lani felt natural because Farimba would have looked weird without the Javs. Well, now it makes sense. Men at arms as well. I like that detail. I did say it was a little bit weird because of the Musafadi potential, but like you're doing Horse Archer and Men at Arms. If you've done one, I think Marlins can counter you from an age behind, but if you do both, it gets really weird. Because it's going to stretch B a little bit thin instead of him just chasing critical mass. Is this the best looking game for Voldemar so far? Weirdly enough, no. I guess that's not... I feel bad saying it that way because it's not reassuring then, is it? Like, the best game so far for him, play flow-wise, was what? Probably game one? Game one had to be. Like, that one just looked on point for him, and still. Then game two had its moment, but very quickly was thrown away with the Palace Guard dive. I think G1's the one that is kind of haunting us still from the start of this series. Man, watching Pro Scouts move is so boring. They're so slow now. Oh my god, where's the turbo booster button? We need to make Chinese Pro Scouts even more broken. They discover gunpowder. Just have them load rockets on the side of their ponies, and they just crack them open when they want to boost. Men-at-Arms now showing up, but the Javelins are there to contest the Horse Archers. And those Men-at-Arms are outnumbered. Whoa. Okay, Voldemar wanting to move fast here. He's trying to play mid-map to contest relics. He knows that B's going to be looking to rush them quickly after a tech-up occurs. Now, tech-up doesn't feel far away here, folks. Javelin count continues to scale. And this is looking more and more like a Farimba with every passing minute. High trade house, by the way. 258 ducats. Woo, lordy. I could afford to buy all the Merc armies I need to reclaim the Byzantium Empire with that. That is 3 relics and a bit in terms of gold gen. 2 TC now. That's interesting. Usually there's like 2 approaches to this game. You just kind of basically fall back to your corner and play full macro, or you play for Sacred Site to win. Now, usually the civs that can go for Sacred Site win are those that have strong point defenses, like, for example, a castle-age landmark that is a castle, or they're just very good at accruing resources into castles such as Chinese. The other thing within that is, like, siege, right? You look at these 2 civs, you're not really thinking siege and castle-age for Malians or Rus. So it kind of makes sense that neither is focusing on that as the clear win condition currently. And there you go, confirmation it is going to be Farimba. This makes me like Voldemar's play even more, actually. Just walling up and hunkering down, because the whole logic here is like Javelins get the most value when you keep contesting them in the middle of the map. Because they can just kite you, kill you, run away when they're at a disadvantage, etc. Usually the only way reliably to beat the Javelin timing is you have to keep pushing into them so that they reach their base. Because when the Farimba garrison Javelins are defending at home, they may be able to run away, but your villagers can't. They're too slow. But Voldemar's taken that to the polar opposite, where it's like, okay, these Javelins are threatening, but only if they can actually reach me. Come on, lol, does scare away the scouts for the time being. Walls still looking to be completed, but this is problematic. He actually left that villager alone against warrior scouts. Yeah, so we'll bring him over. And yeah, ball aiming has been allowed for a while. So the thing about ball aiming is that we flagged it for a very long time. And I don't think the devs ever said it was an intended mechanic, but they didn't ever say it wasn't. They just kind of left us in limbo. So it's just kind of reached the acceptable point of like, yeah, we think it's intended. Which is a bit unfortunate. I don't know if I like that. I still wish they'd change it. So ball aiming, for those that are wondering, it's when a civ that can't gather from ball kills the ball, it disappears. So B is playing a civ that cannot gather from ball. So he just made it disappear. That means the Roos have lost options on the map. Wolves are still not up, by the way. We have still got 2 relics on offer here. Voldemar has won the relic game. There's no doubt about it. He's got 3 relics, which is already a win, but then the high trade house. Like, he's miles ahead on passive gold gen. It's crazy. Like, look at this. 18 workers on gold compared to 0. Look at the gold incomes. Like, pit mines can't really compete with that level. Not even the Mansa. Like, pit mines plus Mansa equals the high trade house. Woo. Talking about good deals. I'm just looking at that pop-up there. Why are you guys not clicking that link? Come on. You've got enough time. You know why you got enough time to go through on that AMD link and check out all the amazing PCs? Because these are fortified palisade balls. They take ages to die. You're fine. Wondering is Voldy going to be fine, though. He's starting to scale a worker lead. B knows, though, right? Yeah, he just got confirmation. So he knows there's 2 TC. And unfortunate timing as well. Voldemar, he was looking for the Siege Workshop. Yeah, I think this was about Springles to deal with the Musafadi, maybe? That's going to be difficult. Like, the one problem I'm seeing here for Voldemar is a lack of space. Like, he hunkered down in the corner, sure, but to the extreme. Looks like he's going to start diving through. I will click on sponsor link when sponsor starts paying. Now you're my shit. Okay. So should I just start charging you for the content? Is that the dynamic? Clash coming in. Javelin's doing a good job of pushing back those horse archers. The men-at-arms are holding on for the moment. The Musafadi count isn't really that strong in the base. There's only 2 left in the formation. Voldemar, though, is beginning to get outnumbered. The second wave is about to arrive, and this is looking bad. The thing is, even though the Musafadi were losing this fight, the Javelins were secretly winning it. They took out the horse archers. They're able to poison the men-at-arms to death. He won't be able to kill him straight away, but you can see how uncomfortable these fights are getting for Voldy. And arms count about to go down to single digits. And what is up, Xlav? I see you with the raid. Thank you very much, my friend. And yeah, like the thing that I think maybe disadvantaged B a little there towards the tail end was standing still. Javelins are best when they're moving. We'll move on out. Horsemen are now starting to be produced by Voldemar. Interesting. Normally, I'd say this is like a deal breaker, but guys, he's at 21 farms already. So not as bad of an idea as you'd think. The even more interesting thing here is that this is not a Farimba, so B doesn't have... Oh, sorry, Fulani rather. So B doesn't have that infinite food pump that you're used to seeing in some games. And this has proven a nice defense between the TC and the Wooden Fortress. Yeah, because remember, Musafadi aren't tanky. They've got 1 ranged armor. Not the best way of torching through here. He does still have that big threat point of the Javelins, though. And there's what? How about that for an answer? Triple mango already. Good lord. I mean, the tricky part is like B, I don't know how he's going to snipe them. He can kite them. This is the brilliant thing about Javelineers. They're so fast, they're hard to hit. But like the Musafadi aren't getting in easily, right? This is the noxious way to play Ruse. I've seen players like Wham play this very well. Full defensive Ruse, where you just kind of dive into them. The mangoes eventually come out, and they look phenomenal in choke points. It's so much easier to describe than execute, though. Especially since mangoes got heavily nerfed. He should go for Sacred Sight. I think he's now doing it. Yeah, he's picking up relics first, and then it should be a switch to Sacred Sight. It's definitely a lot easier than what he's trying to do here. This pays off anyway. Javelins, they break past. Musafadi are going to get sniped down by the TC. Villagers running for their life, and Men-at-Arms count is not crazy yet for Voldy. Only one mango as well. It's going to be enough to scare B away, but I think it's enough to win a fight yet. Yeah, it feels like B's running out of steam, doesn't it? I mean, he's on berries, and then it's just the ranches. Without Philani, they're not as powerful as you'd think. Philani adds in an extra... What was it? Talked about this. It's extra 400. It's a lot that you get out of Philani. It's like an extra, I think, 70% of what you normally get. Because these ranches right now are generating, what, 55? It feels like it should be a little bit higher than that. Like 55 equates, like what was the value there? Oh, there we go. I was about to say it hadn't ticked up. That didn't make sense to me. So yeah, like these guys are given roughly about 26 food each. So that ends up being like 500-ish, 520. Because remember, you got the extra food from the fertilization. So it's like decent, but nowhere near comparative to what Roos is doing here. And remember, Roos also have this bounty system upgrading their villager gathering rate on food. These farms are getting more and more effective. Open the door. We have got double wooden fortress here. Interesting from Voldemar. B tried some weird shenanigans earlier and did get denied. He is getting the walls up on the south side, though. Yeah, like the walling strategy didn't really work fully for Voldemar. He at least got it up here, which was important for the berry timing. Army's now marching. He's got triple mango, triple springald. B, he's riding blind here. Wait, did he get a glance? No, he only saw the Winter Fortress. So hesitated because of that. Actually benefits him that he did. Yeah, could have been a lot worse. If he kind of stepped up there, the mango smush, you're probably losing like, 10, 15 units. If the spread is good from Voldemar. Sacred Site's finally been locked in, guys. Yeah, so 9 minutes to go, but look at the lead now. The 20 eco lead for Voldy. And he's pretty set up in that corner, right? Like, he's got the farm count up to a respectable number. I think 28 currently. Remember, the high trade house 258, plus 240 gold from the monastery, and then all the small hunting campers between. He's not going to run out of gold like you normally would from camping in the corner here. In fact, he's generating close to 700 gold without a single worker on a vein. And good eyeballs, actually. Yeah, you're right. I think B saw the siege because of this. But I think once he saw the Winter Fortresses, he didn't want to dive either. Just because it was, like, double layered. Yeah, because funny thing about Wooden Fortresses, guys, they can kill units quicker than secondary TCs. Speaking of secondary TCs, it's exactly what we're now getting out of B. Yeah, so he's playing the full macro game now. Ooh. Is it a tricky timing to have to do so, though? In Voldemar's economy, I don't want to say it's fully fledged, it's fully matured. It's not far off, though. We are going to get him marching out the center, so Decap's coming through. I love this. He leads with a scout to surprise them, but great reaction by B. Vision from the Mustafadi, just good enough to see what's coming before it becomes a problem. That was actually really crafty by Voldemar. Like, the whole army was just in waiting behind that. Love some King of the Hill action. I think like King of the Hill is a map that gets boring when seen frequently, but is engaging when seen occasionally. I never peg it as a staple pick in tournament play, but occasionally it's a banger. I think the biggest problem is like when it becomes regular, you just see the same free civs, I feel like. Funnily enough, like these are two of them, Marley and Roos, always coming out. I think in most drafts, like when we had King of the Hill regularly before in KPMM, what we discovered is people would like either contest it fully or treat it as a throwaway like map where you'd use a weird civ like the Phalic, which is like a second grade civ on this map. Mangoes. Looking for the spread. B just trying to wrap around here. Donzos are eking towards it. The Springald's actually targeting to the north side. Going to turn around for it now, so they should be able to protect against this. In fact, it lines up perfectly for exactly that. B getting overwhelmed, and Voldemar, he's cracking through. The kid has become the master. The king of the hill. The king of the Danes has arrived, folks. And B has no answer to it. It's just javelins left over against mass mangoes. He's now at 5 mangonels and scaling. It required the giga-busted pick on King of the Hill, but it's finally good enough. Whew. I'm happy for it. No one wants to see a 5-0. Even the player who's winning, I figure you want to have a bit of back and forth here. The dance of death, if you will. The dance, the Voldemar has come out shimmering, shining, and crazy the way he does this. 43 siege. This type of composition, if you saw this count, if you just walked into this game, you'd think that this was a Sacred Site win condition. It wasn't. He wasn't the one capturing that. He hunkered down in his base and played for this. 11 Springolds and soon to be 9 mangoes in Castle Age. When do you ever say that anymore? The signature keep drop that we love Voldemar so much for. He's done it, and he can feel it as well. He'll try to snipe out some of the siege, but it's never going to be enough here. There's almost more siege weapons than there are bio units in B's army. He may not want to call the GG. I don't really think he has any say in it anymore. Oh yeah, he got even found in the gold. Hasn't realized it yet. Otherwise, he would have tried to move away. Mango! Oh no! There's so many of them. No hope. He's quite fortunate, actually, the villagers didn't get smushed as well, because he had, what, 10 workers on that, I believe it was? Double siege workshop at the back. B's resilient to the idea that this game is over. I mean, resilience is cute, but resistance feels futile. And there it is. Roos, the one true king on this hill. Oh my god. He done it! We have a series! Oh. You know, when you organize these type of tournaments, you always like breathe a sigh of relief at those type of moments. There we go. Just type that out. So, next up, we head back to Stiff. And it's going to be English versus Mongols. That's actually well played by Voldemar. We were worried about the English pick being intended for Stiff, but because of the House of Lancaster pick, I don't know if you really want to play it there. English can solve House of Lancaster on certain maps like Receding, but I think on Stiff it can be very hard with the spawns. Yes, I realized what I just done there. And I think that's exactly why Voldemar didn't play them in game one. I don't want to call the Byzantines a throwaway pick. Like, if you want to do that, instead it would have been the Abbasids. He had some ideas in mind, but I think he wanted to avoid the English just being hampered by Lancaster's ability to camp. Mongols versus English should be pretty interesting here, though, because, like, as Mongols, do you now just go for the more expensive unit in Dark Age and build Horsemen, or do you really accept that you're going to be building Spearmen into Longbows? That doesn't feel great. It doesn't sound great. So this yesterday, English Mongols? Wait, which series was that? It wasn't on Stiff, though. That you're talking about KPMM. I think the boys are getting ready to hop into game now, by the way. We're just waiting a second. Got a smile on my face as well, because it means we've got at least 3 more games. Oh, by the way, I want to address that. Like, what was I said in the chat earlier? Where it was like the, I'll click the links when they start paying me. Huh? We already bought this whole event? What does that even mean? But yeah. The reason I highlight clicking those links, by the way, is it's literally a free way that you guys can support the channel. Because I know not everyone's got money to spend. So, like, usually we have a lot of these awareness campaign sponsorships where they just want people to be talking about the brand. It doesn't cost anyone a penny, but does support the channel. We have got a few sponsors coming if you want to spend money. I'm trying to organize for them because I think, like, you guys quite enjoyed when we had the protein shake sponsor before. Some of you seem to really take to that. And I like those as well. Like, I like to find brands that you guys would want to buy. That's why I love working with AMD so much. And, you know, if we're being totally real, a lot of you are getting on in age, so maybe HIMS is appropriate too. Team games? Ugh. In my Age of Empires 4? I wouldn't dare. You ask too much, sir. Maybe I'll be generous. Like, maybe we do a HIMS Cup with just team games. Dude, it's tricky. It'd be kind of cool, but, like, where's the funding going to come from? So, like, I've budgeted funding for 1v1s for HIMS Cup. If I do 2v2s, like, I don't think you get people that same price split 2 ways. So you'd have to increase it. You'd have to double it. And I ain't made of money. Because not enough of you click those links. Okay, what's going on with the boys? Are they having an issue launching? Let me double check. I'm guessing like someone just went for a bathroom break. So which means I think, yeah, we'll run ads now. I'm going to run like 2 minutes of ads. So you guys don't have to worry about it afterwards, okay? Means you already got that money from sponsors for clicking in a form of this event. Okay, that's one way of thinking about it, Jürgen. But the other is like, if you want to see more of these events, that's why you click the links. Make sense? So like, there's two kind of thought processes around partnerships, right? Some people will be of the mind of like, yeah, baby, got that bag already, right? Like let's say you're doing like a Raid Shadow Legend, like, I don't care, I just want that money. And the streams there like swag glass on going, yeah, baby, get that money, whoop, whoop, whoop. And then there's partnerships that are worth facilitating and enabling to get more deals in the future. Now, I tend to just aim for those type of partnerships wherever I can, because I want to be able to push things that I think either I believe in or are legit and useful to people who are watching. Those are the ones you want to keep coming back. That's why I always go hard with AMD, because I think I do actually believe in them, but I think they're amazing, and I think it's a worthwhile brand for people to explore. And they've now sponsored us 7 times? This is the 7th time? Yeah. But you get them to keep coming back because you guys are incredible with the way you interact with those brands. And it's something that I usually point out because I think like a lot of viewers don't realize like how that dynamic works. Like, to put it another way, it's like, it's not, when I say realize, it makes it sound like, oh, you don't know anything. It's not that. It's like, it's almost like subconsciously it's very obvious, but you don't think about it. You know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, of course that's how it works and how they decide to sponsor things. But like, you aren't thinking about it actively. That's why sometimes it pays to point it out. Okay, so we have got the 4 minutes. That took a little bit longer than expected. I don't know. I think someone needed a long toilet break. I mean, we haven't got anything for incontinence. I don't think HIMS provides that. But they could have you sorted if you have some uppity issues with either your hair or your groin. What do you think, guys? Is English going to play the Dark Age? If you play Dark Age, you have to play Men at Arms, remember. It's not an option, you have to, because you don't have Spearmen in the Dark Age. You unlock them in Feudal. So I feel like with that in mind, you probably just rush Age 2. God damn it, it's so hot. I know what I forgot to do. I forgot to get a jug of water and put it in my AC. It's blowing air, but like obviously it's not cooling the air. Or as I like to refer to it, spitting on the air. Ooh, that's interesting. We might actually have some KPMM series we can cast afterwards, by the way. I've heard that Mahodo Lemonos is happening today. That one could be intriguing. Mahodo's favored, but Lemmy can maybe get a game there. Or 2. We'll keep an eye on it just in case. I've heard there might be like some technical things on Monday, so maybe we have issues trying to stream then. We'll figure it out though. We'll see how it goes. Yo, am I the one bummed out we didn't get a proper patch? I really thought we were going to get like something proper. I don't know, man. It would have been nice to have gotten some tweaks, at least to like Lancaster, China, Shishi, Rus, Actually, like, man, I think things like the roost is like a little bit more deeply rooted in how you solve it. I wouldn't mind seeing them revamp some of the maps deer count, by the way. Like, imagine if Lipany, as an example, had... Actually, no, Lipany is a bad example because it's got so many berries, you just make it berry full. So maybe, for example, Gorge, instead of it having 28 deer, it has 20. I wonder if that would be interesting. I don't know, I like the idea, just kind of keeping it fresh. I mean, we went to the extreme the other way with, like, Carmel. You guys remember, like, Carmel has almost 70 deer on it? There's a map in the pool called Lake Placid. No. Or that just sounds like Boulder Bay. Abba could use the passive buff. I mean, in general, I don't like that we have such few food sources in the game still. I've been quite vocal in this that, like, I think there's so many cool food sources we could add that haven't been added. I hope that gets fixed. Like, I'm full fingers crossing that the big DLC this year is going to have, like, 2 or 3 new food types, which are added to the game for free. And some of them implemented on old maps. And then we get, like, 6 civs, 4 of which are brand spanking new. Dude, that would be... Can you imagine? Oh, that, to close out the year, would be incredible. Because I feel like, I don't know, has anyone else been feeling things calm down a little bit around AoE4? Like, player base-wise and content-wise? I think people are, like, just taking a little bit of a break because you've got, obviously the gap between major tournaments, and then you've got, like, Dune Awakening and Clair Obscure and all these other games that people could be playing right now. You know what? To play all those games and get the most out of them, need one of them! Click the link. Click the link. This is how we do it now. Nothing like a good old AMD. All right, in we go. And I keep pressing the wrong scene. Welcome back to the channel, folks. He's proven it. He's done it. Voldemort has shown that a god can bleed. B finally has to take the knee in this best of 9. Now, he still has the lead, but it is shrinking fast. It's shriveling up. It's not emboldened like this particular map. We are back on Stiff for game number 4, where Voldemort has been so crafty about this. He drafted English, and we questioned whether it was for Stiff, but it didn't come out in G1. If you guys remember, that was when he went up against Lancaster. He chose to go for Byzantines instead. I do believe that was intentional. He didn't want the English-Lancaster matchup. It's a matchup, a civil war where English can sometimes win, but on this particular map, I think it's too good defensively for Lancaster for you to breach. So instead, he saved English for a better matchup. Mongols should be intriguing, though. I'm curious if he predicted this, because Mongols on this map makes a lot of sense with all of these merchant camps. English, not so much, because, yeah, you have to do this. Men-at-Arms, and Men-at-Arms comes at a cost, folks. They are not cheap. 120 resources compared to the 80 your opponent's using. And remember, this is also a map that has the back Forgotten Ruins. One that Voldemort English has garrisoned, suggesting we are going to be looking at 2 TC down the line. But more importantly, it's for the Mongol player. B will be able to gather a lot more stone, ergo pump out a lot more troops in the Dark Age. He is slow on this timing, though. I think that's the concept for Voldemort, is he's trying to take advantage of the first 2 minutes when you know your opponent won't be producing, because Mongols always stop for the Ubu first. What's the chance that Voldemort can beat B in a best of 9? It's like not insanely high. In fact, have we got predictions up? I'll sort that now. So I wouldn't say it's like insanely high based on their past, but the way that Voldemort's been playing at the moment, and also I think people kind of catching on to B's shenanigans a bit, I could easily see Voldemort scoring a few games. Like, I wouldn't write him off entirely.
Yes, sir.
Wait, what's a marmot? Should I know what that is? Is it weird that a British person doesn't know what a marmot is? Gotta speak to me in simple furry animals. So Spears aren't going to go for the decap now, but the Men-at-Arms are already marching up map. I actually like Voldemort's opening here. I think this is playing out quite well for him so far. He's still got the stone gathering happening actively. So, like, this definitely feels like it's meant to be 2TC eventually. And is he going to try... Yo, is he going for the wolf den? That's kind of crazy, actually. Oh, we haven't seen anyone do this so far. Yeah, despite this being so popular of a strategy in the Light Horizon, this is the first time on Stiff we've seen someone build with a focus on killing the wolf den. That's kind of sick. Remember, this is going to give him 150 gold just for setting on fire. Scout is going to drag away the spawning wolves. Really important as well because you don't want to be losing health on these expensive boys. And remember, these are very bitey infantry. The pack wolves hit harder than standard wolves. And he will just get out of dodge. Okay, but doesn't hang around for the extra merchant camp, surprisingly enough. No, but he has got the age up on the way. Council Hall coming in. So, timing favors Voldemar. Eco favors him, right? Like, they actually split the merchant camps and they had the edge with getting the wolf then. And he is still gathering that stone. So, I guess the idea for Voldemar is, like, you know, scale 5, 10 Lombos maybe. And then go for a gradual play into 2TC. Still sounds kind of crazy. Marmot the animal from Big Lebowski. Okay, is it like bad? I've never fully watched Big Lebowski. I've seen clips. I mean, in my defense, Big Lebowski is quite an old movie, right? 1998. I was 5 when it came out. Oh, the marmot is like a giant squirrel thing. Got you. Oh, they look cute. Why would you eat that? I wouldn't eat a marmot. I would train them. I would train them to bring me foods of different types. They would become a pack of thieves. They would be like Asia's version of the trash panda. Okay, so B. Can I mirror the tech up timing here? Man, the stone though, up to 210. So I guess like with this type of timing, you're probably looking at what, 5 Lombos max, maybe 6? Anything more and you're going to skew your timing getting into a 2TC. I guess also, like with this build, do you just gather all the way? It's interesting because remember, if you gather for the full 6 minutes, you're going to generate 360 stone, and you only need 350. So the idea is like, if you just go all the way, you'll have a relic waiting for you when you go age 3. And it's not like you miss out on more, on anything, by keeping that worker in there, if the idea was 2 town centers. So I haven't had a pet ferret, but we had someone's runaway ferret arrive at ours in the past, and we looked after it until they came to collect it. Our house stank. It had to stay in the shed because it turns out ferrets, when they're in season, oh my god, the smell. Like, it's ridiculous. Anyone who owns a ferret knows exactly what I'm talking about. B. Ooh, we've got Keshiks. Makes sense. Your opponent went better arms into Lombos. Is the best unit for you to build. Voldemar is going to arrive to be a little bit annoying. But the gold's already gathered up. And I love that from B. That's so cool. He moves the TC forward ever so slightly so that it can protect him against the LBs. Beautifully done. Spearmen are going to be lost for him, though. And this is tricky now. Like, one Keshik isn't going to win a fight against this. That's impossible. He's looming on the flank. The B. I mean, he's almost ready if the idea was 2TC. I haven't seen him move out for an outpost rush, so it's definitely not about fortifications here. Lombos. Not quite able to get the Khan. So close as well. He needed one more shot. Would have been nice. I mean, just make sure your opponent can't see what's coming. Also, risk him running Keshiks into things he doesn't want to fight. What is B doing? Is this... What? Yo, no way. Is this a bait and switch? Oh my god. B, he went 2TC, but I think he went 2TC because he thinks Voldemar's gone 2TC. Voldemar has got 345 stone, that is correct. But he hasn't gone 2 town center at all. Also, he got scammed. What? Guys, you see that? He didn't get 360. You're meant to get 360 based on the math. He only got 345 from the Forgotten Ruins. 2TC. I guess you can move this out a bit like a big outpost. And that's interesting. Like, go in the corner. So that's going to secure the tree line. It also kind of prevents us to sneak through there without body blocks. It's like I can have the deer as well. This is such a weird way to watch Mongols play, man. Voldemar, he has got the undermesh on the way, so he understands he wants to dive. I guess siege engineering makes a lot of sense. Obviously, a little bit annoying, because if you move into Ram, the TC can move. But if it moves, you just kill it with Lombos. What a weird game now. I mean, surely Voldemar builds a marketplace and just sells the stone? I guess it's like weird. Do you really want that gold? I mean, you could have just not been gathering here, so it would have made sense. Maybe part of Voldemar wanted to keep the option open to go 2TC. And I'm starting to think he's just going to bite the bullet and do it. As weird as it seems. We'll at least get one of the Keshiks. I've actually been able to get two with the short bow villages. I don't know, it's kind of weird, right? Like, Voldemar, it looked like he was getting ready to dive with Undermesh. Is there any reason you'd really rush it here? You wouldn't... I don't think you'd expect your opponent to try and mirror archers into Lombos from behind. So normally I would have expected Steel Arrows so you can just raid more efficiently with the LBs. Because you'd be just melting these Keshiks. So the order was definitely a little bit confusing. Still, good micro. Is he going to get another one? Nice. Even the Keshik count check. And B is now switching into archers himself, but we don't have the blacksmith tech. There we go. They're on the way now, under mesh. There's a big window here, though, folks. Voldemar's going to have a +2 advantage for about 45 seconds. Because remember, he'll be taking less damage, dealing more damage. We do have the Khan Hunter coming in. Makes a lot of sense from B. Between the Yam and the Khan Hunter aura, it's going to allow you to somewhat gap close Lombos. Which you need, given the huge difference. This is a sausage map? Guys, it's a fidget spinner. Why are you being weird? We called it stiff because it's like a rusty fidget spinner that you can't spin. Voldemar. Could he be the big wiener here? We have got siege engineering. With his current lead, he could definitely afford like double ram without putting himself at a big disadvantage. There's definitely some urgency now, though. B is up to a 10-worker lead. Has he been double producing villages? I think he might have been. Yeah. We've seen that's quite a popular play on Forgotten Ruins. Because of the extra stone gen, you can justify it. In fact, we had one sick strategy by Louis MT, if you guys remember, on the excavation map that had 8 of those Forgotten Ruin locations. And whoops, tier stone. Can't deploy. Well, you might as well finish the Khan off now. There we go. He's gone. He's sticking to the dive here. We've only one ram. Furious LBs. Sure they're going to struggle to stand here long. Clears all the archers. You're probably going to want to keep some of the spearmen inside the ram to be safe here. In fact, you'd think that would be the priority target fire, but Free Swim is still in the formation, and B isn't killing them. There we go. I think he's going to start switching fire now. Keshiks are going for the dive in. TC down to half HP. I see the route that he's taking. B, instead of getting rid of the spears to the Keshiks in fight, he's getting rid of the Lombos so the villagers can do things. My TC is getting insanely low, but I mean, Voldemar, this dive. I think one more ram, it makes sense, but the one on its own just hasn't been able to do enough. Has to back away. Military lead has been culled, right? I think it was at 3x, almost 4x advantage. Now only a double up. And B's lead is growing. I feel like I've seen this a lot. Voldemar usually plays the opening English really well, and then you get to this point in the game where you want to end it, right? And I think there's a lot of players playing English at the moment that reach this point, and they just take Castle because it's safer. But the 2TC felt urgent to him, like he needed to react to it. Isn't Ram pushing with one Ram against Mongol pointless? It's fine. Like, the idea there is you want them to pack up and move away. And I think that's maybe part of why he didn't go double or triple Ram. But your overall goal is to kill the Ram. Kill the TC, rather. And I think he had a big enough eco lead at that point, because he built so much military already, to justify 2, maybe just about 3 Rams. 3 feels a bit ambitious. 2 felt like it was in the realm of possibilities. He just didn't see that much value in it. And I feel for him. I get where he's coming from. Like, building rams against Mongols feels like the memeiest thing ever. Like, wow, look, we built a ram and he's packed up. And he's just going to wheel away. Like, no other civ can do that to rams. Is B out of gold? He is. Yeah, great read. Okay, so B's going to be stuck to the edge still. And not being able to build Keshiks is going to suck. Like, your opponent is mass lomboed. Do you really want to be trying to scale archers into that? In theory, you could beat him, given enough time, because you're eco lead. But you have to remember, on Stiff, there's not a lot of wood. They come in tiny clusters, which can make Mongols a good pick, but can also make defensive play bad. Love the outpost from Voldy. Gives them that extra pump. The extra attack speed that matters here. Yeah, I've got Arrow Slit spams coming in. It's a double outpost upgrade. Kind of feels like the ram needs to crap or get off the pot. Can't decide what it wants to try and kill. I'm impressed, actually. Like, the way Voldemar's playing this, it doesn't feel obvious who's going to win still. I think it's slightly edging towards B now, but Voldemar has played the opening fantastically. It's just, I think the one slip-up was that ram. Like, that ram play was the part that was kind of puzzling. But the bait and switch on the stone gathering was crazy. And he's finally using it for fortifications. Like, reminder that Voldemar began this game by going into Forgotten Ruins, gathering all the way up to 345 stone, and then not committing to 2 TC. Which made B think that he needed to go 2 TC. We do finally have that double round we've been begging, waiting for. Yeah, like, well, on Stiff, there's not a lot of wood, because, like, you just, but, you know, can't stay up forever. Okay, anyway. If your Stiff doesn't have a lot of wood, maybe you need to check out the sponsor of these show matches. HIMS in chat if you guys want to get some medical assistance. They're a medical provider in the US that can maybe get you the pills you need to have a more vibrant, fluid midlife and beyond. Not only can they help you with the uppy pills, but they're spearmint flavored. So when you get to the McLovin, she'll even want to kiss you. Are we going to be kissing goodbye to B's TC, though? That's a lot of villagers being pulled into Lombos. He has got textiles, but there's enough Lombos to one-hit kill. Tricky, the Rams are going to pull away. He's having none of this. The Keshiks are mixed in there, so it's actually working out quite well for him. So gets rid of the double ram. It costs him, what, 4 or 5 workers? I guess that's worth it. Not by much, though. Rams are 200 wood, villagers are 50 a pop. Villagers should, in theory, be a lot more valuable than the rams. Look at the extent of the map that B is using here. All the way far north. And you know what they say, guys. If at first you don't ram again. You're on a map shaped like this, you better be ramming. That's all that Voldemar can think about right now. Voldemar's got that full pump grind techno going on in the background. Sorry, let me do it properly. You know, making that noise while spectating a ram kind of just gives you flashback to the people that think they've got like a cool Gary Boy car, where it's like a very old 80s hatchback. Looks like it's barely roadworthy, and they've just put the, you know, like the subwoofer systems in them that are worth more than the car. Like a little Dutch hoodlum gang. The Don Artie crew. Alright, they come. Triple ram. This is enough, guys. 3 rams is a quick and easy way to kill a TC. Now, B can pack it up. They'll have to be fast about it. If he waits too long, the Lombos could finish it off. Guess you count. Not crazy. And also, well, the body block of the rams means he can't get through. No. So he charges in onto them. The TC's already on fire. And the Lombos are clearing the Keshiks fast. Yeah, the Spearman lasting just long enough is all he needs. There's no real heavy cavalry left. The Lombos still are massed. So B, he packs it up. He moves away just in time. 450 HP on it. Gets away from the longbows. The Rams are going to give chase, though. The outpost to be cleared here. B keeps 2TC alive, but it comes at a heavy price, and the price is only going to get worse. Rams should now be capable of clearing these outposts. One risk for Voldemar. B is about to reach equal count on archers. But the attack speed buffer is important here. The issue is that Voldemar can't go much further without sacrificing it. He's going to try, though. He pursues in. Interesting dive. Maybe a little bit too ambitious now. Voldemar's Rams are looking for another outpost kill. The villager is able to clear it. A lot of archers being sacrificed. The Lombos. Stagger on the tree. Keshik's barely actually existing at this stage. But Voldemar about to lose the archer lead. B, remember, he's got the gathering on the north side. He can afford to keep pushing now. Yeah, Voldemar, man, he's just all in on Lombos, nothing else. Stagger retreat here. He's also, I think, missing additionals. 19 Lombos. No, okay, it's just he's been depleted that much. He's not letting up either. Continues to dive. Even with the attack speed, this is just not working for Voldemar right now. He pulls the short bows. Okay, that should be enough to stabilize him here. The problem, though, is like B, I don't think he hates this trade. Because remember, like, he's just got more raw economy. The biggest weak point for him is that the longbow mass was so far ahead, but all of a sudden, things are changing. And Voldemar, he seems to be a 5-pump and done guy. We saw it in game number 1 where he played very well, but just didn't have the stamina. But Old Man B proves that sometimes it's just about outlasting your opponent. Now with a 15 worker lead and a military lead as well. And Voldemar really doesn't have much in the way of long-term food to show for this, right? Second farm cluster now coming in. Meanwhile, B, I think, hasn't gone for any pastures yet. That's likely to change soon, though. Actually, maybe not. He's still got 7 deer here. Yeah, he's cozy. Okay, so how does Voldemar now win this? You might actually need spears. The Keshik count is getting quite awkward. Early on, it was just a trickle. Like 5 or 6, you can kill half of them before they even reach you. Now we're up to 10. Problem is, you can't really justify spears into this many archers. Is there a world in which Voldemar plays delayed 2TC? Unlikely. I think his best hope is just to keep spamming farms now. Oh yeah, you guys like the innuendos? Well, how about this? Your goal when you play this map should be to go fast, hard, and go for number 1. Now, you thought I was talking about HIMS, but I was also simultaneously talking about AMD. Whoop, whoop. Check out that link as well. A 2-in-1. Who would have thought I'd bring Uppy Pills and AMD together, but we done it. The Lombos are going to get the initial exchange. Gap close now comes in. B. Is he really sticking to this? And the men-at-arms make it awkward. Yeah, because now you're going to have to overkill. Keshik's finally arrived. That was the big delay. And oh my god, the short bows! All hands on deck. To try and grab a hold of this deck. B. Stiff is just becoming his default state of being, it feels like. Twice now. From behind. Voldemar, he's even going textiles, realizing the villagers are going to be needed again here. Also remember, like, longbows are not cheap on wood, and he's running out of the good stuff. Outpost also goes down. Worker we found there. I mean, you say Voldemar is just desperately holding on. But B is getting ready to just convince him however it is. Look at this. Castle's just around the corner. He's got 700 stone in reserve, by the way. That's crazy. What's he looking for? I guess you could do a men-at-arms spam, right? Like, you just search men-at-arms on double production. It's kind of crazy. Maybe add in like a second racks to make it really good, really fast. In the meantime, step breed out to make this game really safe. I think he could have got away with Kurotai, but the issue is he's running out of gold. Like, if you think, like, long term you're envisioning it, it doesn't last as long as you think. And what is that? Is that the legend Tim I see coming in with a 5 gifted US subs? Oh my god, I am a millionaire. What's up, my friend? I hope you're doing well. Tim, doctor in waiting as he is, he's like, yo, medicine on an AoE 4 stream? Got to get in on that. XOXO, bud. I feel like this map is right up Tim's alley. And what a time to erect this white tower coming up big in the center of Steph. Okay, so that's going to secure 2 4K veins. Feels weird though, right? Like, you're so far behind on raw villages. 30 at this stage, and it's only going to get worse. Well, only after a few drinks, guys. Chill. Why is the left not yellow? Consult a doctor. Reminder that HIMS are not doctors. They are medical providers. They can help you achieve peak uppity. But if your testicles are yellow, that's probably something else. You should go see a doctor about it. I don't know. Like, if your testicles are yellow, everyone queue up for Tim in chat. And, you know, you can cough while he holds your ball. I like how no one questioned why the other one's green, by the way. That would be 300. Whoa, $300? $300? Wow, that's actually cheap by American medical standards. That's not fair, actually. Like, the medical pricing of anything in America is all over the place. I'm pretty sure whenever they decide to, like, charge someone a service in a hospital, they just get out, like, a spinny wheel to figure out what they're going to charge you. Like the Wheel of Fortune. Unless, like, it's just a Wheel of Misfortune. Or a Wheel of We Take Your Fortune. Ugh. Feels like Voldemar's about to have everything taken from him. Was the idea to go fast imp behind us? Maybe? I mean, dog, you just got, like, nothing, right? 31 longbows upgraded. Your opponent has 25 Keshiks. That's almost a horse for every man. And not that many people are that hungry. Someone in chat just took way too long to get that. It's okay. You're not alone. There's also a second person that didn't get it. What if B just rushes imp as well? What if B just rushes imp while killing you as well? I mean, you could just do it all, right? We've got quadruple traction trebuchet. Okay, this is kind of worrisome, because if Voldemar's idea was tech into tech, your opponent's already prepping to deal with one of these castles. He could actually start sniping you as you're building the second one. I don't even know how this game ended up being 30 minutes. What? It's going to be Wingard. L-Guard. Lose guard. Dead guard. I mean, it's definitely not a Wingard in this game. Weak guard. Yeah, the problem with this guy is, like, I get the concept by Voldemar. I actually kind of prefer this to Berkshire just because, like, what are you doing? Building more castles so he can kill you slower? But I don't think he's going to have the time to use Wingard is the issue. You don't really benefit from building Wingard Raiders. Your opponent already has 36 Keshiks. The ranges take way too long. Footmen are good, but footmen are also really slow to produce. Yeah, this game looks kind of over. Voldemar, the floodgates are about to open. The Mongol horde's going to be let in. Did no one teach you your Mongol history, man? You build big walls against them. Not tiny walls. Not castles. B, while still being castles, ready to party. Guy's going to be coming in. White Tower, soon to fall. The repair crew won't be able to stick to this either. It's a full garrison to try and get the firepower out. But that means it's going to crumble. Already down. And when the mango's in play, this many Keshiks, there's just no doubt about it. There's nothing left. for Voldemort to do. He just doesn't have enough wood. Luckily, we've got pills for him. Maybe that should be our backup prize, because at this rate, he's not going to be claiming first. BO9, and now 3 points for B. Always love English getting crushed. Do you want me to make your day even better, Tim? Roos already won. It's the only game that Voldemort has won so far. Look at that. The dream. Tim's doing cartwheels right now. He's already reinstalling Age of Empires 4. He's back. We've done it, ladies and gentlemen. Single-handedly. We got him back. Yeah, I hope you're well, bud. Do miss you. It's a ghost town around here. We need more people on the mic asking the questions that matter. Like, you get it. If I had you casting this map with me right now, I'd hear the sound of a tape measure in real life as you were just checking what the size was. And you'd be like, this map is above average. That's all that really matters. Everyone else want to talk about the berry distribution or the deer location. Lame. Oh, I didn't see that earlier from Kick. Sorry. I think Team Games HIMS Cups would fix my fictional ED. Yeah, but it costs more money, man. We went over this. Should have had Krakeny already said something similar. He said you should have had a little pond on the north. I was like, we kind of made it obvious. We don't need to go further. Also, like, I didn't want to torture Caillou because Caillou has been working tirelessly to make these maps. By the way, we're done with Stiff for the time being. It's time to return to impotence. That's right. Impotence, something that some people just struggle with their whole life. They can't get away from it. But you don't have to be that type of person. HIMS could have you covered. They could help you get up this map. Get up and have a good life. Make sure you check out the sponsor of these. !HIMS, guys. They've been with us for several weeks now. Now, I don't need them. I mean, like, first... look, guys. For a start, look at this hairline. Don't need them. Some of you might, though. And then for the other thing, pointless. I've got 2 kids. Haven't got time. But you might. Reclaim that time. Grab a hold of that time. And then make a stroking motion on it. And then enjoy that time more and more and more and more with HIMS. All right, we'll go, dude. Like, I've got to stop. I'm getting unhinged. We've got Delhi versus IU for the next game. I mean, I'm clipping and shipping that to them as a CT. They're gonna see that one and be like, "What the?" We need some review. You're gonna be my review. Go take it. Go take some uppy pills. People who say I don't need them might need them. Yeah, like they're just saying they don't need them because they ain't got the sex life, right? They just accepted it and they don't need to. Yeah, Tim, have you seen the other maps we created for this, by the way? It's like, we've been pretty busy. It's like, I mean, we've got 2 minutes until we're in game, so we can quickly, like, show you. We can show everyone the hard work that Caillou has been nailing, baby. We send him pictures. He sends us Stiff. Wait, hold on a sec. That's not... Well, technically, that's correct. But yeah, look at this, baby. We've got... who cares about this EGC crap? Lame. We got Impotence. We've got Stiff. We've got Alopecia. We've got Receding. If we got all those things, we definitely need HIMS. Ew. All right, back in the game. I could be doing my wife right now, yet here you are casting the Boner Cup. You think my wife is going to do me? You think I have a wife? I'm not married. I think I'm going to give you half up of what I own. I don't own anything. But no, like, what are you on about? We have 2 kids. I thought I already emphasized this. Even if I tried to make those slick KP moves, you know, either I'd hear Daddy from Freya, or it would just be Ezra randomly screaming. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Oh dear, oh dear. No, we're not married. Me and Emma have been together many years. But like, I ain't got money for marriage. You know how expensive those things are? Brother. Y'all seem to think I make more money than I do. Marriage? That ain't cheap. Not all of us are doctors. We can't afford marriages. Can I have any more than 2? I can't. I literally cannot. Not even paper married? Nah. Like, dude, my balls are sore right now. We have a video up on YouTube explaining why. We decided on... Wait, you're gonna, like, have 2 kids and presumably a mistake somewhere? What do you mean, like me? Oh, yeah, we should have, like, exclamation mark balls in the video, shouldn't we? That's... Oh, Mod, can you add that as an exclamation mark add com? We should have exclamation mark balls linked to the, I got lasered in the balls video. Oh. I'm a thirsty boy. Unlike my wife. Whoa! I don't have a wife, but anyway. Let's go. You may have started to notice a theme with our maps. Welcome back to the channel, one and all. For game number 5, we are on Impotence. But we don't have to stay there. There's a pill that could get us off it. We're going to have to see who's going to boot who off of this one. B with the Delhi going up against Voldemar on Iabids for game number 5. Reminder, this map has a very interesting tug-of-war nature about it. I don't know if I should really be using tug with what I see on that mini-map, but the way you move across this map, up, round, and down. Cool thing is later in the game, paths open up. You can chop through this tree line, and we're probably going to make very uncomfortable noises if someone does. And there is also a pass here that can be mined through on the stone outcroppings to break through to the opponent's side as well. So, we haven't, sadly enough, seen games go deep enough to fully leverage the tree line and the stone. I'm hoping we do. We saw an experiment between Anatan and Wham where one of them tried to use it, but it was it felt like a gamble, a last-second gamble in a game that had already gone wrong. Yeah, so it wasn't like a clear strategy in mind as much as a Hail Mary. But this is very popular right now. Opening up with the racks to go merchant camps. What is not popular is doing this on Delhi. That is wild. I don't remember the last time I saw Delhi do a racks play. In Dark Age. Like, Feudal, sure. But Dark against Ibids as well. I kind of dig the idea from B. The thought process has to be that Ibids won't do it. So you can be a little bit efficient on the capture. Wait, you think that's a chode? Like, really? To me, that is a very big rocket. Okay, can I stop stroking my camera up and down this thing now? Let's move across. We've got Logistics Wing coming in. Interesting. So Voldemar, he wants to be present. He understands the urgency of it. And that's what happens when you go for the Dervish Boys. You get the healing. This isn't the American healthcare system. This is the English, funnily enough. It's all free. Why does why is it the people in the chat today have such a dirty mind? Bella, mind out of the gutter. It is just an innocent rocket. And, like, these little blobs being shot out of it are, like, the shots to stop the Space Invader aliens from winning. Fun thing about Space Invaders, guys. Do you realize that the whole concept of Space Invaders was a bug? Not like the bug aliens, but the game, its whole design was bugged. So, you know how when you play Space Invaders, as you kill more and more of them, they get faster and faster. That actually was never an intended mechanic. It was a technical limitation. So the RAM on the systems at the time couldn't keep up with that many rendered entities on the screen at once. So what was happening is your frame rate was really low. So you see where this is going? So as you killed them and removed them from the screen, it freed up more resources. So there was less things to render. So your frame rate went up. Now, the funny part is if it wasn't for that detail, Space Invaders never would have been as interesting or as fun as it was. So yeah, a complete accident how the game became so engaging. It's actually quite funny how often some of the greatest mechanics and greatest moments in games were accidents. Ask me next time about Street Fighter and combos. So Demofaith coming in now, but this is a lot slower for B as expected. I guess it feels like it paid off though. He did tap the Forgotten Ruins, kind of redundant. You're not really interested in Stone here. And okay, he is going to go for it. Really? That's interesting timing though. So because he went Forgotten Ruins instead of just going straight onto the Wolf Den. I think if he went straight onto the Wolf Den, he could have made this tech timing even quicker. Yeah, you could have just been harder on food, not on the gold. Now we don't have any tech limitations. Most games are crap. You know that's the reason why Nintendo devices are weaker than others, right? So Nintendo... Oh, God, we were in the full learning today, aren't we? Nintendo actually had a philosophy that stretches back before they even made consoles. Their whole ideology was to create interesting things on a budget. So they would intentionally hinder their budgets on projects to see what they could get out of what they had. And that's why, for example, the Nintendo Switch, its specs were lower. In a lot of cases, like their best performers have always been weaker technologically because they were trying to get more out of the developers. It does, funnily enough, sound like a cop-out, but it actually tracks because when you look at devices that were theoretically stronger, like the GameCube, I believe, was more powerful than the PS2. The GameCube flopped by comparison to its predecessor and successor. Nintendo devices are weaker than others because they don't sell at a massive loss. That too. But like, there is an interesting element about like your devs work harder to get more out of less, right? Because if you give someone a huge budget in terms of like, you know, oh, well, this thing's powered by the latest Ryzen CPU, like, whoa, I can do whatever I want. You do kind of get lazy in some ways. And we're getting mass Desert Raiders, huh? Okay, I'm liking Voldemar's position a lot better than B's right now. Yeah, I'm glad he's fixing this a lot. We have got the Ghazi Raiders follow-up. Because the problem now is, like, your Spinman can get kited and killed. Desert Raiders is really solid here with the Dervish heal. And this is a long map to try and move out to capture on. I'd actually love to see Voldemar do something completely unexpected and go Spearman. Probably not going to be seeing it. Love that. He used the Dervishes to shove the deer in. There's no reason for them to be out on the map right now, so he just gets the extra food safe at home. And it's great timing because B's going to be following up with Ghazi now. Voldemar's YouTube build? Did he do a build for this? I mean, dude, like everyone's just copying, like, what? Louis MTCSO's team build. Yeah, the mass Desert Raider build originates from team games. The Dervish detail, I think, also may have came there. I'm trying to think who the first player was. So we clocked this Dervish change when it very first got introduced. And I think I said at the time when we were doing a patch note read, this seems kind of broken. It's going to be secretly very strong. And it went unused until I believe it was King of the Rockies. It went months without anyone doing it. And then I believe it was the King of the Rockies, the Canadian brothers just unleashed this and destroyed people. They had a lot of interesting builds, right? They had the water map ones with the industry wing. But the Desert Raiders are just obnoxious. Like, this becomes trivial, right? You're just going to get paid a lot of gold. This is smart from Voldemar. Like, if you wanted to turn this into, like, a weak kind of castle timing, the idea of Wolf Dens is pretty genius. Unfortunately for him, 2 of them have already been taken. Still, it's going to be a nice little trickle of gold. And he has added in Horsemen, which I like. The idea of Horsemen here is you just want to, when you get into this clash with Ghazi, pull the Desert Raiders back slightly, and then the Horsemen go in. And that puts all aggro on them, and then you re-engage. Because Desert Raiders can lose to Ghazi directly, but if they're assisting the fights, it's just a huge amount of DPS into a counter unit. Field arrow also on the way. Archer transition from B. Oh, no. That's why Voldemar's doing this. Like, the spears would have been cool for shutting down the Ghazi, but, like, he was thinking 2 steps ahead. So Horseman solves everything. It's the creme de la creme moment. And it's like a decent comp to scale to the next stage as well. Guess the Dervish would make the Raiders win against Ghazi anyways. Yeah, but like the other thing here is by going for the horseman, you prep against the archers, which counter the dervish. Remember, the only real play to reliably win against dervish is archers. Because you can snipe them. The only way to really win when it comes to performance in games is to click that link and get your hands on an AMD setup. I've done it again. Damn, look at it. It's so big. It's begging you to click it. Just like this army. He's got a decent size to him here, actually. Archer count isn't quite high enough to annihilate the dervishes yet. Desert Raid is yes. The reason that critical mass is important here, even if you're not sniping the dervish, which he's going to get one of, by the way, the idea is that you can actually just snipe these guys before they get healed. And this timing, man, this actually might just bring Voldemort to heal. Scholar's showing up as well. The debuff just feels irrelevant, because remember, there's bonus damage against you as you are a ranged unit. Yeah, so like you minus, what, 2 damage, but take an extra 12? Feels horrible. Archers are going to commit in deeper. He goes for the dervish kill. Voldemort, a bit of a panic sets in there. He doesn't pull away. Loses the healing factor. And the dervish is quick to fall now. Oh, this looks over. There's no counterplay now. Voldemort isn't ready for a tech up. He's switching archers way too late. And B is able to just push him all the way back. Do you know what makes that so much crazier? He'd done that without even having Steeled Arrow. Just a handful of spears to shut down the Trickler Horseman. And I'm getting a bad feeling of a 5-1 scoreline at this rate. This is a brutal state of affairs. I think, like, in some ways, maybe B is one of Voldemort's worst opponents. Because of playstyle, right? B is very organic. He's very fluid. He reacts very well to weird plays. Whereas I'd say Voldemort is... I classify him as more of an orderly player. I like that Voldemort's been practicing getting out of line in the early game. But when it comes down to it, Voldemort is a methodical planner. He likes to go into a game with an idea and then try to lean into it. Where you usually see Voldemort look uncomfortable is in games where he gets pulled off of that plan. And B is the worst type of player to encounter for that person. Like, imagine you are this elegant DM. You thought you planned for every convention. Then you get the chaotic player in your D&D campaign who just throws out curveballs you never even thought of. That's B. Now, we do have one last attempt at a research, but the Ghazi backstab's coming in. You need a lot of kills to justify what you're doing here. Because remember, Voldemort, he reinvested. He re-upped. Instead of attacking, Shiv's now out. The Horsemen irrelevant in their damage, especially with the textiles there. Voldemort just can't seem to catch a break. One worker kill is going to feel pretty moot here, especially now that B is locking in double Sacred Sight and taking all the merchant camps. Yeah, let's just put it this way. When you're playing Ibards and have to build spears, the game is not going well. That's why the Dervish is quite broken in field. The ceiling's so high for that play, but there's risk of dropping the bag. Exactly. We've seen this with Ottoman. The best players in the game are a scourge of Ottomans. They make them look like a solid A tier Civ. If you're not in that top tier, Ottomans for a lot of players is going to be looking like a B or a C tier Civ. Because of that whole Imam healing time. The idea is, like, you are putting yourself in tempo control point. You have to do damage though, because if your opponent scales just enough archers like B did here, that healing play is a one-offer. You don't have a reload for it. Voldemort has to be close to the verge here of just breaking. He doesn't have safe food anymore. He's already gathering berries on the ford. And this is the worst feeling, man. Like, if you just have archers here versus horsemen, great. The scholars are getting in the way on purpose. Because they don't take any damage. It's a 130 HP unit and you only do 10 damage. That's a horrible trade. He's intentionally hiding them in the scholars. Now, don't ask me how an archer gets all the way in this scholar. It's a big skirt. And this feels like a big pain in the arse now for Voldemort. Only a handful of troopers left alive. Be in full control. I mean, he could just play for castle if he wants to. The options really are on the table for him here. Well, next up, we've got... We have a non-Phalic map. So next up, we either have Highwoods or Relic River. It's not a redraft yet. Could Voldemort upset here still? I mean, he's still got Abba. He's still got Jean. Maybe Abba on Highwoods? I think there could be a way on that map. You have like a lot of potential defensive options, but also a lot of ambush as well. Well, looks like we got to dive onto the workers. That's going to be the immediate GG. No coming back from that. B. Looking unslayable when it comes to impotence. Nah, he has no problems putting in the performance. Okay, I keep coming back to this scene. Is it the end of the road for Voldy? It is not looking good right now. He chooses Relic River. It's going to be Jean versus French. This is a bit of a tough one. So the problem with like Jean versus French is it's very volatile. And it feels very easy sometimes to just slip up as Jean. If you posture out a bit too aggressively, she just gets popped. And then it just feels like a GG. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a tricky one. If Voldemort can actually like play quite well in the first few minutes, I don't think he has been playing the openings very well. There is a world in which Jean can be favored against French. It's just tricky to achieve that. I wonder if we see like a no pro scouts type opener to get initial aggro. That's become more popular with Jean in particular. It's like you just don't rush pro scouts. You build the extra knights to win the first fight, and then you go pro scouts. Similar to what we've been seeing out of Chinese, if you guys remember, where they have started opening with archers and then going pro scouts on delay. Essentially, you're just trying to give your opponent the opportunity to ruin their own game plan. Oh my god, dude. What is it with Twitter at the moment, by the way? I am getting so many spam groups, it's ridiculous. It's so much worse than it's actually ever historically been. I'm very close to just like, I mean, not doing Twitter Blue anymore and just giving up on the platform. Like each day we're talking 10 plus message requests from spam groups, which is freaking crazy. Which means I need to start figuring out my social media on other platforms. I really should use Instagram more. I think Instagram is like the solid one. I'm struggling with becoming an adult. Wait, what does that mean? Huh? Have we got any good new mods, by the way? I always see these tuning packs. Like, little tip. If I've ever got any people who mod watching this, for the love of God, add a like image. Do anything that tells me what your mod is. An attempt to turn Age of Empires 4 into Age of Empires 1. Which no one ever asked for. Yeah, so he's trying to change all the saves. Intriguing. But like, dude, like just have the literal Return of Rome image. Something. It's so lazy. Like if you go into the effort of making a mod, go take a screenshot or something. Yo, wait, has this guy got cannons on walls? That's kind of crazy. The idea is to make stone walls more resistant for games against 7 AI and absurd. Ah, okay. This is for like one of those survival modes. Endless defense. How are the survival mode ones? Are they interesting? I don't know. Like, something about AoE 4 just didn't make the survival maps seem very intriguing to me. Alright, we're still waiting for the boys to get into lobby. They're taking the time a bit. Is the mod allowed to use Big Daddy? You're asking the right questions. Although, you know, you should really be going for, what is it, Zip Zap? Pow Pow? Man, I really want to see some good crafted maps. BO9? Yeah, we're just waiting for them to launch. They've been a little bit slow to launch today. I don't know what's been happening in the lobbies. Oh, wait. Ah, okay. Yeah, I think there's a bugged lobby. So we're going to get them to remake the lobby and then we should be underway. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, that reminds me. Let me check. Did I ever get a message back about that sponsor stream? No, I don't think so. I like pitched for some streams, sponsor stream segments, but like the campaigns run out in like a day or two, so it's probably not going to happen. There were some cool looking games as well. So that's a bit of a shame. Like, I looked at them, I was like, damn, why did I only see these on a Friday? Nobody responds to their message on a Friday. That's the funniest thing when I'm like getting ready to message people about sponsorship integrations. My partner's like, why don't you send them off today? I'm like, because no one looks at their messages on a Friday. Like the only time have you noticed this, guys? The only time people look at their messages on a Friday is when they want something back the other way, you know? Like when it's like you're mainly the one asking, not happening. By the way, guys, have you seen my rock? You guys want to see my rock? I got this big boulder, right? I think it's meant to be like a get well thing from the vasectomy. I had to make that comment just to throw you guys off. Look at this! Freya made me a rock. Apparently, her dad rocks. Get it? Because it's a rock. That's stone hard comedy right there. Tough crowd, tough crowd. I tried. All right. Anyway, the boys are getting the game, so yeah, I don't know what those jokes are all about. Oh, let me get across. It's gonna be a pain in the butt, isn't it? There we go. Woo! Oh, that's right. This is the new EGC Relic River. Yeah, they done some alterations to the spawns because, like, once again, the community had to fix what the devs haven't yet. Kind of getting tired of that, but yep. Yeah, Relic River has, like, some awkward issues. So the main things is the tree lines on normal Relic River aren't reliable in their spawn. And the other really big thing is, and I've always hated this, is, like, the boar spawns north for one player, south or center for the other. And that's a huge advantage for one player because often there's deer there as well. It wouldn't be bad if it spawned in the river, so it was just like, oh yeah, the idea is there's no boar that belongs to you or me. It's just there's two boar. But they're not. They're always staggered. And I don't think they could make them spawn in the river. I think that's like a limitation. So let me type it in. Relic River, we're going to be getting French versus Jean. Hydrate is a good idea. It's getting so freaking hot. Woo. Sweaty gamer day, guys. I'm wondering if we hang around and cast some KPMMs after this or if we have a shorter stream. I'll think about it. And I'm not sure if we have enough to cast. We did say there's like that Mahodo Liminos one, maybe. I think that might have been it. God. I so want my Magic Ordinera. I keep hearing rumors about it again. Have I got anyone else who's hyped for Might Magic? I want to gauge the interest. Alternate Era streamer incoming. You guys have seen the Ordinera stuff, right? It does have me really curious. I'm still not sure how I feel about the graphic style. It's very, very different. In my opinion, anyway. So, here you go. This is the graphic style. It feels like something between Might and Magic 5 and like I don't know what else. Because I think something that people highlight is it almost looks AI generated at times. Yo, the spellbook actually, like I can tell, they clearly took a lot of inspiration from Songs of Conquest. I think that is like, from what I remember, that's pretty much the exact spellbook in Songs of Conquest. Okay, no, it's a little bit different. Yeah. It reminds me a lot of it, though. If you guys are Might and Magic fans and haven't checked out Songs of Conquest, I recommend it. It's an incredible game. I need to go back and check it, because they added in, like, new civs and everything. It is freaking dope. Yeah, like, I'm definitely playing this. I'm a sucker for it. I think what breaks my heart is, like, I never think Might and Magic can be a mainstay competitive game. And the reason is that as a spectator sport, I just don't think it functions. You need a way to have reliable simultaneous turn taking all the way through. And you can't. You eventually have to like take a turn order. That also has issues in terms of like use like color advantage, like because I think red always goes first in Humphrey. I'm trying to remember which way around it was. Yeah, I think that's like, you don't really, if you think about it, there's not many turn-based games that get watched for competitive play anyway, at a high amount. TFT is probably the front runner, but that's like, I don't think TFT does that well on viewership, if I'm not mistaken. The other one is like chess, right? And oh my god, whoa. Sorry, it played a video. I didn't realize. Hope that didn't deafen you guys too much. Like, yeah, chess is very different. Like, chess is also, like, I think the pacing very different. Also, like, the thing that works for chess is, one, its length, but two, the way you can capture everything on one screen. Whereas, like, most turn-based games, you can't do that. I guess TFT is, like, an exception. All right, guys, ready? Can we get predictions up, please? Welcome back to the channel, one and all. I'm going to have to flip that score because you guys just had a heart attack. That is not what's happening here. The expected outcome, B, the favored, is leading in HIMS Cup number 7. Voldemar needs a perfect run now to claim the title, to grab a hold of that emboldened HIMS trophy. Like you could too, if you use their product. And French versus Jean is an interesting way to begin. Almost a mirror matchup, but not quite. A matchup where actually Jean can sometimes struggle because of the French scaling knight count. So what does Voldemar do? He flips the script and makes it about spears from the opening. We've got Dark Age spear play out of the Jean faction. Greenside French. They do have a full gold. And a close deer. Yeah, Voldemar, is he thinking about like just shoving the deer away? That's quite crafty. I mean, spear's on the way, so it's only one. Second one's coming in. Would you turn this into an outpost rush? An outpost rush would feel pretty good, right? Like 4 deer and gold. You'd block out a lot of resources. First spear is going to arrive. I think B, do you cancel the wheelbarrow now? This is really important. Because Voldemar came in maybe like a little bit early in that regard. Oh, B's going to stick to it. Yeah, he doesn't care. He doesn't give a damn. 7 workers out onto the gold. That's smart. Think about the way Voldemar played this. It's not non-stop spear production. He's slowly done it. He set up other things first, which means that you can actually gather the gold necessary before reinforcements arrive. Fantastic read out of B. Hearthstone for a turn-based game that has the right pacing. I think Hearthstone's very fast as well, though. You see what I mean? Like, you have to have a game that's, like, very, very quick. But, like, we're talking about... So those watching YouTube later, I'm talking about how I wish Might and Magic was a mainstay esports scene, but I think it struggles with spectating. Might and Magic's the type of game where you probably need to give people at least a minute for their turns. And that's a long wait between. It's also like in general, and you see this with RTS as well. I think in general, it's very hard to make games interesting where you have full God vision. You know, even when you think of like Counter-Strike and you can see the enemies through the walls as a spectator, there's still that understanding of obscurity. Whereas often I feel like when we watch RTSs, you can forget. I still remember when I like was... In my early days of AoE4, it's when we were at Wall, I was talking to Dimu, and he mentioned a game where I was like, oh my god, he can't see, he can't, like, you know, he's not reacting, why is he not reacting? He's like, it was because it was stealth forest and I couldn't see. I was like, oh yeah, I didn't flip the vision at that point. Because you just kind of take it for granted, seeing everything. Well, Pete wasn't able to see this coming early, but he reacted accordingly. Got what he needed, tech up now on the way. Meanwhile, Voldemar's going to be notably slower here. Do I play or just cast? I just cast. I don't think people care to watch play. I would love it if AoE4 was like more interested in the casual side of things. We probably do meme builds all the time. I feel like a lot of the time people want to see meme builds, but also done at pro level. Maybe I'm wrong with that, I don't know. Like, even when we do community games, I feel like people are more interested in watching me cast the crazy concepts we come up with than they would be in watching me play the crazy concept. But we always talked about this. If we ever reached, like, you know, 750, I think we said, average viewers across a month, then my milestone reward of patting my self on the back for is we'll start doing some Road to Conk series. I'm kind of crippling myself, actually, because I always said I'd just do, like, Japanese only when they were underrated. And now everyone's playing them for the Dark Age opening. Now would have been my time, chat. Damn it. So Skull Recovery completing a lot quicker for B. But the issue is with the spears here, you can't just open straight into Knights. So Voldemar still has a technical advantage. You more interested in the meme strats? We done some of them. So like when we done a charity stream last year, we put some milestones in there that we fulfilled. So a perfect example one was we had to Mongol TC rush an opponent. And we done it. Oh my god, that one was torture. Does anyone remember that? The first time we queued into an Abbasid player. Do you know how hard it is to torch rush an Abbasid player? You can't. And then I think we had the Ram Rush one, which was also horrendous. We had to just HRE and camp. And we caught a weirdo who was trying to do Chamber of Commerce mercenaries. Shiv's out. Peace finding the timing here. He's got archers on the way. Yeah, so not just straight into Knights. Voldemar, he's on his way with Range John now. Alright, so B, what's he looking for here? Like, sure, you address the spears, but you have to know more is coming. I guess you could just scale archers to snipe John as well, but doing that leaves you vulnerable to Knights. Do you want to be Archer Spear here, or is this going to have to be the Knights afterwards? You should be able to get this initial deer back into the base safely. That'll give the superior gathering rate, but to do that, you do need, Pro Scouts, which still isn't there. So were the Scouts designed to just kind of body the spears, I think? Feels like it. Very odd. I guess it can kind of work. It's just, I don't know if I'd say it's reliable. Jean is going to start chasing this away. Reminder, she has the same damage as a standard archer. A lot more health, though. But it's not infinite. Here we go, guys. 5 scouts jumping in. It's only going to take them a lot of hits to make this happen. Whew. AMD's having a heart attack there. What, the double pop-up? Clearly, more of you need to click that link. Okay, but what does B click onto now, though? Because Archers isn't now going to work with the Knights arriving. And he had to be expecting this. He done this in a very, very greedy way. I think his thought is that if he gets the first deer home, then his opponent can't harass him underneath TC anyway. And look at the gold, by the way. Yeah, I don't think this is about Knight at all. This is about Blacksmith. B. That's pretty crazy, actually. This is very unorthodox. He's going to be going mass archers in the Steeled Arrow. I mean, if Voldemar senses it, you just got undermesh and you've countered, right? And then you scale to a dive point. Okay, no, it isn't Steeled Arrow. He goes for the one knight. What? And that one knight... Oh, he's doing everything he needs to here. This is big. Jean is low. Divine Restoration already got used. And your knight's too injured to protect, so he needs to fall back until reinforcements arrive. What? Voldemar's so cheeky. He checked the health bar there. Gets him low. Goes in with the double charge. B now forced to retreat. New knight's arriving. He knows he can't hang around. He needs to get back underneath the TC. He's trying to buy time to gather gold as quickly as possible. Yeah, he's trying to rush a few knights. This is so weird. I mean, Voldemar made it a bit annoying with the spear opening, but I would have never expected B to react in this exact way. Range John is going to get pushed away again. It'll only take another 4 shots to kill her. But you see the problem here. Like, B is losing this game gradually due to heavy cap. And the weird part, folks, is this is usually why Jean loses this matchup. At this stage in the game, you start to get consecrations coming into discount, sure, but like at that stage, your opponent's already had more villages worth of gathering for a few minutes, which tends to lead to like a 1, a 2, and then a 3 knight lead, even when there's no actual kills on either side. Now behind this, I believe, yeah, no pro scouts, and I love that from Voldemar. His goal here was to block the gold so that his opponent could not start raiding him. Unfortunately, after that backup, B is unleashed. Yeah, and he understands this is a burst type gathering exercise. You can't just trickle 5 out here. You have to rush out, get what you can, and then run the hell away. Kudos to my thumbnail designer. Yeah, big shout out to Mega. Mega's been doing a great job. We're going to be moving into like figuring out more editing stuff. I think the next thing is to start sorting shorts. For like TikTok as well. I kind of like the idea of plays of the week. It's going to be hard, dude. I need to get like, I need to almost make it part of my pattern to track those things though, is the challenge. Oh, on the new YouTube video? I haven't checked what the latest thumbnail is. He has autonomy on that. I trust him. John? He's gonna have to full retreat. Okay, so B needs to be a little bit careful about overextending. Like, he's done a good job here so far, but the knight count is still against him. The scaling is what really matters, though. Consecration is on double stables currently. So nice little bit of saving there. This is as effective as having, what, an extra 2 workers per stables in a way? Sort of. With the discount, like, you're saving yourself 35 food. And a villager at this stage is probably gathering 40 food. So per cycle, 35, which means per minute, if you keep non-stop producing knights anyway, it's like 70 food saving a minute. So it's actually good. Like, this is how Jean can compete. Where things do get awkward is when you have to diversify, which is why it's really good for Voldemar currently that he's only been focusing on knights. Now that he's pivoting spears, he starts to get less value out of these consecrations. Because they're now kind of dead weight buildings. I mean, he's using them well for the time being, right? He's got Chivalry coming in. Oh, yeah. What was the predictions like on this game? Oh. My apologies. Yeah, we definitely need to get more mods. We keep working Faplop too hard. And we don't pay him. Yeah, it's an interest... Actually, no, like, I think the employment contract we have with Faplop is my preferred one. I love it. So he does work for us, and then he pays us. It's just the best. I need more of those. I wonder, is B thinking about trying to get out of the age now? He's gone out of the base. He's picking up the goodies. Like, the thing you have to remember is long feudal is where it gets bad for French. Like, long feudal is okay, but hyper long, you're talking about level 3 Jean. And that's when it becomes scary. Like, with that snipe damage, even without it, like, her base damage is high enough she can easily take out injured knights. You're not going to have him moving out on the ball. So B, I guess he's looking to pump and inflate. And for good reason. Look at the count. He's about to have more knights than Voldemar. Which is crazy when you remember how this game began. Yeah, I reckon, like, people interested in modding, contact me on the Discord. I'll figure it out later. I'll probably try to get 1 or 2 extra mods. Oh, Clash coming in. John. She has muddied herself in the middle of that, but the Archer Fire comes in. She's gone. This Knight Clash. I think B's just winning this, right? Maybe not. A few extra Knights who are held in reserve. He's trying to get them away, but the Archer Snipe is good. B taking out the injured. His own line is struggling a little bit, though. Yeah, B doesn't have Chivalry, remember. Outpost defense is also going to be there. He has to stand his ground. The Spearmen are coming in. The push does continue, but it is Jean-less right now. So no XP benefit. He's just looking for a numerical advantage. Yeah, I think like Voldemar done a good job of milking this fight, but now it's too much. He has to get out. Because this is where it gets scary, right? The outpost fire, the fact you're pushing into production, you're going to start to get punished. Like, the cool thing about Voldemar's fight there is he knew afterwards Chivalry would be able to kick in. It's like you injure your opponent, they injure you, but you heal. And B doesn't. And B realizes that's the big error of the way. He's trying to fix it now. Chivalry's now coming in. Archmass is still decent. Other thing to consider there is, like, Steel Arrow is already taken, under mesh on the other side, so there's no extra damage booster one way or the other. And Voldy is just going to stick to Spear Knight. Wait, why are you guys blaming Faplop? We didn't say he was terrible at his job. I think we, like, you know, like at the employee review, we gave him like a passing grade. Wait, is B baiting him? Oh, he is! Jean just came back in. The Knights were trying to snipe. Great reaction by Voldemar. He realized what's happening. That's important. your goal here is just to get level 3. Level 3 is everything here. I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at Jean's Riders just to contest Mass Archer. Champions has a lot more tankiness to it, but I just like the idea of Riders just to kind of frustrate this Archer Mass. Chivalry is about to kick in for B. I'm not sure he's going to get much opportunity to use it. Dive in. You could think about just burning these down. He has got Divine Restoration coming off cooldown in 25 seconds. It's a lot of food to let B have, and I think Voldemort knows it. I'll out for 3. Goes to the push in, the dive. And there you go. Love that. Just shoves all the way past, then turns around for the burn. Villagers are going for the repair. Knights recommit. Jean is now underneath the tower, but look at the XP. She only needs 1 or 2 kills. That Knight would be good enough. Can he get it? He's going to get on the north side, surely. Divine Restoration gets used just in the nick of time. But still no Knight kill. Finally, it's there. And level 3 has arrived. Voldemar's win chances have not been this high for several games. This has been the thing missing all along. The beast has been unleashed, and it is going to be the champion. Swinging the baguettes on fire here. Knights also now diving in. Range Jean has quite the punch to her. Remember, 100 pure damage, so easy to just snipe these Knights from half HP. And it's going to be a full commit dive. He goes deeper. Jean was hanging around. She's going to make her way through now. And a little bit surprised we haven't got a peel of Knights to go after the workers. No, he's fully committed to killing the army. I think Jean's going to be the difference maker, though. Yeah, starts to head over to the tree line. There is textiles on the villagers, so not easy kills. It's going to be a turnaround charge to try and finish Jean off, but she does survive. And she keeps on frustrating the fight. Voldemar, 13 Knights. B, by some miracle, has kept competitive at 9 here. Jean is going to go down. An expensive loss there. One that Voldemar cannot afford to immediately replace. Are you kidding me? How is this, like, still going? And Voldemar, like, what was the concern there with diving the tree line? I mean, maybe he didn't see the woodworkers? I think he just felt like he had military lead, and he wanted to extend it. Which is understandable, but in the end, he wasn't able to touch enough. B's remaining, I'd say, fairly competitive for a guy who just went up against level 3 Jean. And you see the problem as well. Like, level 3 Jean as ranged is useful, but it's not an immediate spike and snowball like melee is. Melee Jean, level 3 in feudal fights can just end games. The cleave is ridiculous as a percentage of the unit's health you face. Whereas when you play this type, it's decent in the Knight matchup with the range just because there's meant to be less units, so heavily hitting one is good. But it can't just roll over a fight to the same extent. You know, you can envision a melee Jean taking on 10 combatants. Can't really ever see a range Jean doing that. At least not straight up. She'd have to kite constantly. Knights are out the base, but look who's going in. Voldemar charges onto the gold. Army now reacting, but there's going to be some losses to be had here. He needs to find more. It's only the archers so far. And yeah, Voldemar, he was going to break away and he realized it. The Knights aren't here right now. B, he's got them spread on the map raiding. Being mirrored. And Voldemar knows that like the dog with a bone, he just will not let go. Split of resources, villagers going left and right means that B minimizes the losses. But isn't able to capitalize gains elsewhere, or is he? Outposts are already up. Voldemar protects himself well. He keeps the Knights alive, keeps them in rotation, and removes the entire eco lead that the French have been building up. Now economically, he's most definitely ahead. Divine Restoration comes in just to top him off there. Could even turn around to finish off these Knights, but he's shown respect to the archers. Pro Scouts have still been dragging goodies home. Can't help but feel it's been getting harder, though. Voldemar could easily just be one fight away from a victory now. Up to 20 Knights. This is the point in the game where you're probably considering going castle. B. I mean, this is the awkward thing about just spamming only Knights against each other. You know, the gold veins tap quick. You have to move out to dangerous territories. So B is going to posture his whole army, but is this army really that threatening is what I'm wondering. mean, if he brings all the knights plus spears, not particularly. There's enough knights here that you can overflow the front of the fight and then hit the archers. Like, if they both clash with full army, you know, B's going to try to hold him back with the melee, but there's not going to be enough to body block. So your archers are just going to get target fired by the additional knights straight away. He's at least trying to just flank raid. I think this makes sense. I think he understands the impeding danger here. And he is actually drawing a lot of attention from Voldemar. Maybe more than is necessary. He pulled back the entire army. Yeah, almost feels like Voldemar is considering attack. Then again, he's just queued up all eco upgrades at 20 minutes in for tier 1. Feels a little bit weird with the way this is played out. He's also hoarding resources. This kind of feels like the type of situation where whoever goes Guildhall loses. They've both got a lot of knights. Roll Institute is a game breaker. Not straight away, but it gives openings. Looks like that's what John is looking for right now. Voldemar wants that big opening onto the gold. He's ready to actually summon the extra men-at-arms here. Champions to assist, and there we go. Rallies them forward. 3 more boys in the fight. The knights are in trouble for B. He has to retreat. A lot of injured souls here. Nowhere safe to go either. The chase is on. This time, though, there is no counter raid. B was not able to split the troopers anymore. He needs all hands on deck to defend, and it's not working. The numbers are stacked against him. Divine Restoration comes through for the digital pump, and the chase continues. Divine Arrow is also available. Voldemar on the verge of getting his second victory in this best of 9. It's been a marathon, but he's remained jogging. Dehydration and sore feet will not see him defeated yet. B will take the knee for the second time. Proven that gods can bleed. What a way to do it. Jean versus French, a crazy chaotic matchup, but one that has been benefiting French will not do so here. The Dane has done it. And the series is back on. Voldemar, second game on the board for him. He does not die easily. What a legend. Props to him there. I think what we're seeing here as well is like it kind of feels like B is exploiting the chaotic element of the new maps. I feel a bit bad for Voldemar because, like, obviously you want to feature new maps here. I wonder how close this series overall would be on scoreline right now if this had been just standard maps all the way through. That's a crazy thought, right? So, we have got a redraft, by the way. Let's get that one up. And it is currently underway. And Roos is going to make it through, but this time, it's going to be for B. Yeah, House of Lancaster split the other way now. That's interesting, because remember, we're going to be heading back to Stiff next, which was the first game of the series where B played House of Lancaster. So maybe an opportunity here for Voldemar to make it back-to-back wins. That's hit. I mean, just sub, lol. I mean, the nice thing is, like, Twitch made subs relevant to where you live, right? So you're saying you have to deal in pesos, which means I think your subs are pretty cheap, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, not too pricey. I don't know what the rate is. Maybe it's like $1 or something like that. I think, like, what's the cheapest? Is Turkey the cheapest country for subs? I think it is. We talked about this before. All right, sorry, just double checking something. Yeah, nice. Just getting pinged about things in the background. Okay. Wait, Ottomans made it through this time, which is interesting. Remember what we said? Like, it got banned originally because if you looked at the maps, Stiff and Impotence has a lot of point of interest. And Ottomans have looked dominant on maps like Enlightened Horizon because of those POIs. So a little bit surprising it got through this time. But then again, so did China. Which I think last time the bans were Ottomans, China, and HRE, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be double Chinese. Okay. And, like, what was the final map we have from standard ones? So, yeah, the final game, if we get to the 9th game, will be on Highwoods. Highwoods, if you guys remember, is the map where you have all this scattered spaghetti forest everywhere and a big hill in the center. Being no Ottomans? No. But then again, like, Valdemar and no Chinese, right? It's a very interesting split. What's the pick for B when he goes back to Stiff? I mean, he got Oh, wait, am I wrong? Is that... I thought I said Lancaster was for Valdemar. Oh, yeah, sorry. There we go. Let me flip it around. It bugged out. It didn't switch. My bad. Yeah, so, like, when we go back... Oh, I see what happened. The draft swap has lag. So when I clicked it, it didn't go through straight away. Sorry about that. So, yeah, just to reiterate, it's the other way around. B does have almonds, which makes more sense. Okay, so, like, is this going to be Ottomans versus Lancaster for Stiff? And which one's better there? I feel like Ottomans is pretty darn good, but Ottomans are subtly tricky. Remember, with the extra food gathering, they don't have to hard commit long to the Dark Age. They just commit fast to begin with. That's what makes them very advantageous. On micro, like, you'd favor B. I think B's micro is just a little bit more clean. I think Valdemar would feel insulted hearing that. Like, B is one of the big ones when it comes to that. So, like, you would just kind of lean a slight advantage on that front in the initial bouts of Dark Age. I think that has also helped out B phenomenally in the current meta when we've seen a lot of Dark Age play. He's just on point. Like, remember, this is a guy that not only fights you really well spear on spear, he's also the guy probably most controversial about the deer shoves, where he's getting, like, 2 deer stacks underneath his TC at 7 minutes. No KT or House of Lancaster ban? No, because, like, Knights Templar is... I would say Knights Templar could, in theory, work on Highwoods if we get to that. The other 2 maps, it's not too crazy. Lancaster is maybe a little bit more surprising. You have to remember we have a very different banning system now. You can only ban 3, no longer 4. Did you just hit Feudal with the Mana Lords? I don't think so. There's 4 different merchant camps to play for. It's not a bad idea to play a little bit of Dark Age, because that would also bait your opponent to build Spearman, and that can set you up for, like, Yeoman Spear later. So you'd have, like, Yeoman Spear versus Spear Sipahi Archer. Obviously, because your opponent would have diversified more, in theory, he should be a little bit weaker at first. Damn, dog. I always like it when I talk to my talent about, like, things they want. They do come in with, like, some of the more regularly predictable things. I got, like, people like, I want a chair and I want a PC. It's like, So we do those for our creators, by the way. Like, the challenging part, though, is, like, those opportunities. Like, most chair and PC companies don't necessarily pay in money. They pay in much, right? Especially PC. Like, PC creators is very hard because, like, anyone who understands the PC market understands that, like, these pre-build sites and whatever, they have very, very low profit margins. They're just about eking by. So they can't usually afford to pay streamers, you know, X amount money to, like, be sponsored by them. One little birdie waving the flag of the Crusaders. Oh, I still need to get around to that, yeah. I think I talked about this, though. I don't think we've had enough subs to unlock more animation slots. So we actually locked on animation slots. So even if we got it, it would be a static image. How would devs fix KT if pros don't play them on land? I mean, you could just... There's a few things you can change. Maybe Pilgrims just don't get to, like, do what they do currently. Or maybe you just nerf something specific about their boats. By the way, you saw that link. Make sure you click on the link. Reminder. AMD is sponsoring us this week. We need to get as much awareness onto this campaign as possible to get them to come back again and again and again, because we love working with AMD. For good reason. That beast right there is a fully AMD Power PC. You guys know when you're like, wow, KP, your streams are just so smooth and everything is great and the production is like top tier. Oh my god. One-man army production. That's all AMD powered. That's how good it is. So, we've got a few minutes. If you need to get yourself a drink, now is most definitely the time. And then we'll lock in for what could well be the last game of this HIMS Cup. It's going to be the Ottomans against Lancaster. We're actually getting that matchup. Yeah, I wondered if they were going to try and hold back, but like I guess from B's mindset, he feels like he can definitely end with this pick, and it's why he wanted Ottomans. And then for Voldemar, like you have to go Lancaster, right? Like you can't afford to reserve picks down the line, or you'll be dead anyway. I'm not signing up for KPMM until the emotes are fixed. Brother, you don't even sub. To get the emotes, you'd have to sub anyway. So wouldn't the argument have been, I won't sub until they're fixed? Oh, dear, dear. Yeah, that's the new comical. That eclipses Mokay's complaints about things. There's some sick PCs? Hell yes, maybe. Yo, I'm waiting until you see who we're working with. Probably in about a week's time. I'm not going to spoil it. I'll just say I'm excited. We've got something coming that's currently in testing phase from a different brand. And I am freaking buzzing. It's something I've been trying to work on for a while. And I'm glad it's finally been able to come through. But yeah, no spoilers. I mean, like, the teaser was that it involves using one of these. Which, by the way, these are meant to be beasts. This is capable of capturing up to 4K at 144 frames. And it can do HDR. Pork! Big upgrade from my previous one, which was an Elgato HD60. I'm not gonna lie, trying to use an Elgato HD60 made me feel like I was like in old school recording console days. I mean, it's decent, right? But we always want big frames, big quality, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Whew. I was thinking of checking out this war game next week, by the way. They were going to send me a key. I don't know, you guys interested in like Modern War RTS? It's a very different style, actually. It's, how to describe it? What were the other games called? The ones where it's like super zoom out and it's like very kind of realistic sim RTS. There's like a whole series of them. It's made by the people who made Ruse. So, like, there's a game coming that I can get a key for early. Yeah, was Warner one of them? There was a more famous one before that. A War Game, yeah, War Game. It's a little bit like that. I had, like, an early preview about a month or two ago. And yeah, that's the game, Broken Arrow. We might check out some Broken Arrow on one of the streams next week. It does look really cool. I played, like, a level of it. I got whooped because you actually have to supply ammo to your troops, and I didn't. Oops. Yeah, like right here. Time's got 5v5 multiplayer. I'm intrigued by the 5v5 multiplayer. I like that idea. Like, with the way this game plays, it's kind of it's giving me like Total War arena-ish vibes. Less Mowbray, though. It was really hard? Oh yeah, dude. It's a tough one. Let's flip that score. Oh, wait, no. Whoops. It was right. Wasn't the score, it was the player's names that needed flipping. I can't believe it happened. Welcome back to the channel, one and all. Ottomans got through the banning phase. On stiff. Which means that Voldemar might be about to get stiffed. But he looks to make his valiant stand on the pick that kicked it all off. The first game this series, B had House of Lancaster and was able to dismantle Voldemar's plans. It's now his chance to try and be victor here. But Ottomans ain't going to make this easy, folks. Reminder that Stiff is a brand spanking new map. You can play it yourself through the modding section. It adds in a bunch of merchant camps on the map. The merchant camps give a lot of resource gen early on. Therefore, civs that play Dark Age well tend to feel favored here. Now, both of these civs are capable of playing Dark Age. But interestingly enough, Voldemar chooses to say no. Yeah, a little bit surprised by that. I thought maybe he'd add in a few spears. Remember, Lancaster is actually quite good at playing Dark Age because they get more food gathering than most civs that start the game. Their sheep gathering rate is 20% buff. It's a perk specific to Lancaster. But he didn't want to go up against Ottomans considering how cheap the own play into this is. They only pay 100 with the racks, and then the Vizier points is a big threat point. If Dark Age goes on too long, you just lose to Ottomans because of the Imam heal. I wonder, is Voldemar thinking just standard Lancaster Castle, or do we possibly have like an Abbey of Kings type build here? What's this map? Looks familiar? I mean, for some people it looks familiar. If you just look down, and maybe you got like a toy rocket you've been playing with, you killed your children. Like, yeah, it looks like that. But some people can't quite get the toy rocket look when they're alone in the bedroom. If you're one of those people that struggles, look right there. They might be able to help. Big shout out to him for making these possible. Been funding these show matches now for, this is the 7th edition. By the time we complete our time with them, we'll have 12 weeks done. And my hopes is that you guys have been positive enough on the reception that we can maybe get them to come back and come back bigger. So with Lancaster Castle coming in, I'm a little bit concerned about Voldemar's spawn. Yeah, he placed the Lancaster Castle on the forward, but look where the stone is. So unless Voldemar plants a small wall here, could he go forward? I guess you could. You could go for the forward stone. I reckon what would work really well here for Voldemar is maybe like a 3-mana build. Just don't go too hardcore into it. Just stick it free and then play for the castle timing. Pretty sick, actually, because like, what is B's answer going to be to Ulsgaard? I don't think this is an easy question to answer for Ottomans. I mean, in theory, actually, now that I think about it, Imams. Yeah, the Imams are kind of sick against Elsgard. Because usually what happens, guys, we've seen, like, with Fast Castle Lancaster, you go Elsgard, and you just dagger throw the enemy crossbows before they can, like, scale. But if there's healing, you can't actually get the kills at free Elsgard. And like this from B. Efficiency, right? He goes for the 3 spears. He's not being contested. He got double merchant camp. He comes north to get the gold. That's going to line up quite nicely. He's going to actually have surplus gold to work with. And then after that, there's still 2 more merchant camps in the north for him to take. Size doesn't matter? Yeah, tell that to the Lancaster Castle. Isn't this thing meant to be like a gate? It's kind of overcompensating. So, age up complete. Voldemar? He hasn't moved for stone yet. Wait, is this just like full FC? He's got 6 on gold. Guys, I think this is full FC. I always find this surprising that people go for the Lancaster Castle with this build, but I think the idea is it's a fallback. So you rush White Tower, you cheese with Ulsgaard, but if it isn't working, you can always start scaling manners behind this, turning them into weapons, and giving you these comeback points with the Muster Nobles and Shire Levy. Yeah, I think it just makes sense. Like, the idea of Abbey of Kings is cool, but I think Abbey of Kings strategically fits better into builds that revolve around Feudal Age. If you're going Fast Castle, you kind of lose the value. I mean, it definitely makes your Ulsgaard more tanky, but it puts you on a very all-in path. It's kind of like when you go Minework plus Burgrave, right? There's a very clearly one idea in mind. Sheep count. We've still got 12 actually for Voldemar, so competitive. 13 for B. Madrissa soon to complete, but by the time he's going to be completing the Madrissa, Voldemar's not going to be far off of starting a tech up again. Yeah, he's already past the halfway mark. Does B even realize? I don't think he's looked yet. He's been kind of bogged down on other things. Do I know the lore behind all the English Lancaster landmarks? Considering a bunch of them are like the same, like Abbey Kings and whatever. Like, what do you mean by the lore? Like, yes, a lot of them are like landmarks, historically famous landmarks. Like Lancaster Castle is the iconic gatehouse at the front that most people know. And then you have things like the Wall of Trebuchets, which are historically significant detail. Yeah, like lore is just history, in fairness. And I mean, it's not wrong to call it lore. It's just, I think these days when someone calls something lore, you're immediately thinking of like elves and dwarves. You know what I mean? All right, Voldemort. White Tower now coming in. I mean, now it's just the 2 towers. And now we are full lore with Lord of the Rings. The video game lore. Someone in the dev studio was losing with Lancaster trying to spam manors all the time. So they created Lancaster castles so they couldn't lose. There you go. That's the development lore. You're welcome. It was much simpler than we thought. Is he a point unlock? And he does go field works. Okay, B. Wow, he's good. What? Okay, this is what we wanted to see, though, guys. This is interesting. The concept is 3 Olsgard will do 17 damage each, equaling 51 damage. You can't snipe the imam straight away. They have 90 HP. You won't be able to kill crossbows on delay straight away either because they'll just get offset healed. Usually, Olsgard can beat crossbows because they outrange them and they slowly kill them. It's not about insta-killing. It's about trickle damage, which can't be traded. Imams circumvents that. Interesting build. He definitely doesn't want to dive the base. That's never going to happen against White Tower. He's actually scaling hard into archers. Look at this. Remember, he went double archery range, which is nuts. Which is funny, because now all of a sudden B looks quite squirrely. He's going to back up. And is he prepping an age? I mean, he's holding a lot of resources, but I'm seeing additional production buildings. How much food has he got to work with? Oh, mamma mia. This man needs to order a pizza. This isn't looking great. He's down to 4 sheep. He's got the back berries, but that doesn't feel great. Might be a necessity. And remember, Voldemort hasn't moved for stones, so there's no gradual scaling into manas. This is all about whether Olsgard can win the game or if they just lose it. And you're seeing how it's a bit of an L at the moment. Yeah, it's the imams. He's almost got enough to insta-snipe there. That's really important. He's got 5, so at this stage, he's doing 85 damage. If he gets 1 more, he can insta-kill imams. That should be your prerogative. Just to make sure they're all in range, and then 1 shot. He doesn't have enough right now, so it's not worth the throw. Which is why I think Voldemort... Actually, no, he's not even intentionally stopping, guys. He just keeps losing sight. Dagger toss. Too early. And now it's on cooldown. That is a critical blunder right there. I get what Voldemort's thinking. It's like, if I get him low, then maybe there'll be an opening where I don't risk many Olsgard, but it's just not worth it. So he has enough now. Luckily, this ability has an insanely low cooldown. It's only 15 seconds to recharge the dagger throw. Which is not bad when you consider an archer attacks every 1.6 seconds for like, what, 7 damage? And you're doing 2.5 attacks worth every 15 seconds. Whereas they would be doing the same every... what, 5.5? And that's the primary attack. The dagger throw is only a secondary. And there we go. Dagger throw does get a Sipahi. Which is kind of comical because, guys, like, the dagger damage is ranged. So, turns out that daggers are very good against anti-range units. That's confusing. Voldemort. Whoa, he overkilled hard there. That's a lot committed onto 1 archer. And I like the punishment. B is just going to poke at him on the retreat because he knows he only wants to turn around when he has the recharge. The problem you're seeing here is, like, Voldemort, unless he wants to invest in a monastery, this damage is permanent. And no, it doesn't work like axe throwers. Right there, daggers are range damage. Which also means if you scale ranged attack, it increases this damage. And it's already been increased because remember, the White Towers are castles, so normally this damage value is at 16. Dagger throw again. That was a bit awkwardly split. Yeah, you like really can't afford to just A-click with this ability. Mehmed Imperial Army is on the way, and I think B's just done a great job of not giving Voldemort anything. No, like, if you think about the age-up timing, like, what has Voldemort really achieved here? He has at least been able to sneak out into the deer to the north side, but, like, okay, you got some food. Have you done anything to really hurt B? He's definitely got some kills along the way, but I don't think B's in bad shape, necessarily. The damage he's taken is offset by the merchant camps he's held all this time. Mehmed in Pearl Armor in the way, guys. Don't be surprised when B immediately switches over into Springles. Springles are a little bit weird here. The reason is that, like, you will take reduced range damage, but with enough of these Earl's Guard, you can lose them one by one. But they are just the logical go-to solution. Flash coming in. Melee armor has been activated. Remember, that's going to be +2 to defense. Dagger's a retreat. Dagger throw's already been used, so it's not risky to do this. Veterancy for archers did just get queued up. He hasn't switched from the Mango just yet. He's a little bit distracted. The dive's coming in. Voldemar needs damage now. Sapar, you have to break away. I think I like this. Just hide them behind the archers. You're going to lose the archers anyway. But Sapar, he can attack back for high damage without risking themselves. Would allow you to actually use their attack speed buff as well. Voldemar, like we've seen this before in the series. Remember, we had the Phalic game where he had great control over Men-at-Arms timing, and then he overextended. He's learning from that. He's not making the same mistake twice. Just slows it down, backs up a little bit. Remember, B's got double Ford gold, and Dagger Throw gets split. Only gets 1 kill, which is shocking considering there is no textiles. There's the Sprinkle switch we were waiting for. So, yeah, another interesting interaction is because they do ranged attacks with the Dagger Throws, they're actually terrible at killing Mangoes. It's a waste of their shot, but they're kind of decent at killing Springles, which is an odd interaction considering Springles are meant to be good at killing them. This is a recurring theme with Earl's Guard, folks. We've seen this so often. For example, crossbows can be beaten by Earl's Guard due to the Dagger Throw. Onimusha most definitely can lose to Earl's Guard spam. And both of those units are meant to be the counterplay to this one. It's so weird. First Knight's arriving. Voldemar was going for relics. He's not switching unit type, though. See? Archer damage is scaling, right? Yeah, he got the +2. Meanwhile, wait, that's crazy. Voldemar, he went for the melee defense too, but didn't get the range defense too. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Like, when your opponent's in Feudal Age, you already mitigate all the damage with 1. But now, definitely with the vet up, it looks a bit odd. What's the problem with Keshiks? They're very expensive for what you get. You know, people keep saying things about the shape of this map, but I just don't see it. It's just a giant rocket. I guess I'm just too innocent. You know what I see? I see what the face silhouette would be of Goofy and Mickey Mouse's baby. Like, if Minnie Mouse cheated on Mickey with Goofy, this is the silhouette of that child. He locks the relic retrieval. This is a lot of Earl's Guard, but guys, like, look at the Sprinkle count. Keep an eye on it. This is the thing about the Mehmed Imperial Armor. You get them for free, and you get them every minute. You heard me correctly. Sprinkles are low cost, so they produce quicker. And I said you can Dagger Throw kill them. It's interesting, actually. You need about, I think, 11 Dagger Throws would get a Sprinkle kill. The problem is, like, when you're this big, this is where the Dagger Throw ability, I think, loses some of its volatility. It's very hard to micro it efficiently because you'd have to split into 3 different control groups and target different things. Most players aren't going to do that. If you do, you're a god, and you will win many more Lancaster games with this build. But for a lot of Lancaster players, similar to the Burgrave, this build runs out of fuel fast. You know, people keep mentioning the idea of like a little river leading to a pond area, and I'm getting more and more tempted to do it, even though it'd be terrible. See? He's aggroing in. This is bad. Voldemar, he's hiding in choke points now. Worst nightmare against Springles. They're going to end up hitting like 8 targets at once. Reminder, they hit pretty hard. 28 damage into these Earl's Guard. Voldemar also running out of food. He has started to prep the manas, though. Yeah, it's 2-tier mana. Now, B's not behind, despite what you see on the eco count. Remember, he's got military schools. 3 of them plus the... Sorry, 4 plus the Imperial Armory. Like, if anything, he's actually, let's say, ahead. Nice snipe. Did get rid of one of the Springles. He moved with the speed of one of those AMD CPUs. Indeed, we do have Siege Engineering on the way. Double Sacred Site locked in. Relics galore. He can grab every relic bar the one. He's currently working on unlocking this one in 75 seconds. So 4 relics, very likely hit for B. Gold gen is great, and he's using it well. Knights, crossbows, everything. Voldemar does have a timing focus. With the Yeoman, if he can upgrade them, he can get into that huge pump off of the Shire Levy, which would muster him a defense force. A decent one at that, actually. Oh, this feels painful, man. How do people feel about Springles now? Do you still feel like they're overperforming? I think they're reasonable now. They look absurd when they're good, but I think that's fine. I think units that counterplay things should look absurd when they're being used correctly. It does sometimes get ridiculous when Springle count gaps up to like 12 or 13. But, you know, like you can say that about many unit types. Like if you let them reach critical mass, they are going to look crazy. Like 40 Arbitraire looks so hard to kill. You know, 30 Knights, what the hell are we going to do against that? 40 Yeomen. The list goes on. I think one of the biggest problems is like, even if you use staggered formation, if you charge, staggered formation fails. So if they fix that, I think the Springles will be fine again. Like, that's the only situation where they're a bit ridiculous is this. There's just so many millions. Like, we're going to select the health bars. Watch what happens when you step up. Quadra Ram moving in. Mana's under siege. Springles line up the shot. Does back away just before we get max pen. But the Knights are now in. They're baiting him back. The Springles are moving up. Voldemar knows what's about to happen, but he has to make a stand at some point here. The White Tower trying to assist, but it feels like the trade out is 2 against him. Every time B loses 1, Voldemar leaves at least 2, and now the full commitment comes through. Great Micah, he targets towards the Yeoman to penetrate everything. It's going to be a wipe and a wash, and a 5-2 end. B may have bled, but he remains standing in the HIMS Cup 7. And will emerge the most proud, dominant, and tallest standing on Stiff. Yeah, actually, that was perfect. All the penetration on Stiff. Penetration is everything on this map. That's actually what I'm calling it. Oh my god, I'm a terrible person. G to the G, Voldemar. A valiant effort. I'd like gold flappers as well. Like actually going 5-2 against B is not terrible, right? I think like the expected outcome is definitely like B to be ahead, but I'm impressed Voldy getting 2 like that. That was reasonable. Okay, guys. So I think should we do some pubcasts? I don't know. I feel like we can go for a little bit longer. You guys want me to keep on dancing? Pubcasts? Oh, we can even do pubcasts of like top 10 players, or I think there's Mahodo Lemonos, but that's very early round. Because we only have like the one KPMM series. I don't know, or it'll be Gucci or not. Dance? What's dance? I don't understand. I'm confused by the dance comments. And yeah, by the way, big reminder, guys. If you have been enjoying these show matches, it's imperative you let everyone know about HIMS. Maybe you've got a friend who's too embarrassed to talk about the fact that every time they try to build a castle, it just won't go up. And I'm not talking about the Age of Empires 4 ones. No, maybe you are one of those people who struggles in the bedroom. It's not something you have to be ashamed of. There are solutions, there are means to help you, and HIMS could be a perfect one. Go check them out. They have a very helpful survey you fill out. You just follow a few questions, and you continue on through. You'll be on your way to a better sex life, I think is meant to be on the end. And they can help you get the medicine that might actually solve your problems. It's discreet. It's remote. They're a medical provider in the US. And their prices are very competitive, actually. Very low for what you get. And they even come mint flavored, which, you know, if you're trying to get back to the McLovin, I'm telling you guys, sometimes the breath is as important as the junk. So be sure to check them out. Big shout out to HIMS for sponsoring these and making these show matches possible. So, with that in mind, I think what AOE4 reference for Loving Feet? Wait, what? What do you mean? We saved that one for the opera sponsorships. So you guys, like, should I put a poll up? I'll put a quick poll up. What to watch? We can either do KPMM round of 32. Round of 32s usually are not very, like, competitive for the most. Or we can do top 10 pub games. 1 minute. Vote now. Boom. All right, update our total. 8-player free-for-all Puny Peasants. If someone updates Puny Peasants, I'll look to try and host, like, some games on that again. The problem is Puny Peasants never got updated. Not even back when Mali and Ottomans got added. So if you played anything but the OG civs, Puny Peasants didn't work for you. It's pretty boring. You guys want the KPMM round of 32? Okay. Let me reset everything and we'll switch over. Control F5. BO3 time. So we got Mohodo versus good old Lemonos. Little Lemmy. Little Lemmy Henry. There we go. Okay, so wait, Roos got through? Brother, please, what? So another VES boy. Voldo Esports needs to start paying me. I'm basically like their official caster at this stage, right? And let's switch over. Doink. There we go. 8-player free-for-alls are the best. I kind of like, I don't know, we could see about getting back to them. Now, I think now that we're getting YouTube sorted, it's something worth revisiting. Not sure about today. I'm feeling a bit more energized than I was earlier, but I was feeling rough earlier. So maybe not today, but we can explore it in the future weeks for sure. I'll talk with my editor, because I think it's something that maybe people will be interested in the content around. Especially if we do the curious game modes. The different game modes. Alright, so G1 is going to be Frisian Marshes this week. Is our default map. Thought it was cool, a good idea with it like being new and improved and whatever. So let's hop in for game number 1. I need to select Frisian, don't I? And in we go. Welcome back to the channel, one and all, for a new, fresh week of midweek muster. We've got Mohodo up against Lemonos in a best of 3. Mohodo, a familiar sight, capable of regularly making it to the top 16. Some of you may not be familiar with Lemonos. Lemonos has done reasonably well in the past. He usually finishes off in Conqueror rank. Not a crazy ranking overall, but I think that can maybe make it relatable here. This guy right now is ranked 1252 in the world. Going up against a guy who's like 100, 150 rank in the world. Now, the reason why I wanted to feature this is, 1, I love content. But 2, I think it's interesting to see what unravels a player with that skill level difference. It's actually a lot more relatable for you guys than watching Beastie versus Marine Lord and Repeat. Beastie versus Marine Lord and Repeat really doesn't teach you much because at your level, you're not executing like them. I'm sorry to break the news to you. Like, it's okay to not be a beastie or marine lord. For a lot of us, like, that's not just going to be achievable at any point. So actually understanding the path to get there, like showing the errors that can maybe be happening for one player or the successes at a more relatable ranking, I think it makes sense to feature. So Marlians versus Lancaster is an interesting one, guys. Lemonos is going to kick us off with a Rax opening. This makes a lot of sense. You gather food quicker as Lancaster, and normally against Marlians, you want to be denying the pit mine. You've got all this resource out of the base. On top of that, Marlians is a civ that doesn't feel great to have to Rax spam because the Donzos are absurdly expensive. You end up spending 90 resources overall, 30 of which is wood. And in the early game, you usually want to minimize your wood spend unless you're Knights Templar. In any world you exist, it's better to be on food because food is linked to one location, whereas already these straggler trees are away from the base. And then beyond, you'd have to build a lumber camp. There's a lot of idle time involved in setting up wood gathering compared to food. He's going to go for the Donzos. Now, Lemonos seeing this, like, the ideal strategy would be to just kind of poke a little and back away. Anytime your boy gets low, just pull him away. Like, in some ways, I think you're happy if your opponent invests in 3 Donzos. Lemmy's not stopping, though. No, he's going for the outpost drop. Okay, so I wondered if Lemonos would want this, but there's maybe one key issue here. This play has been falling flat quite a bit recently against Marlians because of the Donzo reaction. The counterplay is you just scale Donzos and you keep throwing the javelins at the villager. The follow-up solution that players found is pulling a second villager. Lemonos isn't doing that. And not only that, he immediately revealed the play. This is a big no-no. Your opponent already knows, and you've given him ample time to react. Lemonos didn't even scale his economy correctly. Look at what's happened. He went 3 on gold so early, he didn't have the wood in time for the outpost. And wow, is he just giving up? It feels like it. This is really awkward, guys. Yeah, he got housed. Oh my god, no. So Lemonos, he didn't track his population situation. It's a little bit of tip when you want to do this type of build. Honestly, like 1 on gold makes a lot more sense. 2 maximum. 3 on gold here. Like, maybe you could argue Lemonos, it was a bait and a switch, but I think that's a bit of copium. Had the villager not been pulled, it's a bait and switch. Because you've forced your opponent to invest into 4 Donzos against Lancaster. Not great. Instead, you've just got this idle villager. Like, half of its life's existence has been walking. Which is crazy, because, like, usually people do that in the second part of their life when they're old and can't do anything else. This young, spry villager spent his best years walking around looking for sheep to club. A depressing existence. Lancaster Castle now coming in. Okay, so Mahodo is pretty content with things. He now is able to easily get into the Mansa quarry. And then on top of that, he's going to be able to scale into the second pit mine. So really good start for him. Lemonos is probably thinking of going for the manas. I think that's fine. The thing I've noticed in this matchup is going the full 9 yards of the manas can be a little bit problematic. It can slow you down. So I wouldn't mind seeing Lemmy just do like, what, 3? Maybe 6, and then looking for an Asia. I'm OP. What can I say, guys? It's just my beautiful, crisp microphone and the pristine quality of my recordings, thanks to AMD. It's all them. Wait, what? Mahodo? Oh, no. Lemmy, no. He tried to shortbow these. That's wild. Mahodo loses 1, but worth it. Gets a worker kill, idles things up, slows things down. And now, wait, he's got a short bow here still. That's problematic. Yeah, because look, great micro. Mahodo can just pull away, javelin him, and scare him off. The javelins at the beginning is not that threatening, by the way. But, like, over time, if you try to trickle this, it gets pretty rough. Especially because, remember, Donzo's outrange the villagers. That's a bit of a problem. So I'm glad he didn't hard commit to that. Did lose a worker, though. And this is painful. Like, yes, you've got your first mana coming in straight away. But your opponent has tech up. He's got Mansa plus the pit mine. That's 175 resources passively per minute. Compared to your 100. And Mahodo. Well, we are going full ranch mode. We've just moved to Texas. It makes sense. He sees that this is going to be a race. This is kind of like the 2TC idea. House of Lancaster can do quite well with this, though. The mana spam in some ways is stronger than the TC spam. Like, I don't disagree with the idea from Lemmy. I think you should definitely be looking for a raid timing. I'm hoping he doesn't skip on the Demi-Lancers. Usually the Demi-Lancers feels good around 8 against Malians here, just to poke in. Especially when they have Ford Gold. The timing makes sense as well, because if your opponent is double ranching for a fast Fulani, and you rush manas, by the time you have 6 and you're pumping Demi-Lancers, you should arrive in the base as he's teching. Yeah, and you can see like Mahodo doesn't want to stop off of Donzos at all. So like, a timing into Demi-Lancers would be brutal here. I'm not sure if he's going to go for it per se. He needs to scout it is the important part. And great. Love this from Lemonos. Really want to praise this. He's keeping his scout near the enemy base. Even if you thought your opponent was attacking you, the reality is this early is impossible because of the Lancaster Castle. So keeping your scout at home is kind of a moot detail. You want to see what your opponent is up to. Does get confirmation of the second pit mine. And the other thing that I think Lemonos is looking for here, I hope he noticed this, the deer on the edge. Be nice to be able to confirm this because I don't think he saw the double mill yet. So he doesn't know whether this is Fulani Rush or Pro Scouts. Very different order of things as well. If it's Pro Scouts, then there's an all-in timing for Rimba to attack you. If it's Fulani, it's just as much grid as you. Mali Spearman throwing jabs is so unfair. It's like bringing a gun to a knife fight. I'm sorry, did you really just say that while the other player is playing Earlsguard? Or the potential for Earlsguard anyway? I just want to clarify. I think this is a fair matchup because they're both unfair. Actually, it's kind of unfair for like Malians because I don't think you ever want to really be building Donzos into the Yeoman potential. Yeoman's tricky because you'd think Javelins beat them, and sure. But the problem is like Yeoman are quicker than Javs, so they can avoid them. Zoom, zoom. Little Robin Hood's on the way. Okay, so he did stop at the 3 manas, but not for the reason I thought. Well, this is a reaction to the greed now. Ah, the tricky part is, did Lemonos scout this early enough to punish the greed? It's not really feeling like it. In the olden days, I'd argue yes, because olden day Malians were obsessed with getting 20 cow before teching. But a lot of Malian players have respected that actually like triple/quadruple ranch is good enough with Fulani. So I wouldn't be surprised if Mahodo just stops building ranches for the time being and then focuses on the age up. For now, though, it's going to be Javs. Yeah, he's getting so much free info. And wait, Lemonos. Oh, no, he lost the scout. He has no clue what he's up against here. Okay, this is now worrisome. So, like, Lemmy, sometimes you just have to bite the bullet and reproduce. And this might be one of those situations because what he's now doing, he's running and expecting just a greed Fulani. With the idea being Yeoman can dive in, snipe workers, feels good. What he's actually running into is a trap. It's a feudal commitment from Mahodo. He built enough ranches to somewhat compete with the manas. And now he's going to fixate on the defense. 5 javelins and scaling. Lemmy is going to react into Hovelars. In theory, a good unit, but not so much here because Donzos, with their hybrid attack, kill you very easily. Even in small quantities. Remember, Hovelars are lower HP horsemen. They cost less, but the weird thing about Hovelars and Feudal Age is they always feel weird to scale. I remember it's one of the first things I experimented with when Knights of Crossroads dropped, and it just didn't feel right. Here's what you don't get. 2 civs that have no interest in playing the map. So the ponds can be useful, but it doesn't mean you have to play it that way. There's a different way to think about Frisian Marshes. Even with the rework to this map, Frisian Marshes is actually very secretly a defensive map. You get a lot of sheep, and you have a corner spawn. Like, how do you 360 rotate this base? You can actually rotate around someone's base easier on Dry Arabia than you can on Frisian. That's why you see a lot of defensive play on Frisian Marshes. It's a timing map. Time right for this. Lemonos, he does reveal the Hovelars. And Donzo's already there, though. And oh, no, Lemmy. This actually wouldn't have been bad of a fight, but he's not actually A-clicking onto the enemies. He's A-clicking on the ground, and he's hitting the houses. Yeah, that's rough. Mahodo's been given ample time now. Jav count is up. And the Yeoman are trading abysmally. Undermesh is about to make matters worse. He's about to be reduced down to 1 damage per strike. And there's just a trickle of Donzos in reserve. Yeah, remember, Hovelars, they have got additional ranged armor compared to normal horsemen, so not bad against the Javelins specifically. But terrible when you trickle them like this. Like, he needs to just slow down and bring them in together. That's not happening. And that's why this game is now slipping away from Lemonos. So, folks, like, when you're trying these type of attacks, there's always this urgent feeling that you need to keep attacking. But it's all about reading your power spikes. At Lemonos' entry into this fight, at no stage was there a power spike beyond the initial skirmish, where he went in and killed a few Donzos. After that, things got weird. And when he got slowed down by A-clicking onto buildings, you notice that Lemonos never actually reset. At that point, he felt too committed. And it may have just cost him everything. Mahodo is pretty free to do whatever the hell he wants. He can finish off the ranches. He's got enough javelins that he doesn't have to fear anything. And remember, there's no rush to come out. Like, you don't really want to, like, dive your opponent in a rush here. You want to probably focus on your A-job. Mahodo seems to think otherwise. I mean, I think it's just a lot safer. Like, your opponent's committed Hobblears already. The scale point is weird on this in the first place. Is there a world in which Mahodo thinks he built more manners? That's the only reason I think he'd attack, is that Mahodo's like, okay, he must have had something else up his sleeve, right? He's going to be very happy when he walks across and discovers what's happened here. Just like you guys can be very happy if you click on that link and make sure you sign up for our giveaway. Exclamation mark giveaway. A GPU for free? Lemonos should sign up. That'd be a nice consolation prize for this pain. Javelins are now arrived. No wheelbarrow means village is dead. And this is now unlock point. Mahodo, he did reinvest initially, and now he realizes how grim it is. He's like, oh god, this is ugly. I thought you were still alive. Instead, Mahodo now gets the age up, and Lemonos... the big takeaway here, I think maybe losing that scout was a critical moment. He didn't know what he was walking into. And I think the big takeaway on this game is obsession with ideas. Sometimes it's good to stick to your guns, but when it seems like the strategy has fundamentally changed, you need to alter. The problem was he didn't even know it had changed until he was committed. And at that stage, he didn't want to change. Yeah, it's like sunken cost fallacy, right? I do think a lot of players struggle with sunken cost fallacy when they're coming up the ladders. Which makes sense, right? Like, you've invested in something, you want to get value out of it. Sadly, that's not the way Age of Empires 4 always works. And I think what doesn't help is when you watch these very high-level players, what they're great at doing is they turn a sunken cost moment into a rebound very well. And what I mean by that, they don't do the obvious, oh, he built this, I'll build this. They do the, oh, he built this, so he's expecting me to build this, so I'll build this instead. You get what I mean? Where, like, we talked about two-step reversal, where at the highest level, players are often playing 2 steps ahead instead of 1. I think that's baiting for people who fall into the trap of, like, being in a mismatch unit-wise. And it leads to this, like, double down quite often when they're not sure what to do. Lemonos just going to trade out, but age 3 is there. The veterancy upgrade's coming in. This is pretty much over. Oh, God. Yeah, this is definitely over. Workers on the fishing. You ask why they don't go for it. There's your answer. Oh, no. Are we referencing A Princess's Bride? I still haven't watched that movie, but I've watched the clips. I really need to watch the movie. Inconceivable. It's just that voice. Inconceivable. Oh, it is brilliant. I definitely need to watch it. I watched some clips and like, damn, this is a banger. All right, G1 complete. Mahodo takes the lead. G2, Dry Arabia. It's going to be Shushi versus Rus. If you guys remember, Anatan was able to dismantle Mahodo in this matchup when they met last week. I believe it was in KPMM. Same map as well. We'll see if Lemmy tries to play it the way that Anatan did. I think Anatan played semi-aggro on a delayed Pro Scout. Let's see what's going to happen in this one. G2 and gee whiz. Welcome back to the channel to a man who loves his Rus. Mahodo in the blue takes the field with the Forbidden Civ. Looking to hunker down just like this tower because we're probably looking at Pro Scout's Fast Castle. Lemonos on the other side could mirror it with the Shushi. It could be a matchup that's beneficial to play some aggro. Chiganu in theory makes a lot of sense in this matchup because of Rus's reliance on rushing horse archers. So, matchup from a skill level. Once again, just a reminder after game 1, We did say at the start, Lemonos is ranked around 1,000th in the world. Mahodo usually comes in the top 100 these days. But this is a great example to kind of level up your gameplay. Understanding mistakes that are more relatable and transitions that fail on timing, etc. like that. You know, if we had Mahodo versus Anatan or Anatan versus Marine Lord and Marine Lord versus Beastie, you're going to see a lot of crazy knee-jerk like choices that are maybe hard to process on a deep fundamental level because the gameplay is so far off of yours. Whereas Lemonos is Conk 1. I think for the average gamer, a lot more relatable, but still talented enough that there's things to learn there. I love this start. Little tip when you play Shushi China, building your villages towards your resources you want to stay on is valuable. Insanely valuable, especially on forward resources. This is an outpost. It's a free safety point that can't be breached early on because it has 1,500 HP. So if you're trying to level up your China or Shushi, I'd say take a close look at where you're placing your houses, your villages. If you're going hard on the wood, place it forward on the wood. The idea is that, yes, when raids come in, you walk towards them, but you get the early vision, you're able to react and get somewhere safe. It's something you'll notice out of high-level players a lot. They don't waste those buildings in redundant locations. They look to maximize their value. Well, sure. Like, most players will fall in, like, what's the average? I think it's gold or maybe even silver. But Conk 1 is more relatable than Conk 3. Dramatically more relatable. Substantially more relatable. And that's why I thought it'd be kind of interesting to show. Like, that was the original envisionment as to why we started showing these a little bit more. We were doing these on Fridays because we were like, oh, nice, people like to learn. I don't know if they really, like, hit it off, if people really cared to learn. I feel like a lot of people just yawned at it, which is unfortunate. Goal free is the average. I'm not sure what the exact average is in AoE Force community. Meditation Garden coming in. So far, a lot of things just make sense here. He's got 2 on the gold. He's going to have the taxation up. I think this is going to be delayed pro scouts. He's got 3 on wood, which suggests that he's going to begin with reduction building. Chuganu, to me, makes a lot of sense. Roos are most statistically likely to drop a Rax if they're forced to. Outside that, they just don't because they can build scouts out the hunting cabin. That's a huge edge for Chuganu play, folks. Most civs, you wouldn't open Chuganu in a pro scouts war because your opponent is going to have a stables, meaning he has access to horsemen. Roos don't. Yeah, very unique, actually. There's not any other civ that marks that same category. If you learn more from mistakes, yeah, I don't know. I feel like most people just don't take to it. Maybe it's because they're casted games and people just want entertainment. And if they want to, like, get the coaching experience right, they might get it themselves, or they might go to a different type of curated content, like a Voldemar breakdown of a build order or whatnot. Or maybe people like, KP, we can't listen to your take on improving the game. You haven't reached Conqueror 3. You suck. I mean, you don't have to hit the highest ranks to coach necessarily. Sometimes just understanding and studying is its own valuable tool. So scout with the dish oven. This is something most of you probably aren't going to be doing at lower ranks. I would recommend learning it. It's very reminiscent of things like anyone played Apex Legends, like strafe jumping type stuff. If you can learn that, it's a weird skill advantage. This isn't too bad. I feel like actually getting used to doing this just sets you up to be better micros in battles anyway. Because the thing right now for Mahodo is he's doing this while also simultaneously going back and queuing up more villages and sending scouts elsewhere. So it's multifaceted. You hate deer pushing? It is what it is. Like, I mean, if you don't find it fun, then don't do something you don't find fun. But as a mechanic, like, it is a very useful mechanic. And from the micro skill expression, like, it is, I think, an area always worth improving on. Like, at the heart of it, most RTSs, micro makes the difference. I think Age of Empires 4 is more of a rarity in that regards. Micro matters, but micro matters less than most RTSs I've played in my 32 years on this planet. Like, quite a bit, actually, if I'm being honest. Pro scouts have more skill expression. Why? Because you had to choose whether you wanted to build 7, 8, or 9 scouts? Got him! Anyway, Lemmy, he did go spears. Surprising. Yeah, let's talk about the choice here by Lemonos. Spears in some ways in your brain makes sense because he's got cavalry, me block cavalry. I think he was too focused on the idea that Roos would go knights. That's not a bad thing. If your opponent goes knights, you can scale knights on a delay and yours are better. By going for this spearman play, you've enabled archery range, which Mahodo wants to do anyway. You haven't forced him off of his given path as Roos. Roos players want to be archery range because they want horse archers. If you force racks, they're already off the script a little. And Chuganu force racks... Chuganu force horsemen and knights instead, which like knights can be deviated into, but we already said, well, that's a bad idea. By going racks, you've given him the unit type he can afford to go. And also, it's just so awkward to try and like actually micro in these fights, right? Like just A-clicking in versus the archers that can hit you from range early. So what could he do? He could actually play Palace Guard to make this recoverable. It's not a bad idea for Lemmy. Palace Guard would give him the pressure point, but it's going to be slow. It's doubles ear stack. He only just figured that out. He hadn't scouted this second stack. I wonder if Lemonos would have changed the plan a little if he knew about this. Yeah, because this makes it crazy. Like, if he had known it was double deer east side, Chuganu makes even more sense. Is military investment required to secure deers? I mean, there still is. The nerfs to pro scouts makes it more of a military investment to secure deer. Not less. It's harder to achieve your pro scout timing now than it used to be. I don't know. Like, anyone who's against the pro scout changes, I just scratch my brain. I don't see how those changes were a negative element to AoE4. The issue with pro scouts is it was too fast. You couldn't counterplay it. The only way you could counterplay it is if you preordained it. And that's it. Like any game state where you have to predetermine your opponent's strat to counter it is bad. Because you know what we really call that? Like when we dig down deep, you know what that's called? That's called chance. That's not skill, right? Like if we're being real, yes, okay. Like you could argue it's skill because it's 99% likely he's going to do pro scouts. That still feels silly though, compared to just actually having a game state that you can react to. Age of Empires 4, at its heart, is a strategy game about reaction and counterplay. And I'm happy to say, with the changes to Pro Scouts, you can counterplay. Finally. Like, do I think Pro Scouts should maybe exist in the game? I'm not entirely convinced. I think you don't remove Pro Scouts currently because there's not enough alternate options. But long term, my dream is they add in different food types and we probably just get rid of Pro Scouts, or we weaken the deer, right? Let's say like if you pick up the deer, they lose some food. Every time you pick them up and drop them, they lose like 25 food or something. That would be very interesting because then it means if you're going to Pro Scout pick up, you better make sure you can get it home or you're losing food. High trade house on the way, and Faplop is already ahead of all of you. You know in the mini game, get your numbers in. And we are getting that Chuganu plan now. Plus Horseman. Ooh. Lemonos is hard focusing on the horse archer detail. But he's sacrificing his own scale point. So like now, this is where you look back and you go, what did the Spearman achieve? Could he have just went Chug into Horseman first and had a better timing here? The answer is yes, because now that you've done this, look what happens. Mahodo, he already has the Raxes ready for Men-at-Arms. Now before the Raxes felt like a negative, but now they're beneficial. You've given him reason to, right? Because you went Horseman and Chug. Lemmy's hard committing to this. Yeah, no signs of attack up. Scary as well, because horse archers can cut reinforcements quite well, while the men-at-arms bulk to defend. Lemonos, while he ain't messing around, it is going to be siege engineering, so he thinks he's got the crack point on this. Tricky part is like, do you... Usually to kind of hit the timing, you want to be idling your opponent out regularly, every like 20 seconds or so. Hasn't happened. Mahodo has been ignored on the south side of this tree line, and he's created a little dive point, right? He's hidden himself in the trees. Steel Arrow is at least there, but guys, it's redundant against Men-at-Arms. Men-at-Arms have 4 armor by default. This is what makes Mahodo's play so smart. He's already mitigating the maximum damage without investing into any blacksmith deck. Lemonos. Why? So this is where you got to query a few things, like why the Spearman? Is he worried about knights? There's not really much reason to go them right now. You could argue he needs a front line against men-at-arms, but like, are men-at-arms really going to care that much about spears? Would just more cheek make more sense, or would just a tech up make sense? Palace Guard could also have been an option. Just get a few of them together. Can be a little bit weird against horse archers. It at least gives you kind of a bulky front line, and also something that when you level up, you'd want to level up with, right? When you get age 3, you want to vet them. I don't really think you'd want to vet spears here. There hasn't been a reason to. Oh no, now the steel arrow. See how hard it is for one of these guys. Look, we shot him a cajillion times. What did that achieve? We made him cosplay as a Sonic the Hedgehog? Minus the speed? We've almost killed him. So, do we have Wooden Fortress upgrades? No, Mahodo neglected it. No Wheelbarrow Eva. I think this is the point where it's definitely worth getting. You're against Chugmas. Something you have to show a bit of respect to. Then again, I guess he just feels like he's got enough men-at-arms that if that dive ever happens, he'd trade out too well for Lemnos to keep competing. Lemmy's almost ready for a tech up, by the way. But he's still posturing aggressively. A bit worrisome. The men-at-arms count is decent enough. The horse archer is tickling behind. This is where it can become a problematic trade. Lemonos, if it was just MAA, I think this kite would be good enough. But the horse archers, as they grow in quantity, is just going to run you down. And let me remember, he's slowed down production rates here. He's trying to get towards castle. This is snowballing against him. Lemonos, at this stage, you might as well just A-click to the horse archers. You have almost the same range. And the men-at-arms are reaching you anyway. Yeah, Mahodo has to be happy with that. It looks ugly when you think about the fact he's castle, but it's all about keeping the Chuganumas away from critical threshold. And behind this, he is getting goodies. High Trade House is generating 130 gold, and he's got the Warrior Monks now moving out for relics. And also the Bull. Great scout by Lemmy, but the problem with playing Chuganu, you don't really have ganking capabilities. You're an all-in type comp. He could send Horsemen over there. That's crazy to me. Lemonos, he doubles down again. Okay, so this stage, Lemonos, like, this is the classic stop review stage. What are you getting out of building more units here? What are you solving? What is your game plan? Right now, Lemonos' game plan seems to be solely survive. That seems like a great game plan, but it's actually not. You need to figure out, how do I win? What is my win condition in this situation? Why would I add in more horsemen? And what does that achieve off of survival? Because at this rate, all Lemonos is going to do is they'll run out of food. He's just going to run out of food faster. And how many deers he got to work with? Yeah, he's down to the last few. Horse archer count is just out of control. I mean, the horseman switch, like, that's what he's thinking about. Oh, I need to deal with horse archers. But there's still men-at-arms. In fact, the men-at-arms count is higher than it's been before. Up to 14 now. Meanwhile, the Chew count is dead. He's got nothing left. Yeah, he doesn't even move them away anymore. I think this game's over. It's forward production. That's another wonky part. Lemonos, because he went all in, put them as close to the enemy base as possible. But when you lose like this, you see the problem. I think that's why Lemonos didn't want to just tech up instead. He was freaked out about losing access to these buildings. But his worst nightmare has still come to bear. And this game has become unbearable and untenable for him. We've got siege engineering on the way for Mahodo. Horse archers are cutting reinforcements. This game is over. Yeah, like, what makes it worse is Lemonos hasn't stopped production here. So at this point, you're just wasting resources. If you really thought there was a comeback, you just build archery ranges back. But there you go. GG gets called, and Mahodo is going to make it 2-0. Hope there's some lessons in here for people. Some little tidbits to take away. It's not that Lemonos is playing bad, necessarily. A small, easy to make errors, and the fact that he's up against one of the game's best. G to the G. Okay. So I think that was probably the most interesting series we had available to us. Probably. Could do a pub game. As in watch a pub game. Maybe. Have there been any interesting ones today? Marine Lord had a bunch of games against May. Interesting. Don't know if May... I don't know if they're going to be viewable. May and his deli, man. When is he going to play anything else? He's built up quite the reputation in the community. Revane. I don't know. I don't know if there's really that much interest that's been happening. Louis MT hasn't really been playing pub games as much at the moment either. I think players this week have hunkered down and gotten super secretive in prep for the EGC qualifiers that start tomorrow. I think there's some Kiliardi versus Dumu games. Interesting. We could do a Kiliardi versus Dumu game. Something fancy to round out. You like that, guys? Yeah, let's go for it. Let me stack it up. So, HRE versus Japan. Interesting. I don't think I've seen much HRE versus Japanese recently. Love watching Dimu. He's an entertainer. I feel like Dimu when he plays, like, and I don't mean it in the mean way. More than like first and foremost, I feel like he's an entertainer. Like well, by like AoE 4 standards, like people love the late game, and he seems to love reaching it. You know what I mean? But let's get ready to go. We'll hop in. Pubcasting. There we go. Whew. Oh, and let's make sure we've got our name cover set up as well. I'm pretty sure this was Kiliardi. I'll just quickly double check. But this should, folks, be Kiliardi. Yep. It's the duck. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Someone call the retirement home. He somehow slipped out while they weren't looking. The old man's back. Kiliardi returns to Age of Empires 4. And we immediately catch him running into Team Liquid's Dimu, fiending the HRE on Gorge. Meanwhile, Kiliardi on the Japanese. Now, this is a matchup I had to see. Deer shove straight away. I actually love this. Kiliardi didn't even move across with intent to lame the gold or harass it at all. Which is smart, guys, because two reasons. HRE, for a start, the gathering rate, they could easily rush gold before you can do anything. The other reason is that they could mirror spears and actually eclipse you. I love this. This is pretty crafty. And worth it as well. Like, I call this poor man's pro scouts. You pay 75 wood, then you pay an additional 160. So you pay 235 resources total. Whereas going pro scouts would cost you 50 on the mill, 350 on the pro scouts, then the stables for 150, then the scouts for 70 each. You see where we're going with this. And in most cases, what does pro scouts get you? Like half the deer on the map, quite often? You're already achieving half of what pro scouts would normally give you. It's pretty cool. A little bit risky. Some players will block you out, but I think what Kiliardi done really well here. Look at the scouting. He ran to the north side, realized earlier that Dimu wasn't there, and it meant that he knew he could get away with this play. Because the way Gorge works is you tend to divide the map. One player goes east, one player goes west. If the player sees you on the one side, he switches sides. And because of where the deer was and where Kiliardi started, if he ran into Dimu, it would have been here, at which point one of them switches. But theoretically, Dimu should be switching and then running kind of like here, missing the deer entirely. In theory. Like, in practice, it may just be the pathing takes him the other way. But I like the way that Kiladi addressed this opening. I think KT is hard to play into Shushi in general, though. So KT into Shushi is an interesting one. On land maps, I would actually like favor Shushi quite a bit. Because Chevalier versus Chugnu is just like Chugnu do a lot of damage to Chevalier. It's not a French Cav Archer matchup, right? It's very, very different. HRE versus Japanese is an interesting one, though. I mean, HRE is meant to be the broken Civ, right? It's the one that we complain about. Everyone complains about. OP. If you pick it all the time, you get judged deeply. Intensely. And immensely. Probably quite rightly so. But here, I don't know, man. Dimu's had a little bit of a hard time with HRE. You guys might recall the Numedan versus Dimu game. French versus HRE on Coastal Cliffs from KPMM a week or two ago. And just in general, HRE has been taking the knee a lot more at the moment. We've been seeing it here on Gorge against top-level players. What about non-stop picking Roos? I think that might be rated as more dirty now, just because of like the win rate in HRE. I feel like it's sunk a little recently. Not as ridiculous as it once was. Still good. Still very good. But maybe a little bit more tame, a little bit more curbed. We're going to fast forward a little bit on the other game, actually. We should have done that earlier. Kura Storehouse is coming in slow. What's he prepping for? I guess he just doesn't need it if he's already got the deer. And, whoa, Dumu's doing 2TC. Okay, that's very interesting. HRE 2TC is a little bit rare these days. Oh, but that's sick! Old man with the speed of a dead squirrel still has enough time to push the deer away. Dumu gets deprived of the value of the town center. And his food, I mean, he's sitting at 12 sheep. It's decent. It's not crazy, though, for 2TC. That's a crazy intercept. Lames the deer as well. Funny thing is, on his side, he could go for a long deer shove at the back of this, but this is going to be FC now. So we're going to hit the fast forward, seeing as there's no action coming. Like, Dumu can't afford action with 2TC. And Kilyadi has no point in attacking. Like, you know, it's actually disadvantageous to attack HRE 2TC early because of the E repairs. Oh, interesting. And I imagine opening is just going to be a standard mount samurai. Spears are going to feel necessary here for Dimu. And he's having to take this a slow way as well with the farms. I mean, this is the beautiful thing. You've already got Kilyadi out on the berries. He's got plenty of deer. He's got a lot of runway, guys. Like, you know, of limited resources, he's probably sitting somewhere at 3.5 to 4,000 food. And then he's got the permanence of farms coming in also. It's a really nice position. Floating gate placed quite far forward. Now, there is actually an interesting build you can do here where you just open Samurai to dive 2TC. And that becomes difficult because, like, Dimu won't have Spearman as a defense force. But I think knowing that it's FC, and yeah, he can see it. There we go. He sees the stay at the gold. He knows it's going to be Castle Rush from both sides. So standard stables play makes sense. We'll stick on the 2x speed just at the moment. Yorishiro drop's going to come in and already on his way to the first relic. Burgrave is ballsy from Dimu. He's got 6 sheep and 6 farms. Very risky. I think Dimu might have to go out to the deer, which makes it even more risky now that it's mounted samurai. I mean, I get why he's doing it, guys. Like, it's not a mistake fully. Like, the idea from Dimu is if he goes Regnets, rushing prelates out against mounted samurai is a death sentence. You're just gambling. And he needs defense forces. We mentioned he was going to have to start building spearmen. This is the way to do it. So he does get the spear spam to address the mounted samurai, but that opens you up for your favorite player as a Japanese player. Yumi right now is popping off pretty hard. Whether you want to do it here is a little bit debatable because you would enable your opponent to play archers too. And HRE archers are just better. Slowing down just a little bit. Good micro. Mount Samurai just chasing the spearman one by one. Yeah, even with the veterans, see, this is a bit awkward. Dimu rushed out. Now, interesting thing here, actually, guys. The charge is quite curious. I haven't seen much of it. Remember, recently, about, what, 2 or 3 patches ago, Burgrave got a buff. The Forlorn Hope. Increases your charge damage by 50%. By the way, I need to ask Winston whether that, like... Did that come off of our talks at Wallalow, now that I think about it? I think when we were, like, casting at Wallalow, I think it was on the Age of Myth games, even. I referred to some as, like, Fallen Hope. So, Fallen Hope, for those that don't know, the Fallen Hope is the first group of people through the breach in a siege. Being part of the Fallen... Leading the Fallen Hope, being part of the Fallen Hope, the whole idea is you're going to die. But you'll die in honor, sort of thing. I learned that courtesy of Sharp, which is an amazing TV series featuring Sean Bean, if you've never seen it. And considering you're a bunch of history nerds, being Age of Empires fans, highly recommend checking it out. There's the Yumi switch. Oh, is that going to be Yorishiro number 2? It's coming up soon. Yeah, there we go. He's got it in. So that's the scale point. This is interesting. You've now got, like, Burgrave 5x racks versus Yorishiro, which is going to be, like, what, 2.25? It's not quite the same, but remember, you're building a counter unit anyway. You shouldn't need as many. Yumi just became such an affordable build recently. Remember, they did buff Yumi to be 10% cheaper than they used to be. First relic standing... Oh, not first, actually. Sorry, this is the second home. He's got a third coming. Really good timing. Will be found on the flank. The Yumi are not going to be able to protect this. I thought he might be able to kill enough to then Wallalow to delay this, but yeah. Shinto's going to go down. Meanwhile, Mount Samurai are sliding to the base because Dumu, he sent everything forward. Oh my god, yeah. Like, practically all spears are out of the base right now. So Mount Samurai get in. It's double TC, so there's way too many villagers here. And it's going to turn into a bloodbath. Textiles can only achieve so much. A trickle of spearman's not going to feel great either. And Dumu lacking the food to build additional spears to defend himself right now. A big slip up here. So focused on getting it. And Kiliani did not skip a beat. Elegant timing to get in. The Uma Bannerman, these guys hit so hard. Even into their counter unit type. More villagers being hemorrhaged. I mean, by the end of this, we can see Dumu losing almost the entire worker lead that he's built up over the last several minutes. And now, like, what? Do you build more Spearmen? Knowing your opponent is scaling more Yumi? That feels terrible. But the problem for Dumu now is, like, he doesn't have vision. He doesn't know what we do, that it is just Yumi. He has to assume there's more knights coming, which puts him in quite the tricky predicament. Look at that. Cop and Snella coming in with the extra info. Family of soldiers in the Fallen Hope were often generously rewarded with land and titles. It was often also used as a means of fixing besmirched honor. Because you were dying honorably. Which is dumb. Most of us accept there's no such thing as dying honorably. It was just dying. Whoa, okay, that got edgy. Veterancy for Men-at-Arms Dimu. I mean, in fairness, Mount Samurai can be countered by Men-at-Arms with heavy maces. His field income is pretty abysmal right now, though. I like the Spring defense. It makes a lot of sense here. He hasn't got many relics, but they are going to do additional damage. Have additional range. Maybe I'll start to poke in. I wonder, is there a world in which he does a ram play here? It's always difficult into E-repairs. Remember, the emergency repairs allows you to offset a lot of damage when you're defending with HRE. I do like that Dimu's dragging him back home, by the way. Like, you have the superior movement speed. Well, mirrored by Yumi in this case. The idea is you should be hard to catch, but that's rough. He does get the info. Kiliadi's gone 2 TC. Now, it's one thing to get this info, but there's not really anything that Dimu can do about it right now. You can't punish him for this. Because Kiliadi's the one who took a clear edge, right? He's, yes, about 10 workers behind, but he has 4 relics. Still more food to work with. I think this is where sometimes, like, the old school farm transition build feels weird. Like, sure, it's setting you up infinitely, but, like, you just could have been here. Could have left you a lot more lean. And the sad part about it is, like, you're not going to go here later. Even when you have Palace Schwabia, people just say, okay, build more farms. Which is what I think Dimu wants. Look at the macro. Imperial's the target. You're probably not doing Schwabia build here because you have 2 TC. Elsbach's pretty solid as well. That would enable you to get into the Black Riders. And Black Riders is actually quite good here. But we're going to have to wait a while. Yumi are going to get blocked. And arms count just not really that threatening currently. And triple Sacred Sign now locked in by the Finn. So Dimu, after a heavy delay, switches full Men at Arms. We don't have a mirrored pivot into Onimusha from Kilyadi. In theory, it is the solid solution. He seems to be trusting in his current comp, though. Yumi plus Mounted Samurai. I mean, Mounted Samurai, as long as I think you're at, like, probably about a ratio of, what? 1 to 1.6? So, like, for every 1.6 Men at Arms, you've got a Mounted Samurai. You should feel quite safe. And the Yumi just functions kind of like a coup de grace. Like, the damage isn't terrible, as you can see there. And it also just ensures that Dimu can't return to Spearman. Because, like, Spearman Men at Arms would decimate Mounted Samurai. So the Yumi is quite important. He's doing a great job of just wasting his time as well. Yeah, like, what happened there? Maybe kills, like, 2 Yumi losing a Men at Arms. Doesn't feel worth it when you remember that a Yumi costs 60 resources and a Men at Arms costs 120. That's a crazy little detail. Yeah, I think what has happened recently is Japanese players have gotten really good at leveraging these stack timings, where Yumi just having numbers is worth the wealth. Yumi Zerg Rush looking fun? It is. I actually want more units that feel this fun. I'm a little bit sad Onabegeisha is just not feasible right now because they are, I think, Japan's funnest unit. That's why I wasn't, like, totally against Yeoman keeping their unique identity, even still. I know some people find them very frustrating, but, like, that's fine. Like, I'd rather have more units brought up to scratch to, like, Yumi, Yeoman, etc. standards. You need to be careful because then you're, like, I think ranged is in general and has for a while been maybe a bit too good. It's been a bit calmer recently because the Pro Scouts meta. The Pro Scouts meta has favored mass heavy cav. I actually think heavy cav currently feels a bit overtuned because of Pro Scouts. It's the timings. Like, sure, long-term Mounted Samurai and these knights aren't going to feel great because you run out of food. But when you get, like, 7,000 plus food, you have to remember, like, you know, getting 7,000 food off the map, that's, like, an extra, what, like, 40 knights? 50 knights? Even when you add in villages. Yeah, like, to the spin to win thing, I almost just want, like, I actually kind of want a variant civ of Japan that is the Hattori clan. And you could have, like, Shinobi archers, Shinobi cavalry. Yes, I want a cavalry unit that can disguise itself as a trader. But then you could have, like, cool things like they could have a version of Onabegeisha that has an activatable AoE ability. So, like, kind of like gilded versions. Could be interesting. I mean, oh, it's happening again. What is it with HRE, man? Like, most of us come here to play an RTS. And HRE just come here to play a tower defense. Every time. And the Quadra Ram? God damn. Yeah, he ain't having none of it. Because he knows what this turns into. This becomes the most toxic strategy. Remember, HRE get a discount on their emplacement. They spam them up like there's no tomorrow. Dumu's going to try to drag him away, but he's not going to fall for it, right? I mean, he'll take the 3 kills, but I don't think he chase this for too long. You have got cavalry on the other flank. Second group Mount Samurai coming. Okay, no, he thinks it's worth it. Doesn't cut off the retreat. He's cutting these boys down fairly fast. Yeah, but Dumu's buying a lot of time, and this is tech up. Now, Kilyadi is not a dum-dum. Like, yeah, he'll be feeling it. It's becoming blatant what's happening here, right? Like, he saw the outpost in the corner. He knows stone's being gathered. And he knows usually when HRE make this type of move, it's because they're trying to tech behind. So, old man definitely not going to be sleeping. Get a D2 barbarian character in the game, Leap, Shout, and Whirlwind. I mean, you could have went D4 for that. D4's ones are much more pretty. I know people... I know there's a lot of polarizing opinions in the end about Diablo 4. But one thing I will always give a lot of praise to Diablo 4 for is the weight. Does that make sense? Like, if anyone plays it knows what I'm talking about. The weight of the units and the abilities was cool. It wasn't flashy anime ayaya D3. But, like, there was a lot of meatiness to your abilities, which I quite rated. I haven't played it in years now. I used to be an owner and a site for that game. I used to run Race to World First events for it. I mean, it's always got to be Poe, though, you know? Poe Flicker Strike build. Oh, that was my jam. Actually, like, do you know what my favorite ARPG probably was over the years? And shout out to anyone who knows where I'm going with this and they feel the same. Sacred 2. Now, we are going to see villagers cut down. That's the entire worker lead, by the way. I was waiting for this moment. Like, this has looked shaky for a while. Dumu got 63 spears. What? Oh my god. Tell me you miss Fitzy here without saying you miss Fitzy here. It's like, is there a, like, unwritten scripture, a bit like the Candyman mirror thing, where if you build enough spearmen as HRE and then say Fitzy 3 times in the mirror, he'll come back to playing OE4 from Overwatch? Look at the Yuumi, though! Perfect counter. This is going to destroy him. The Rams are going to move in. The E-Repairs isn't chained in, by the way, so there's no clutch heal. He's going for the marketplace to get out of the way. And funnily enough, despite all this effort and the intent in mind, Dumu's not the first going Imperial. That title, that deed belongs to Kilyadi. Oh, and talk about an efficient trade. So many dead spears. He'll back away, happy with this. We have got Spearmen trying to dive into the back of the base, but they're not going to get far. And Yuumi now coming back to hunt them. The Cast of the Crow was dropped in the center of the map. That is going to protect Sacred Sites. He did get decapped, so Dumu done a good job of removing the win condition. But now he needs to remove himself from age 3 and go age 4 ASAP. Was that enough A's? If I had any more, you'd think I'm the Fonz. E. Alright, that reference made me feel old. That show was before my times, but like played when I was a kid. My parents loved it. Was it Happy Days? Yeah, Happy Days. 1974. Oh my goodness. How'd the song go? It was like Monday, Tuesday, Happy Days. Someone just had flashbacks to their childhood in the 60s and got out of their chair and went, my hip! Oh. Old man Kilyadi's hip hasn't given out yet. The carpal tunnel hasn't set in. He's just out playing with his Yuumi. Dumu's now going to mirror from behind going into Imperial. But we've got a Dachi tech. It's a samurai switch. The way of the Odachi. Elsbat Palace next to a castle. Okay, let's do it. Like, no, I'm serious. 16 Black Riders now. Channel it, Dimu. Be the one. Like, why not? Why would you not mounted samurai? Like, why would you not like mass Black Riders against this? Yuumi have no damage. Samurai will get kited and won't catch you. I mean, in fairness, if your opponent just sees it and builds Onimusha, you're definitely dead. But style points, right? Dimu. Nah, he's not gonna do it. He's building more space again. Come on. Have not enough spearmen died in the service of the English-Swedish overlord? Alright, ones if you think Dumu will build something other than just spearsmen at arms. Twos if you think this is the rest of the game's existence. You should be typing 2 right now. Let's be totally real. We're not seeing anything else. Guys, think about it. Burgrave charge damage. You got to use it. Yup, there's the 2s. Oh, God. And why not? They look so fabulous. Honestly, I love it when units upgrade in the field and just change their look. Just imagine these guys all of a sudden just pulling their trousers off and putting on like some tight pants. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Latex me up, daddy. This really brings out my shape. It's like I'm wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Purple and yellow. Fabulous. I'm trying to think what the best color scheme is. The blue and yellow pops pretty well. Damn. Yuumi looks so cool when they get vetted, actually. I don't feel like I ever took time to appreciate it before. Like, you know a Japanese guy means business when he puts that bandana on, is what this is telling us. You shall fear the way of Hanzo. Who are you? Hanzo 2. Hanzo 3. Hanzo 4. There's a lot of Hanzos. Only a Finn can control the way of the Rams? That's a lot of Rams, actually. Oh my. Only a Kiljadi can control the all-in. This is probably still my favorite Civ for voice acting. Like, when in doubt, more Rams, right? Yeah, all these young people, they got time for OnlyFans. Our old guy, Kiljadi, only Rams. He's like, it is emergency repairs. Is 9 enough? Japanese hand cannon is best line? Oh, yeah. Those guys are psychopaths. I love them. Like, honestly, the only thing missing from the Yuumi voice lines is just at the very beginning, you need to hear a... All right, Ram's on the move in. He has got Oda Tactics coming in. He's very worried about Black Riders. He repairs? Oh my god, it's losing. A rare sight, folks. Emergency repairs failing. And then Yuumi, they just dive on past. No chance of repair there. Starting to move towards the farms. Castle gone. That is 8 less Black Riders that Dumu could build. He's never going to build. Because he's never going to build. Because you're playing HRE in 2025. You've got to return to your roots. You do not build range units. This is a melee civ. They're so melee. All of them spent their childhood playing Smash Bros. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. The problem is, you're pretty sure, even if you kill the Yuumi here, you lose to Samurai. Yeah, you've got the heavy damage, but remember, Adachi's +4, actually +5, then the bannerman on top, then the extra melee tech, and then the fact that you haven't got elite army tactics, and Kiljadi does. Credit to him, though. Dumu's trading reasonably well. Rams are moving in. The TC was taken out. The farm's being targeted. But this just feels like a game of exhaustion now, right? Like, this is just because wave number 1 was on its own. Wave 2 has arrived. Dumu, for a moment there, it looked promising. But the second group of samurai is going to seal his fate. Never doubt the way of the Kiljadi. Yeah, I mean, the Yuumi at this point were just cannon fodder to waste time. This game is being won by the samurai. We're about to make Dumu one with the afterlife. Cool game. Let me know what you think about this, guys. Japanese beating HRE. Like, what would you have done different to Dumu here? 2TC is kind of wild. I think Dumu's in exploration mode because HRE is a little bit wonky at the moment. They're not winning the way they used to. Something's changed. The winds have drifted. And poor Benny boy is going to be a sacrificial lamb trying to get them back on track. We've got more rounds. Oh, this guy. So how many rounds is that in this game now? He had 9 on the last charge. He had... Was it 3 on the early? I think he's at something like... I want to say 60 rounds built in total in this game so far. Oh, of course it's 5k gold. These guys are like 40 years old. They've been saving up their pensions. What do you expect? Eventually they're going to pull it out and move to Athens. And what's up, Phalic? Appreciate it, bud. Wait, 21 community? What? Is that Bhagaf? V1? First of his production line? You're a legend. 21 gifted subs. Thank you very much, my friend. That's incredible. First time subber on the channel. You're a legend. At first I thought it was just like he subbed himself. Like, damn. Boy coming in big. He's like, I'll give anything to see a Kilyardi win. Well, you will have what you wish for. Nippon has got their groove on. Love from Hyderabad, India. Damn. Do we need to get like some Delhi games going? Big poggers. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate it. Oh, wrong scene. Battle of the Old Men's Trash, I think, is the appropriate name for that. But thank you, mate. Appreciate you. What a wonderful way to round out the streams. I think we're probably going to get ready to cool off. I don't think there's anything else to really cast right now. The goal should be to be back on Monday. I do need to confirm something. I've heard rumors of like maybe some connection issues locally that I need to check on. But I think we should be good. So like we'll get ready to round out now. Appreciate you, Bhagaf. Your legend KP who keeping AOE4 community active every week. Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate you. We're running out of runway here, though, right? We've got 2 weeks left of midweek muster. And then I retire and become a Might and Magic stream. I don't know. I'm hoping we have some news soon. And then we can figure out what's going to be next. So, like, 2 weeks from now, the only thing that'll be continuing after that is the HIMS Cup currently. Yeah. And I don't know, like, I'm not rolling in money, so I wouldn't go and fund it out of pocket. So we'll see what Microsoft want to do. I mean, my take is, like, that it would be criminal to not continue the midweek muster. It's not EGC viewership, I get that, but, like, I think for cost, it's probably been the best user view per dollar rate across the multiple channels that AOE4's ever had. What? Brit Boy? Dude. You're a legend. Isn't that like 50 bucks? 55 pounds 20. You're crazy, man. I love you. Appreciate it, mate. Usually he gives me a pint. This time he's giving me the whole keg. Thank you very much, mate. Came into some money. I hope you came into the money for the right reasons. Hope you find something enjoyable to spend it on. Thank you, mate. I think EGC TV series will start soon, is it? It starts this weekend. So I'll be casting tomorrow with Crackety on EGC. For the first qualifier. But like outside that, the weekdays are empty, right? Like if you think about it, we're the only ones really organizing anything consistently in the weekdays. Like sure, there's pro players streaming their pub games, but it's not really the same. I think it's nice to kind of have this lower stakes thing happening. We've even tried to freshen it up with things like HIMS, right? It's like not as much about just being raw, pure competitive as it is about being fun with the map designs and the map modes, etc. Well, the timings, what, for the EGC games? They start at 3 p.m. UK time each weekend day. When is LAN tournament? I don't know the exact time for LAN tournament. I won't be at the LAN tournament. I haven't been asked. My understanding is they, like, aren't paying, so. And casting is my career, so I can't really work for free. Bit of a shame they're not paying, but yeah. I don't know. I guess we'll just have to wait for another Garrison LAN at this rate. Spanish Civ for AOE4? I'd love to see Spain. Spain, Portugal, and Aztecs alongside Malians or... sorry, not Malians. Mayans or... what's the other one I'm forgetting down there? Incans would be cool. I think that's just a combo that's got to happen, in my opinion. It's going to be so wasteful if we just don't get it next. Maybe it doesn't fit the timeline. I don't know. I feel like it should fit the timeline, though. But guys, I think we're going to get ready to call off and round out. That is going to be it. We'll be back on Monday. Start time, we go live between about 12 and 1 UK time. Reminder, you should definitely follow me on those locations so you get notifications turned on. Make sure they're turned on for Twitch and YouTube. Otherwise, you won't be pinged. ! Discord. Be sure to join the Discord. We're building a community there so you guys can meet like-minded gamers, communicate with me, Mao, and also I pump notifications out there about upcoming things all the time. So yeah, a good way is to stay linked in to what's happening without being on LinkedIn itself. But YouTube, I'm going to end it now. I'll be back on Monday. Thank you very much for watching.